recognizing us as administrators anymore on Facebook. Crazy. So I'll talk to you about that in a second.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that something weird happened.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start up here. I think we're live. Yep, we look like we're good. All righty. Where am I? And hello, Steeler Nation. It is now day 3 of the SteelerNation.com draft show. We are in here for the long haul. We don't take breaks. There are no commercial stops for us. So right now we already have 10 plus hours in the books of going long haul. We got a nice big long day, probably 7 or 8 hours. So we got some people that are going to be coming in and out. I'm going to try to make it the whole day because I'm known for my endurance. But the best part also about the NFL draft, and I compare it to Christmas, it being football Christmas, but we get 3 days of football Christmas and we get 7 excellent players to unwrap and enjoy as far as new Pittsburgh Steelers. We already had 3. So this is more like a third of Hanukkah, I guess, except everybody enjoys the presents. Oh, I guess like Hanukkah, you can complain about presents too. So we know Steeler fans, we like to complain as well. But fortunately, I am joined by Jordan DeFigio, and I'm figuring out how to bring her back. There we go. Of the Yinzhers Podcast, because I don't want you guys to have to look at me all day. I mean, I know you guys might like Don Cherry and the way he goes. So I'm doing my Don Cherry today. Hey guys, look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Look at all the guys that got a draft today. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. So yeah, but we're going to have a fun time. That's what it's all about. Great. So welcome back to the show, Jordan. How you been?
I've been good. Thanks for having me back. Crazy couple days of draft activity. Yes. I'll tell you, it's been fun to follow and fun to watch. And I wish that I could have been here yesterday, but back, good to go.
Hey, we're happy to have you for any time that you're here, Jordan. And I know that the Yinzers would be happy to know that, may not be happy, but at least understand that you're going to be here for the first half of the show, because the second half of the show, you've got a very special date in Pittsburgh. And what are you going to be doing?
I'm going to the Pirates game. So yeah, that regardless of what they end up doing, it'll be nice to be back at the ballpark. My first game of the year, it was overcast and rainy and gross, but today could not be more perfect weather for this game. So I'm
it's nice
thrilled.
And cool. You're not going to sweat. Mm-hmm. It's sunny as heck. I mean, this is
beautiful.
And it's the complete polar opposite of trying to attend a game during the middle of the summer when it's sweltering heat and there's no escaping the sun. Those are just for me the worst way to watch baseball right now. Is the absolute best way to watch baseball.
It really is. Yeah, because especially when you get into those the day games, whenever you hit June or July, that heat, it's like you're sitting in an air fryer. It's so hot with the sun, just insane. Not a fan. So this is good.
Nice. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. We're having issues today with Facebook. Okay, that's only read only. It is fine. I'm not going to be able to cover the Facebook comments. If you wanted to jump on to Facebook and at least track those for us, because we get some really good responses off of Facebook. We're having so many technical difficulties. If you guys remember on the show yesterday, we actually had to stop the stream early because we were having some issues posting to Facebook. They won't recognize me as an administrator anymore. I guess Facebook got mad that I'm streaming too much on their platform. So screw you, Facebook. Rude. We're still doing it. We're doing it through my personal account, and then we're shooting that over to the main page.
There you go.
So everybody
they can't stop us.
No, they can't. And it was great. I had Colton here, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm freaking pissed. He's like, well, why don't you just do it to your page and have somebody share it over? I'm like, that's freaking brilliant. Thank you. That's why I have IT tech people, intelligent people, and podcasters in their own right, with Colton Gesser hopefully coming back. He's the host of the Personal Foul podcast, and he's been a big part of this show. He's been on the marathon for the first 2 days and should be popping in hopefully after work. He works over at 97.5 The Fan, I guess, in Pittsburgh. Is it 97.5 or what's the fan?
93.7, I think.
93.7, yes.
The Fan, yeah.
That's where he's working today. Sorry, I get my numbers screwed up in my head, and fortunately, I have smarter people than me on the show to help me out at all times. And so at least let's touch base on the draft picks. I was completely floored that Pat Fairmouth was there. I mentioned it at the top of the show. Everybody's saying offensive line, offensive tackle, center. And yeah, I love those options as well. But I said, if Pat Fairmouth is there, you have to take him. That's the drop off in the talent for tight ends. He was considered a late first, high second rounder. He dropped to us toward the bottom third of the second round. So to me, for the value there, and knowing we're not going to be able to get another tight end like that later in this draft, I thought it was an awesome move. But what's your call on that, Jordan?
I thought it was excellent. Again, I'm not super in tune before the draft with prospects and all the guys that are coming into the league. So I just hear the whispers of whose name is being associated with the Steelers and who they're interested in. And I start to pay attention to those guys a little bit. And I knew that Pat Freiermuth was one of the tight ends that they had their eye on, not just for his ability on the field, but because he and Alfredo Roberts seemed to really hit it off at the, was it Penn State's Pro Day? Whenever it was that they connected, it seemed like they instantly had chemistry. Alfredo Roberts and Freiermuth. So
yeah, good
it was
call.
like, that's a big deal. Yeah. And so we lost Vance McDonald. And I think people
who was our inline blocker at the time.
Exactly. And so keeping in mind, like, yeah, we need offensive line help still, but the tight end, you could technically make the argument that tight end is part of the offensive line. Like
it is. It definitely is. Yes.
And if Eric Ebron definitely has skill, blocking is not necessarily one of his strengths. And we need a guy who's going to be able to line up next to the to the line and block for Najee now, because and also be a red zone threat. Like we know that Ben loves those dinky little short passes, and while I hope that they deviate from that and don't make that the norm, you still want to have that in your back pocket. And having a guy of his size and his capability and with his strength, that's going to be huge for those spots where maybe they do a play action on 3rd and short and you can just dump it off to him and he can fight for the yards. I thought it was awesome. I got the notification when I was out with friends last night and I started like fist bumping. I was so excited.
Yeah, I saw your responses on the group chat too for the writers. It was so excited. The first one, it was like I wasn't sure if you're happy about it, but then you're like, woo! Like immediately after, I'm like, okay, she's happy. She's happy. That's great.
Thrilled.
Yeah. So I was too. Then obviously, perfectly stated that tight end is the extension of the offensive line, and that's what was one of the most things that I wasn't really comfortable with going into this season, thinking that Eric Ebron would have to be the inline tight end on short yardage or goal line situations when he seemed to have trouble finding a person to block even when they were right next to him. So, moving forward, I feel much better. I think this helps us in the short yardage game tremendously. I think this tremendously also helps us out in the 2 tight end game, because now you don't have to have Ebron on the interior tight end spot. You split them out like you did with when you had Vance McDonald taking that interior tight end spot as well. Split them out, create the size mismatch when you already have them lined up, because we know Matt Canada is going to be crazy with his play action before the pass. So, they're going to bring everybody in tight, and then line of scrimmage, boom, Ebron's going to shoot out wide. They're going to have like a small corner on him. Ben's going to figure out, hey, am I going to fade this guy, or am I going to just have Ebron cross-face this guy and pound it and then just zip this ball in there? So, those aspects of it, that's where we are properly able to use our positional talent to a better degree to have us be more successful in short yardage and goal line by drafting an inline blocking all around tight end who may be our tight end of the future.
I would love nothing more than that. And I know that a lot of comparisons have been made between him and Rob Gronkowski, which we know what we had to deal with him for years going up against him. And he he killed us. Yeah, so to have that kind of threat round out the tight end unit, I could see him being like a Heath Miller personality here for a good long while.
And that's what it looked like when I saw his highlights. He was doing the gritty stuff to get open. I ran a highlight yesterday called Baby Gronk, and it's like
Gronk.
for Pat Fairmouth, and it was some amazing stuff. Him laying the shoulder down, killing people, pushing people down, stiff arming them, getting open deep down the seam on the edge. It was just really fun to watch and got me a bit excited. But to me, it didn't look like Baby Gronk highlights as much as it looked like Heath Miller highlights. And that's because I'm a little older probably than the person putting out the highlight reel.
Mm-hmm.
Heath Miller just did whatever it took to get open, to get the yardage, and then he'd end up making nifty plays. He'd end up ripping off a 90-yarder. I mean, he was a tight end before his time, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Back when we had like the only ones were like Alex Gonzalez being an excellent tight end back there in the day. Shannon Sharp as well being super athletic. But both of those guys, amazing blockers. And that is the dual threat. You have that now with Kittle and Kelsey. You got amazing blockers, inline blockers that'll kill you on the line of scrimmage and then go out and kill you down the field.
Right.
And when you got a tight end that does both, hopefully like Pat does for the Steelers, that's just an absolute godsend to the offense and something that we need, obviously.
Yeah. And so I talked to Joey Molinaro of Barstool before the draft, and he was saying about Najee in the debate of, do we take offensive line first or do we go with Najee if he's available? The drop off between Najee and then the next best running back was steep. He was the best available. And that's how I felt about tight end too. Like there's so much depth in this offensive line draft, in this draft class for the line. Like you're still going to get guys who are really solid. And again, I cannot reiterate enough, Kevin Dotson's going to be starting this year. Zach Banner's coming back. Hopefully Chuks Okorafor plays well, sliding him over on the line. And even though David DeCastro is getting older, I'm hopeful that those fresh faces on the line will maybe spark something in him and get him like loving the game again, because it kind of felt like Marquise Pouncey said, my love of the game just didn't outweigh the physical toll that it took on my body. And I have to retire. And I feel like that mindset was probably a little infectious for the older guys on the line. Like, well, if our center is feeling that way, and even if he didn't say anything, you could tell that his head was not there this past season.
And that happened with you're right. It happened with DeCastro as well. We interviewed Kendall Simmons yesterday on the show, him being an offensive lineman. He called out specifically when David DeCastro stated last season that, he was having issues. His heart wasn't in it. And it was tough for him because he was on an island. He was playing between a center that, was trying his best to fill the shoes of Marquise Pouncey and Chuks at guard, who's honestly supposed to be more of a right tackle, who's supposed to be more of a left tackle, since that was all he played in college. So I'm excited. I think definitely having Zach Banner next to David DeCastro on the offensive line is going to be a shot in the arm for him, because he is a positive dude. I mean, we follow him on Instagram. We've had him on the show multiple times, and he's just infectious. His personality is infectious, and this guy is going to be a leader in the locker room once he has a full year under his belt, and once he's really locked down that position, because he is that road grading right tackle that we need, that slobber knocker on the end that's just going to seal it. Because we had some trouble in that game, but it was just down the line, just so much rotation within the offensive line last year just made it too difficult. And with the aging vets, with the Villanueva also aging on the left side, but so Ben was trying to help them out as best as he can and getting that ball out in 1.5 seconds. So that fixes a lot of ailments on the offensive line, but the defense has started defending against it. But it was huge. But now we have another shot in the arm here. At a center, he was a guard center in college by the name of Kendrick Green. And when it first came up, I was expecting them to go like Quinn Meerts or something like that. But we went Kendrick Green. I was like, who is this guy? Scrambled looking it up. And, but Kendrell Bell, or sorry,
wow, Kendrell Bell. That's
yeah, I know. This is how my
God.
mind works, and this is where I'm going to go with it. Kendall Simmons, he was on it. He's like, yeah, I know that guy, and and he immediately went to, okay, he's coached by Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith and Coach Tomlin are tight. Lovie told Tomlin what this guy can do, and evidently that is why he is the pick. I love the pick. And that is the insight that we get here on the Steeler Nation draft show, is getting direct information from the players that know the inside workings that we as fans don't know, where everybody else on Twitter and Facebook and the forums are going, who's this guy? I don't know who this guy is. So, other than that, it's just a crazy aspect, and something at least that, I'm happy with the pick. I know, Kendall Simmons was happy with the pick, not Kendrell Bell. But it was just more of another need that was filled. And now we're out there. What did the owner say beginning of offseason? Fix the running game.
Yep. And they did.
More the first 3 picks.
I was just going to say in the 3 picks.
Tight
first
end.
3 picks.
Yep. Offensive center. So those 3 picks, we're committed to fixing this running game, just as Rooney stated. And, you can't love that more as a Steeler fan, knowing that we are going to have a commitment to the run and have another Harris toting the rock in the backfield, giving back visions of Franco and the immaculate reception. I can't wait. I showed the highlight film of Najee Harris when we first drafted him. And it was at the beginning of the show yesterday. And it was strictly highlights of Najee hurdling people in college. And I was like, oh, cool. It'll be like 1 or 2 or 3 highlights. There was like 15 highlights of this guy, like hurdling people in different ways, like at the line of scrimmage, jumping over linemen and like not completely getting all the way over, and their heads in his right there in his groin. And his momentum is like bending the head back on the guy, and he's continuing over the person to fall for a first down, jumping people late and sidestepping and doing a jump. And it's just like, this guy is athletic as hell for his size.
And that's it. Size. How does he do that? He's huge. He's so big.
Yeah, 6'2". I mean, we're like talking about Eddie George territory here for how big this is, but he's way, way more athletic than Eddie George.
Almost, yeah.
But Eddie George
he's so light on his feet.
Yes, yeah, a lot quicker feet. So we've got Steeler Nation chiming back in. Carlos Goncalves from Venezuela. Hey, guys and gals. Drunk Cope in the house. Not yet. I go by Cope on the forum. If you hang on to the show today, let me show Steeler Nation what is going on in the household of Stryker here, because my family left me for the weekend. They're like, we cannot be in the house. You are crazy. We know you're committed to this thing. We know we can't stream because I need all the bandwidth. But I'm going to show everybody what I have next to me here on the floor, other than my cat scratching itself. Inside of this cooler is my day. All of my food, all of my drinks, all of my beverages, and tons of beer on the bottom. So I'm not leaving my seat. I'm staying down here as long as possible for this marathon segment. I'm going to grab a drink now, and I'm starting off with a non-alcoholic. I'm going with the old blackberry bubbly because I need to be hydrated a little bit here before the show. So cheers, Steeler Nation. Cheers, Carlos. Salud, senor. It's good to hear from you, amigo.
I'm starting with the alcoholic stuff right away because it's Saturday.
It's almost noon. That's fine. Yeah,
it's almost noon. Yeah. Which means that it's past 5 in Europe, right? So
yes, easily. Well, no, that's the other way. They're in the morning over there in Europe. You got to go. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, sorry. No, sorry. I don't know geography. You're right.
I'll tell you that right now.
Right. Tim Y back on. Tim, I sent you the email. Let me know if you got that email about getting your jersey. I see he's saying Najee. He's making fun of because yesterday I was getting the Najee name mixed up like I just did earlier with the Kendrell Bell thing. And I was saying Najee Davenport a couple times, but fortunately, Bill Wyshynski was there to correct me each and every time for Najee Harris. I'm on the ball today, Tim. Thank you very much, man. Berm is here, Bermuda from the Steeler Nation site. Kevin McCautry over there on YouTube. Love our Steeler Nation forum members chiming in and joining. Roll Tide over there by Kevin McCautry. We've got so much fun. Drunk Cope, drink up, Cope. Yeah, I will there, Berm. You know it, man. So yeah, this is what we're, no, I'm not wearing diaper-roos yet today. I'm going to have to figure out what is going on for the bathroom situation, but hopefully it's not too much of an issue. We'll figure it out as we go, Steeler Nation, but I promise you, I will not have my video active if I have to use it. So that is fine. And I won't be in this room. So
yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah. And right here, before we're starting up the show, I've got a video to share with us with all of Steeler Nation. It is the third segment of the interview that we had with Bryant McFadden on Thursday, and he's going to talk about his situation coming in and out of the Arizona Cardinals. Great interview. So right now, Jordan and I are going to shut off our video so you can enjoy this fantastic video from Bryant McFadden. Hello, Steeler Nation. We are back with our third part of our interview with Bryant McFadden. Bryant from CBS Sports and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We love having you out here on the show, and thank you so much for being part of our Steeler Nation draft broadcast show.
No problem. Thanks, man.
Anytime. So I wanted to get into talking about when you left the Steelers in the 2009 season. You ended up going to the Arizona Cardinals, and to me, what is most interesting was a lot of the old coaches for the Steelers, Coach Wiz, Coach Grimm, were already over there in Arizona. So, as well as some players that have already been playing with the Steelers as well. So,
Yep.
What was it like transitioning and going playing out west in Arizona with all those familiar faces?
It was different because I was a part of a new organization. I was a part of a new fan base. But what made me comfortable was seeing some familiar faces that I saw my first few years in Pittsburgh. You mentioned some of the names, you know what I mean? Especially the head coach and Coach Wiz. So that made my transition a little smoother than normal. But it was different. You know, I was so accustomed to the Steeler way, the tradition that we have, and going elsewhere, you kind of see things from a different perspective. And it was a good experience, but it was very, very short-lived because I was only there 1 year. But I can tell you this much, it was great weather. You know what I mean? The springtime is ideal. Summertime is too hot. But, you know, in the fall part, you really enjoy the elements of real good weather. But it was a good experience. Sometimes it's good to see things from a different set of lenses.
Excellent. And then Steelers loved you so much and hated having you away. They ended up trading you for you in the next draft and bringing you back in. And then lo and behold, you're the lucky rabbit's foot. You go back to the playoffs and go deep again and go to the Super Bowl. So what was it like the third time going to the Super Bowl, playing there in the Fort Worth, Dallas area?
Yo, I've been saying that for a long time. I felt like I was the rabbit foot.
Yeah.
My rookie year, we won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
My fourth year, we go back to the Super Bowl. I get traded. The Steelers even make the playoffs that year.
Right.
Then I come back. We make the playoffs. We go right back to the Super Bowl. I was like, well, y'all should just keep me around and just have me on a roster just because I think I am the good luck charm. You know what I mean?
It.
But it was a good feeling. The bad part was we didn't win it. And I don't like even talking about that Super Bowl because remember, up until that time, anytime we made it to a championship game, I only experienced the winning side. Yeah. Never experienced the losing side. And that was the first time that I had to experience losing in a championship game. It still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth today. And not just about losing, that Super Bowl was crappy. It was an ice storm in Dallas. We couldn't really enjoy it. Yeah. Couldn't really do much.
Couldn't go out.
So it was a crappy Super Bowl when you talk about the weather conditions. And it definitely was crappy for us because we lost.
And I remember I drove up from Houston in the ice storm that I think the Friday before. And I think that's probably I'm a kid of the East Coast. I'm used to driving in ice and snow, and there's nothing like driving on ice when they don't have any salt to treat it. They throw sand on it. It does nothing. You're right. You couldn't go out till everything melted, and it wasn't melted till about halfway through Saturday. But by then you guys are already practicing, getting ready for the Super Bowl. Really didn't have a whole lot of time to go out and do anything fun, unfortunately. But thank you for at least sharing your Super Bowl moments, all of your moments with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And one last thing I want to ask from you, because you also are one of the rare Pittsburgh Steelers that have been able to say that I had both Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin as my head coach. What was it like playing under those head coaches, and how did they differ?
It was a great experience. I learned so much from them, just from their football mind. Some of the things they used to tell us as motivational pieces are just educating us. You know what I mean? I feel like I can go out and be a coach just based on my time being around those two individuals. One guy is in the hall, right?
Yep.
Mike Tomlin, is safe to say, will go into the hall.
Yep.
And I won championships with both coaches. You know what I mean? So play for two coaches that will end up, when it's all said and done, in the hall. And, winning championships for those said coaches was unbelievable. I think the difference would be not too much of a difference. They both are defensive-minded coaches. I think that one difference is BC, Bill Cowher, loved special teams a little more than Mike Tomlin.
Okay.
Remember, Bill Cowher used to be a special teams warrior. You know what I mean? So that was a very, very important part for him. Not saying it wasn't important for Mike T, but Bill Cowher, when he talked about special teams, when he got geared up for special teams, it was important. It was a big deal for him. So I think that's probably the difference between those two coaches. But I respect those two guys so much. And like I said, they taught us so much. I feel like my football career, just the people that I was around, I feel like I was in football heaven. In college, I got coached by the legendary Bobby Bowden, along with the legendary Mickey Andrews as my defensive coordinator. I go get drafted to Pittsburgh. I get coached by Bill Cowher. Then the freaking legendary DC and Dick LeBeau, right?
Yeah.
Hall of Fame, right? And then BC leaves, and then here comes Mike Tomlin. You know what I mean? The new heir apparent hot head coaching face of the National Football League, a guy who's yet to have a losing season in his head coaching experience. I mean, what better personalities would you want to be associated with as a player?
Wonderfully said. I mean, 2 Super Bowl champions, 2 Hall of Fame coaches you played for, another one with Bobby Bowden. I mean,
3. You don't forget
Dick LeBeau. You cannot forget Dick LeBeau. You're right.
Yeah.
Great correction. But Bryant McFadden, BMAC, thank you so much for being part of our draft show. Tell Steeler Nation how we can follow you and how we can keep up with you during your awesome broadcast career here with CBS Sports.
Yeah, follow me, BMAC_Sports Talk, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Clubhouse. You can follow me and watch me on CBS Sports HQ, highlighting everything draft-related, getting ready for the upcoming season to talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers, fantasy-related content, gambling-related content. Also, check me out on my podcast that I'm the co-host of with my cousin Patrick Peterson, called All Things Covered. If you like listening to podcasts, give us a shout. Let us get your ears. If you like watching podcasts, let us borrow your eyes for a few. You won't be disappointed. Some of the former Steelers that we've had on, Juju Smith-Schuster, Mike Tomlin, Mel Blount, and Jerome Bettis, to name the Steeler guys. But we've had a plethora of other influential sports personalities as well, and players. So give us a shot. Like I said, you won't be disappointed.
Well, I'll be checking it out. Steeler Nation, you check it out as well. Bryant, thank you so much for being part of our conversation. We love having you for the Steeler Nation draft show. And anytime you want to come back and contribute, we're happy to have you, man.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And there we go, Steeler Nation, class act. Bryant McFadden, fortunate enough and generous enough to provide us with 3 segments for the entire draft so he could chime in and be part of our process. So always great to hear from the Steeler Nation alumni. And I'm going to be asking Jordan to come back in here to the show as well And we have Sean McGowan also in the waiting room, one of our great writers here at SteelerNation.com. Now you're drinking. Well, before I invite Sean in, what are you drinking right now? Because I'm always interested because you're such a craft beer hound, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd. This is a double IPA from Celestial Brew Works. They're down in, I believe, Dallas.
Ooh.
And their cans are always just so clean and beautiful. And it's very, very good. Big secret in Idaho 7 hops, if that means anything to anyone.
Idaho
it doesn't
7,
mean anything to me.
That's a rare hop. That's not a hop blend, a hop type that I hear of often. You know, usually you get your Citra, your CTZs, your Centennials, your
Mosaic,
Cascades, Amarillo. You got those are the norms. Like that's a new one. The Indiana hop. That's an interesting one. And here I want to show
Idaho 7.
Idaho 7.
Yep.
Okay, I can't wait to try that. Here is something special for you, Jordan. I've got a koozie for my drinks today, and it's the old
Winter
school,
Classic.
Yeah, the old school Winter Classic, and I love these because they're like sock koozies, so they expand.
Awesome.
I can put them on crowlers and bombers. I'm like walking around with this little like thing around the bottom of my bomber sometimes, but it works perfectly, and I love how it expands and I'll be using it on all of my drinks today. I'm not going to start drinking until the first draft pick is had, and I will have a drink for every single draft pick, which means by the end of the show, you will see G.Stryker if you tune in.
Heck yeah.
By 7th round, that's really the only reason to tune into the show. We'll be having fun. We're talking, and we'll just be having some drinks.
I mean, God, Roger Goodell was hammered last year by the final round. He was out. So
I love how like this was Roger Goodell. Like he was phoning it in, and he's like, and the next pick.
Yep.
Who the fuck?
He didn't even try to hide it. He was so over it.
Sean, welcome to the show, man. Finally happy to have you back, man. How you been?
I've been great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Awesome.
It's the first time ever being on a podcast, so this is all kind of new territory for me, but really excited. It's nice to talk to you guys. Even though I've seen your faces because I've watched the podcast, but being able to talk to you guys in person is nice.
Nice. Well, welcome.
It's good to see you.
To the show. Yeah, it's been too long, Sean. Obviously, and which DMR jersey are you wearing? Now, hang on a second. That's the year that T.J. Watt, Connor, Juju Smith-Schuster all came in the league. So it's probably one of those jerseys, correct?
Yes, it was that 2017 year, I believe, when they were all rookies, right? I'm actually wearing Juju. Very excited.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Very excited about the re-signing.
I think nobody was happier than the ladies about the re-signing when Juju came back.
Gosh. But I was doing a little dance watching Yinzhers when you guys were celebrating. I was excited.
Me too.
Yeah, we were.
I just think his leadership, even though he's a younger guy, it speaks volumes. And although I think the production may not have a crazy amount, just because I do believe in Chase and Deontay and even James Washington, but I think Juju just adds like a fabric of like personality that you can't replicate. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like he's just him, and it boosts guys. You want to be around that guy.
Nice. Oh, that's I mean, obviously, because he's just a great, and plus taking the pay cut to stick with us. It's just such a class act, and the community work that he does around the city. Anybody that states that Juju Smith is a TikTok showboater doesn't understand Juju Smith-Schuster at all. Because this guy is going out in the community. He's delivering food during a pandemic on Thanksgiving. He gives back to the community in more ways than most people that come through Pittsburgh. And that is something that the haters in the Steeler Nation world that try to say they're, Steeler fair and balanced Steeler broadcasters, but they're not. They're just haters. Yeah. And you can only play the heel so long. Otherwise, you just look like some one-trick Filipponi.
Yep. I like
got him.
Absolutely. That was a big got him moment. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And you know what? Like, and I think charity work is charity work. I think people, always like, you always say, oh, like, why are you recording it? To me,
right.
Maybe you are trying to build a brand, whatever, but you're still giving back. And honestly, I feel like I've seen so many videos of Juju, like a person just recording him, like, oh my gosh, it's Juju. Look what he's doing. He's giving back. Like, he's not just always making TikToks or making video games. And if you hear, I remember it was after his rookie year, he was living in that house, the Phase house, I believe it was. He was they said his routine, he was just a workhorse, and in his downtime, that's when he would, I feel like the focus never shifts off football for him, but he likes to enjoy his life. I just think like anybody else would.
And it's so foolish to try to pretend like we're not living in a world of technology. And I think that's what they're doing. They keep approaching it from this angle of like, well, if he would just stop, dude, every single person has a computer in their butt pocket now. Like it's the way that the world is working. Like social media is a thing. You can't get rid of it. Videos of everything, also a thing. You can't get rid of it. Like it's part of being in the public eye these days. Like having your brand is a thing. And we're seeing that immediately with Najee Harris. Like he's been posting about like different, oh my God, the word escapes me now, but he's like partnering with other businesses and stuff. Like it's just what they do. It's what they have to do. And it's smart. It's really smart to have that be a part of who you are and your business. Like it, I don't know. It really is very indicative that they are unwilling to adapt to the culture that we exist in now, because it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay.
If anything, it's only gonna keep heading in this trajectory. And I didn't mean to cut you off there, continue, but like, it's just it's silly to act like this is like a knock on the guy because he's trying to market himself. It just it doesn't make sense to me. And he's now I believe he's turned 24. I mean, you're younger than I am. I'm 24. You know what I mean? It makes me feel weird saying that, but it's the truth.
Wait till you get to my age. Everybody's younger. Oh my gosh. Even Tom Brady, that young kid out there winning Super Bowls. What's up with that guy?
And also, I just have to say, I'm so excited about Najee Harris. I was jumping up and down in my living room. I mean, we all,
pumped.
It was just, and I was watching you guys at the same time. I felt like I was That's why I was like, oh God, I wish you know what I mean? I was like, Stryker, can I please get on the podcast? Like, I'm dying to celebrate some picks with you guys.
We're happy for you. Like we said, it's been overdue that you haven't been on the podcast, because I want to have all of the writers, everybody on the podcast to highlight you, to highlight your incredible work that you do for the site as well. So, it's so awesome to be able to share these moments with Steeler Nation and the great writers and contributors that we have over there. I mean, we really have just an awesome, fun group. And I haven't met a single asshole yet other than myself. So everybody else, I mean, it's a great, fun group of people to work with. And you definitely all keep me going, because it's tough. Like, I will not lie, Steeler Nation. It is tough to do 5-6 hours in a row. And the only way I get through this, we get some great comments from you that make me laugh. They keep me energized. We have great people coming in and out and contributing on the show that keep me energized, because that's what you need, especially for Marathon Day today. Day number 8.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, you've been going like a machine, Stryker. I mean, oh my goodness. Got it. I don't know how you're holding on, and you're still looking great. The outfit's always on point. I mean, my gosh.
I'm a gamer.
I tip my cap to you, sir.
John, I am a gamer, and I'm a hockey player. I'm known for my endurance. I'm a goaltender.
Okay,
and
there you go.
I played back-to-back games. I played 2-hour marathon games straight, where you're playing 8 games in a row. It's, even though it's less time, it feels like more work that I'm doing that for 2 hours, goaltending for 2 hours. But something like this, like I'm prepped for it. That's what I do. And my love for it, my love carries me through this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Same thing happened last year when COVID hit and there was just nothing to do. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? I'm like, well, the draft's coming up. And I'm like, Justin, I want to do some video stuff for the draft. He's like, okay. I'm like, cool. So I started doing some simulcasts. And at the time I had my computer shooting Facebook, and then I had my cell phone next to me shooting our Twitter. So that was the old school simulcast. It's like coming through 2 different things, but I just jump on before the draft and then for the picks. and then jump on right before the picks. We talk about it, and then everybody start chiming in. We all react on Twitter and on Facebook comments, and I'd be able to verbally interact with everybody because nothing was linked to my keyboard with my phone. So now it's so much easier. Everything's like one spot for the comments. And Jordan, I know she's following at least over on Facebook as well. Anything coming in from Facebook?
Not yet. Let me see. I know that.
Okay.
Yeah. The Jags are on the clock. It's saying they're on the clock.
Yes. Great.
Yeah. So nothing yet.
So we'll throw to them. I'll have you interrupt me today then, Jordan, while you're on the show. If any draft picks happen, any trades happen, jump in, say, Stryker, shut up. This is going on right now. Because technically we're supposed to be reporting the draft.
Love it.
Draft, but this is from the Steelers' perspective. We will have moments where we just completely disregard the draft because we're either going to be talking about who the Steelers picked, or I'm going to
they picked
some highlights.
So we're in. All right, Jacksonville picked. They got a defensive tackle.
How do you pronounce his last name?
Go
ahead.
Tufele? I had no idea.
Tufele. Well, it's used that he opted out last year, so he didn't play in 2020.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, there you go. We're rolling.
And Sean,
I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm gonna be attention here, but I have that as reference here.
Great. Yes. I'm gonna have Jordan give us the updates, and she's running it, so I'm not gonna know. Sure. I'm gonna keep my ESPN stuff off. So
love it. I'll keep an eye on it.
My lips are sealed from here on out. I apologize.
And Sean, do you want to update the spreadsheets? I can give you the permissions, and you can update the spreadsheets on our big boards and our top 150.
Yeah, absolutely. Send it over, and we'll get started.
Great, because you have a Gmail, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes it so much easier.
We have it on Google.
I'm going to give you the permissions on the Google Drive now. I'm just grabbing your email now.
Okay, awesome.
So we're all good to go. And you're getting some nice comments over here, Jordan. Jordan is definitely invited to the party. That's Kevin McCautry, Bermuda Steel over there on the Steeler Nation forum. Thank you for the welcome. He's an awesome guy. I love talking with him over there, and he always loves BMAC.
Kevin.
Well, he was booing your choice of beers being from Dallas. He said, and we got Robert back on, Cooley Man, with a nice fuck Goodell. And thank you. That's probably the longest we've gone in the show without saying fuck Goodell. So yes, this is not your network TV show. We will swear, especially when it comes to the Führer Roger Goodell.
That guy
treats the NFL with his
weirdo. God almighty. So over it.
Yeah, I'm also over it.
Yeah. Matt Stefanese saying, "You're looking good, Sean."
Oh,
Matt?
Yeah, it's my buddy. Thanks, Matt.
Awesome.
Yeah, a few buddies might be chiming in here and there. They're excited that I am coming on. I have a good friend group, very supportive.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Couldn't ask for better friends and family.
Okay. So I'm adding you to the big board now.
I try to convert them all to being Steeler fans. That's the only.
Right. That's
tall task, my friend.
Entire childhood.
Listen, I just always tell everyone when they're crying about their Giants and Jets and whoever have you, I have plenty of jerseys ready to give away.
Right.
I'm right here for you, and I'll always be there.
Nice.
Ready to root for the best franchise.
All right, you've been added to both of the spreadsheets. So what we're doing on the big board, Ben's big board, is we are just de-highlighting or what's it called with the fill, resetting the fill to make it white if somebody gets taken on the big board. And then on the 150, we just add them in on the left-hand side where they are and where they get drafted.
Right now, I'm on Matt's rankings. Let me see. My computer is slightly slow. Just bear with me.
And the first person taken again, Jordan, who was that? In which school?
Where was he from?
In what position?
Let's see. He was a defensive tackle.
Okay.
Where did he go? He disappeared. Come on, bring him back. This ESPN app is not very intuitive with how
not.
it's
Yeah,
going.
I click on the round and I just follow it by round because the draft,
Yeah.
it only shows you one.
USC.
Okay.
USC. And then the Jets picked, they grabbed a running back, Michael Carter.
Okay. Great. Is that your? It sounds
North Carolina.
Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, so 90. It would be line 97 for Jay Tufele for USC on Matt's board.
Mhm.
So he was the 97th ranked player on his board.
Okay.
And then you just add the team, the round, and the pick, just like it is above it.
Awesome.
And I'll get him.
I'm,
I'll get him on the big.
Am I only on Ben's board? Am I doing both Matt and Ben?
If you can do both, you are the man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I reset Jay on Ben's board just right now. So everybody following along, guys, you can see these spreadsheets that we're talking about at home in real time as we're updating them. Go to SteelerNation.com, click on the day 3, and if you go down, it'll give you links to all of these spreadsheets so you can follow along, see how they're updating, and see how the people here at Steeler Nation still has some good talent ranked highly on these boards that, maybe the Steelers might pick one of them.
Okay, let's see, D-tackle. Okay, so
Go Steelers from Let's Toast Media over there on YouTube. Go Steelers. What are you saying, Sean?
I'm sorry. I'm just want to get it right. That way I don't have to ask anything.
No, go ahead.
On Ben's board, am I just taking him off, or am I you said I'm highlighting?
Yeah, you see what I did for Jay down here. If you go to where Jay is, you see it's white.
It's on Ben or Matt's?
On Ben's board, on the colored board, the big board.
Okay.
So on defensive tackle, column I, row 27.
Okay.
It's that's Jay Tufele for USC.
Yes.
I made it white.
Yes.
All you do is click on the name, or you click on the box and you go up to color fill, and you hit reset, and it just turns it white.
Okay.
And that's how we take them off the board. So we still know that they're there where they were placed on the board, but if they're not on a color, it means they're inactive and they're off the board.
Okay. Okay. So I'm filling them white for each one selected.
Correct.
Okay. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Matt's board,
on
Matt's board.
Yeah.
So with Matt's, am I? Because I see it's more grouped by the. Okay, I see the rankings now.
So if you go down to line number 98 for Jay Tufele, I'll set it up as we're doing this. He'd be round 3 if you're on line 97. So we'd say round 3. What pick it was, I don't know. What's that pick number for round 3? The total.
Actually, round 4.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we're day 3. Round 4.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. And then the team that he went to, I'd say Jacks. So I put the Jacks there, and then you can just slot in whichever pick that is. So number that pick is, and you're allowed to jump on since you're on here, updating everything. You can have your draft stuff open so you can figure out and slot stuff in the right spots.
All right, and the Falcons made their pick as well. Darren Hall, cornerback from San Diego State.
Ooh.
So yeah, we're rolling.
I wonder if he's related to Delta Hall. That was one of the cornerbacks that went right before Ben Roethlisberger was drafted.
Wow.
Back in 2000 and
memories.
04.
2004 was when Ben was drafted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because that was one of the guys I wanted. I wanted Hall, or I wanted Donta Johnson, or not Donta Johnson, the Robinson. It was the other cornerback, and I think he went to Jacksonville. First 2 picks right before we were going to pick, because cornerback was a big need. But nope, Ben Roethlisberger fell to our lap instead, and the rest is history, Steeler Nation. 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 wins. It's been a great ride with Big Ben.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so good.
So good.
And I'm hoping for a sequel. I wanted a sequel to that trilogy.
Oof.
Yeah, that's right. The final, to round it out, what would that be? It wouldn't be a sequel, the third part of the trilogy, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Who knows?
I don't know. We know what we're talking about. It's fine.
We don't know what we're talking about. That's
We
the fun
don't.
part of the show. We're fans. We're having fun. We know a little bit, but we're having fun. We're trying to provide some entertainment so you guys just don't have to watch the crap that everybody else has to watch on TV. I can't stand watching those shows. They just get boring after a while. And if you've seen a few of them, nobody's going to say anything bad about anybody. Nobody's going to say anything about Mel Kiper still having hair like that when he obviously shouldn't. And nobody's going to say fuck Adele. So that's what we do on this show.
That's why we're here, right?
We are fitting a need for Steeler Nation and for fans of any other team. We've had some Eagles fans jumping on here too. I've had some Bills fans on here.
Hey,
so,
welcome.
There's a Sean McGowan here saying, "Great job, son."
That'd be my father. Thanks, Dad.
Nice.
Wow,
So
you're related? That's awesome.
Yeah, that is my dad.
So you are a legacy. What number are you, Sean?
I am junior.
Junior. Okay, the second.
Yes.
Will you keep it going?
Undecided. Kind of just letting that one answer itself, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, Tim Y, go ahead and shoot me another email address. If that one's not working out, I'll pull it off and then I'll tell you when I got it and you can delete it again. That worked out good yesterday.
I'm looking for I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble with the big boards. I'm trying here. I'm looking for Darren Hall, who was taken by the Falcons.
What position is Hall's a cornerback. So if you go on the right hand side, sorted by position,
I'm over here.
Yeah, go to cornerback.
I don't think he's on his board.
Okay, so if Hall's not on the board, what we do is we add him to the bottom.
Okay. Yep, absolutely.
And the pick is in from Tennessee. They picked what did they do? Wide receiver from Louisville, Des Fitzpatrick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Still a ton. I mean, that's the thing about college football now. The wide receivers are just so good and NFL ready. I mean, it's no, crazy thing to note that the Steelers are so good at this. I don't know why we're so good at this, but they tend to be, we tend to pick the right ones, but they're deep for just about every other team, especially these past couple of years. This team's finding talent all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I like Popeye over in Cleveland, who went late. He was one of my guys that I was trying to target last year, wide receiver late in the draft. Cleveland picked him up. He made some big plays against us in the one game. Actually to extend first downs right there around the goal line. Yeah, so it was he did a great job for them. And he's that one of those tough receivers that I love, like that Hines Ward type, and Avant type that go in there and make the dirty catches and keep the chains moving.
Love it.
Yeah, no, me too.
Love it so much.
I mean, that's even like when we drafted Deontay, third round. I to be honest, I really hadn't heard much about him, and as soon as I watched the tape, I was just like, they did it again. They absolutely did it again. Those rascals.
You son of a bitch. Yep.
Brandon James Wallace, our editor over on Facebook. I'm seeing Facebook now saying, good seeing you, Sean.
Who was that?
That was our editor, Brandon Wallace.
Oh, hey, Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon. Love you, man.
What's up, Brandon? You're the man, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, Brandon, you're welcome to jump on if you ever want to. I know you got all the links, but whatever you want to do, man, it would be good to see you too. If you want to hop in for a bit. Robert C., Mr. Cooley Man over there at the forum at SteelerNation.com. Striker, a drink for every pick and a shot for every Steeler pick. That's not the type of marathon I want to do today.
You don't? You sure?
Nick Kiss.
Not a bad marathon.
Nick Kiss said to spread them sheets.
All right. We got a pick from Cincinnati.
Ooh. All right.
Offensive tackle, James Hudson.
Is that their second tackle
Cleveland?
Oh.
Yeah, he's from Cincinnati. Sorry, I got the origin and the destination jumbled, but yeah.
Yes.
Browns picked an offensive tackle from Cincinnati, and his name is James Hudson.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And Dimmy McGowan over on Facebook. Let's go Steeler Nation. You got your whole fan club here.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I said they're very supportive. They're excited that I was hopping on when I told them. So they all wanted to tune in.
That's awesome.
Yeah. No, like I said, I couldn't ask for better friends and family. They support
so cool.
everything I do. Yeah.
Oh, Sean, you're going to be highlighted here. Your dad is telling you to tell the story about how your dad became a Steeler fan.
Good stuff.
My gosh. I mean, he tells it better, but this is what as I understand it. My grandfather, who is from Pittsburgh, which is why, because we're all from New York. I'm from New York, but he moved here. He's the reason. Him and my grandmother, the reason we're all Steeler fans. Apparently, when my dad was a kid, he was watching, I believe it was Steelers Dallas. I don't think it was the Super Bowl. It might have been, but I don't think it was. And apparently, he made a comment that he liked the look of the team with the stars on the helmet. And my grandfather said, "Oh yeah, you like stars?" Slapped him so hard. He said, "Man, now you'll be seeing stars. You root for the Steelers." And apparently, it's history ever since.
That is an amazing story.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah.
And what
Luckily, I never had that. Luckily, I didn't have to have the same introduction. I kind of was just on board since I can remember.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's a classic. Yeah, no, my dad's side, we are all diehard Steeler fans, and sort of like, I'm sure as you guys know, it's kind of like a religion at this point. You know?
Yeah. There's no other way. You see your dad screaming at the screen. All day to a team, and you're like, "What the hell's going on over here?"
Mm-hmm.
And then it just becomes.
Mm-hmm.
And I still like, my heart does not go like. It palpitates, it freaks out for Steeler games, just like it does when I'm playing sports.
It's
like
ridiculous.
I'm getting a full workout. I'm sweating just sitting in my chair drinking beer. It's insane. And then of course, like I scream at the TV like an idiot. But that's
my blood pressure is never okay during the Steelers.
Fortunately, I don't have
always at risk.
Hypertension, maybe not high blood pressure, but
I don't have it unless I watch the Steelers. It magically appears for about 3 hours on a Sunday.
All right, we have another pick in from Cincinnati. This is actually from the Bengals. Cameron Sample, a defensive end from Tulane. So there you go.
Nice.
Now, I have to ask, what do you guys think about the Bengals' first pick, Jamar Chase? I think it's a good pick, but I really think they whiffed on Sewell, I have to say.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't take Sewell because he's sitting there on the board. He ended up dropping significantly after that too.
Yeah. I think that honestly, it's just a very tangible piece of evidence that like it separates the Bengals from the Browns, because now our division is very competitive, and even just having Joe Burrow be a member of the Bengals makes them better. But their draft strategy is a little suspect, and the way that they're approaching building a team is a little bit suspect. And the fact that they went with a wide receiver who just happened to play with Joe Burrow, I think that they may have gotten a little bit swept up in the nostalgia of it. I don't know if that's the right word, but I think they got a little distracted by the wrong things, and they could have made a much better selection to protect Joe Burrow, especially coming out of a season where he had that insane injury and he was down for the count because he wasn't protected. And I think that it just proves Cincinnati has a much longer way to go until they become a legitimate contender or threat in the AFC North.
Yeah.
Which is fine with me, but
contender is a long way. They got to work on becoming relevant.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
And Isaiah Dugan giving you a shout out too. Dugan, Sean.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Awesome. Mr. Hammers. So what are we looking at today? Cornerbacks, linebackers. Do we go BPA on either side of the ball? Definitely go D. What's the rub? On my spreadsheet, I rank the depth chart needs. If you look on the left-hand column, I've got positions that are still highlighted in bright yellow. Those are my targets today. The only one that we're still looking for a starting position, technically quote unquote starter. It's not technically a position that has a starter, but nickel cornerback is a huge need for the Steelers today that was not addressed on day one or day two. So I think that especially if Cameron Sutton is playing edge for us, we have no nickel corner on the roster. So for me, we've got to get one. We got to grab a nickel corner. That's number one for me. Edge corner depth, and you got outside linebacker depth, of course, edge behind TJ and Alex Highsmith, who was nice enough to kick off the entire draft show programming with us on day one with Jordan and myself.
I was actually watching that, and wow, I'm excited for him. I'm sorry to continue, but I am so excited to see what his future holds.
Nice.
I'm a big fan of that young man.
And then for me, just some tackle depth, offensive tackle, and possibly trying to throw another, either safety, wide receiver, or inside linebacker that plays special teams. It's basically all you're looking for. So it really doesn't matter about their position, but somebody that can help out on special teams. If it's a wide receiver, I want them to be returner capable. I want somebody to be Ray.
Yeah.
And possibly so DJ doesn't have to return kicks and punts.
Yeah, he's
we have another pick. Detroit selected Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but he's a wide receiver from USC. Yep. So there you go.
We don't have to pronounce it correctly. Steeler Nation does a great job of correcting us, and they help us out.
Thank you.
So, but this is what we do. We're trying to report the best we can, guys. And, coming up, we got at least back over to the Steeler Nation, having fun over here. Mr. Hammer's lots of great talent left on the board. I'm 3 drinks behind Cooley Man over there. Yeah, we're more entertaining than those damn quote unquote experts. And that's essentially, we're the same. We are the same as experts. They do some research too. Don't get me wrong. They do a lot of time. A lot of them will engulf themselves. And even Mel Kiper, I make fun of his hair. I don't make fun of the fact that the amount of work that he puts in to try to rank players, because that is a tremendous amount of time and effort to do that. And that's how he got to be known. Because before he was just some guy that did it, he was the only guy that did it. And then when the draft started becoming a television thing, they're like, this crazy guy, we got to get him on because he cares about the draft. We don't. But everybody else has a teleprompter. Everybody else has writers. They're reading off of screens. They're told as soon as a draft pick comes up, bam, the highlights loaded. Bam, their screen is loaded. The teleprompter is showing them exactly what to say to make them sound that they know exactly what they're talking about. And they're just like us, really. Like, I can read a screen, but like, we'll go over and we'll start downloading some or going to the webpage and finding the draft scouting reports on some of these players that the Steelers draft. But we're not going to be disingenuous about it. We're not going to pretend that we know the guy if we don't know the guy. But we will do what you do as Steeler fans. We look up, we will inform you. I'll find some highlights, we'll play some highlights, and we'll have some fun with it.
And we do have fun.
Yeah.
The main thing.
Cooley Man says he can't wait for an argument between drunk Cope and drunk Jordan. I don't think Jordan's going to get as drunk as me today. She has to leave early.
Probably not.
She's got a game to go to. Is somebody picking you up, or you got to drive?
I'll drive, but I'm driving to a friend's house on the North Shore, so we'll walk from there. So I do have to pace myself because I'm obviously going to be drinking at the Pirates game tonight, so I have to be mindful of that. So probably one and done for now, but we'll see. We'll see where the day takes us.
Yeah, great.
Who are the Pirates facing tonight?
The St. Louis Cardinals, and they lost last night against them. I want to say 7-2 or 7-3. So that increases the chance of them winning tonight, hopefully, but we'll see.
Isn't it funny when you go to a baseball game, you almost hope that your team lost the night before so they win when you go?
Yes. I mean, for the Pirates in particular, because they're not that great. Lose before I get there so you can win when I'm there.
Right. Yeah.
Except for the Pirates, they go on streaks. It's like 2, 3, 4 losses, then they get a win.
Right. Yep.
And I will always repeat this. When people ask me who my favorite Major League Baseball team is, I have to say the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm a Central Pennsylvania team, but the Pittsburgh Pirates have always been my favorite minor league team.
Ouch.
Burn.
Ouch.
If they didn't provide so much talent to the rest of the league, I wouldn't call them that. They're essentially
they do though. That's always been their thing.
Baseball, and it drives me freaking nuts.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, big perfect example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And my mom actually went to school in the late 60s with Eddie Ott, who was the catcher for the championship Pirates teams. and got to go to a game in Philadelphia where the Pirates were playing. And this is back when you were allowed to walk right up to the dugout and yell into the dugout and be like, "Hey, Eddie, it's Kathy from Muncie, Pennsylvania. You in there?" It's like, oh, it comes out, says hi to my sister, myself, like it was just like a thing. You were allowed to approach the dugout just like you can do it right now for like minor league. But back then it was like, they didn't have any security. It was just like, hey, you just approach the dugout.
Right.
The only
Completely
person running
Different time.
Yeah, it was. It really was. But yeah, that's when I did love the Pirates for the longest time. Though I did in that game, I was 4 years old and I actually fell in love with the Philadelphia Fanatic. And the Philadelphia Fanatic became my favorite part of baseball for the longest time, which is why I was a big fan of the maroon and baby blue Philly jerseys back when Mike Schmidt was playing for them. And I do have
those are clean.
Yeah. They're like that. I don't know why you'd ever move from that color scheme to go with red and white like every other team in Major League Baseball.
Boring.
It's boring as hell. Yeah, nothing. There's no, and that and the old what was it? The old muted rainbow by the Houston Astros. Used to love those jerseys too.
Yep. We got another pick, by the way.
Okay.
Derek Barnes, an inside linebacker from Purdue. He's going to Detroit. So they had back-to-back picks there, and they're addressing the defense. So, I mean, they have a lot of issues. So
yeah,
they covered the spectrum and still not really even come close to getting
Joseph
to the team. But
nice. Joseph Gone giving you a shout out too, Sean. And your dad also said, great telling of the story, son, even though my version is way more graphic. Lol.
I had to keep it light for the podcast, Dad.
That's awesome. Oh, no, you can go as hard as you want. We have fun here. And Robert saying kids never get the story right.
Hey, we have another pick already.
Wow.
Atlanta Falcons, they selected Drew Dahlman, a center from Stanford.
So
there you go.
Actually,
off the board. Yeah.
I feel like the Falcons have actually had a little bit of a solid draft. I have to be honest. They addressed their offensive line, which has been kind of rough. And I mean, getting Kyle Pitts, adding to those weapons. I mean, they got weapons. You can't, it just depends what Matt Ryan can do with them at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. And Robert, you got the spelling wrong, but the idea right. He's saying fuck Philly, but when you spell fuck, when you have Philly there, you have to spell it with a PH. So that's always the way you have to refer to it.
Of course.
Yep. It's the only way.
Yeah. Mr. Hammer saying, I hope it's Carey for us. And he fits a slot scheme like what Hilton did for us. And that's what we need too, Mr. Hammers. We need somebody that can fill that slot and really help us out. And, hopefully if somebody's there at that area when we're picking here coming up, that would be the fun way to enjoy it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to grab some info here because I've got to shoot some info to Tim Y. I got his new email, so I'm going to shoot you this email, Tim. I'll forward it over to you. And you tell me if you get it. I'll tell you when it's forwarded. Everybody gets parts of the behind the scenes. We have no directors. We have no makeup, hair design, no wardrobe. I put this together myself every day.
Which is impressive. Yeah. Stunning. Well done.
But we still always think about what we're wearing when we come on these shows. Sent. There's Tim. Try this one.
I just have one quick question. With Matt's board, am I just leaving the 150 as is and marking the ones that are drafted?
Yeah, you can add numbers to them if you want, just to continue the numbering down with them. That's not a problem.
Okay.
All right, Tim, I got that email out. You let me know if that comes in across so we can communicate and get you that jersey. Tim was our winner yesterday of the signed Devin Bush jersey by Total Sports Enterprises. So he was super excited. We love that I was going to give it to the 100th comment, but he was 99, 100, and 101. So it was easy to find out who had the 100th comment. And he definitely chimed in a lot yesterday. We had a lot of fun talking with you, Tim Y. So you deserve that jersey, man. Wear it with pride. Today we're going to be
Congratulations.
Yes. Today we're going to be giving out a Steeler t-shirt from SteelerNation.com. And I will bring up here from Steeler Nation. Let's go here to the page and I'll share it with everyone. Steeler Nation clothing. We got awesome stuff over here at SteelerNation.com. And I don't know why that ad popped up, but I'll get rid of it. And let me share the screen so you can see the awesome stuff that we have over here. And you get your choice. Today is winner's choice. So anything that you want off of the page today, t-shirt wise, is yours. We got 4 different flavors of the Yinzhers Podcast t-shirts. If that's what you want to go with, we have the Steeler Nation Podcast t-shirt logo here, as well as the Steeler Nation logo, made in Pittsburgh. And then we get into the fun ones. We got Steeler Nation. We got the 6-pack Steeler Nation right here with the 6 Lombardis inside. Love that one. The defense for Steeler Nation, showing fans how to rep since 1933. The terrible towel t-shirt. And over here on page 2, we have a couple more design. We got the Champions, which I freaking love that shirt. That's one I have as well. And the Oh Mama shirt. Everybody knows where that from? Oh, mama, can you hear that whole time of the law? Yeah, I don't know what they're saying, but
It was beautiful. Wow.
I like your rendition better.
Those are the syllables. They're around there somewhere. So I know, but there's nothing like hearing it live in the stadium, and it does pump up the crowd. And the terrible towels don't get waved harder than anything, except for after a freaking renegade moment at the stadium. So it's I don't understand it, but I love it. I get into it when I'm there, and it's just it's awesome to see.
Yeah,
We got the next pick.
Okay.
Dallas Cowboys selected Jabril Cox from LSU. He's an inside linebacker.
Ooh.
Rolling right along onto pick 11 with the overall 116 New York Giants are on the clock.
I have to say they're getting pretty deep at that inside linebacker spot. The Cowboys. They got Van Der Esch, Smith. They got Parsons now. This guy. I mean, they have some nice depth there. I can't knock them for that. I don't like giving them a lot of credit, but I definitely got to give the credit there. It's not a bad pick.
And Jordan, are you hearing Sean come in a little slow, a little choppy?
Just a little choppy, but it's not crazy bad.
I'm clean with you, Sean. You might want to check your internet settings. Because right now I was getting it's been kind of consistent. It just does the crackles in and out. But yeah, if you I don't know how close you are to your Wi-Fi, or sometimes you just have to reset it. I reset everything before show because I just don't want something to screw up. Yeah, but if you want to do a pop off and just do a reset and come back on, and we'll see if that helps out everything.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'll join back up. Yeah.
Come right back. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah, because I was hearing all the delay too of us talking with him, and you and I are real time, and it's clicking for us. So we'll get that.
So it's probably good.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed and him coming back, and we'll have a great time. So all your Sean McGowan fans, don't get upset. He'll be back here soon.
He'll be back. Okay.
Dang it, Zoom.
Oh,
yep.
Another pick.
Oh.
New York Giants selected outside linebacker Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa, not Ohio.
Okay, Ellerson Smith, the outside linebacker, so probably an edge.
Yeah, probably.
Ellerson Smith, he's number 84 on the board for Matt. Yep. So
okay.
Round 4, and I'll highlight this so that can get done. And you said he went to the Giants? Great. And what's the pick?
Overall, 116.
116. I popped it in.
116. Let's go.
And we'll swing on over to the Ben's big board for the edge players. He had Smith rated in the 4th rounds, hit him spot on, high 4th round pick. But it looks like there might be a lot of good players still left on the board for it. I'm not sure how updated this thing is because just hosting and trying to communicate everything in and out. And we have heard back, Steeler Nation. We are in communication with a Steeler that was just drafted, and we are in communication with their agent where they may join the show today if they have some availability. So one thing to look forward to, one of the fun stuff, and one of the things we get to offer is, bringing you a special surprise player, should that be able to come to fruition today. But since we're in here for the long haul, we got a good chance of it.
Yeah, we are. We're here.
If he's available for any portion of that, that will be amazing to meet that new Steeler. And I'm keeping it a surprise, just because I don't want to get everybody's hopes up before we know who's coming on or not.
Right.
And that's it there. Nice. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to look up some highlights from Pat Fairmouth. I want to run a highlight of him because I think we got a new one welcoming to the Steeler Nation, and I'm going to shut down that so we don't have to hear ads. And as soon as I get everything queued, I'll set it up and shoot that over so we have something to watch. We can comment over top, or you can take a break too if you need to run for a break. It looks like 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So I'm fine with whatever you want to do, but we'll start this up. And if it's some of the highlights that we saw yesterday, there's some amazing. Pat has some amazing highlights.
He does. It's insane.
All right, Steeler Nation, here we go. I'm going to share my screen. Let's take a look at some Pat Fairmouth highlights. Let's shut the sound off. There we go. Throwing deep, taking a shot, still churning. That's a Heath Miller play right there. Leaning forward for the extra yardage, doing the tough stuff. Shrugging the defender there and laying the shoulder on the sideline. Nice play on the outside, and he stretches. It looks like he might have gotten in on that play. It was close unless his foot head out of bounds. That's it. Looks like a routine cross. I like these. These are quick highlights. Low grab, went down and got it right around his knees. Tough catch. And finishes the play, gets some extra yardage there by being physical. As the guy dragging him by the jersey and falling off of him. That was absolutely fun. Oh, I saw that highlight yesterday. Hit huge, hanging on to the football, securing the ball, extending the play, moving the chains. Big play. Here we go, getting him at the line of scrimmage, bailing out the quarterback on a play, getting a first down on a big 2nd and 10. That's a nifty play. That's making something out of nothing. He shifted. He is tough to tackle. Going up, high pointing the ball. I love when receivers turn around, high point, jump, get both palms on that football with the thumbs and the index fingers, because you got the least amount of chance of dropping a football if you get both palms on that ball. Beautiful catch. And he jumping high pointing to do it. That's a nice hit and diving for the end zone to make sure that he landed in the end zone with the ball before he came down. Look at that. Yep. Diving. Hits a 4-yard, putting the hand down. Oh, yeah. The knee touched when the ball was already crossed. That was great. That's a great play. The angle of inference is off there. That's a touchdown. That's the geek in me. That's the science geek. High point in the ball again. Nice catch. Facing the ball, both palms. That's the thing. Tight ends always do that. Tight ends have better hand mechanics than just about any other receiver on the field, because they're always have to catch that ball in tight traffic. So if you don't have perfect hand positioning, when you get hit, you drop those footballs. He was wide open on that play. That was a blown coverage. Nice play, though. Way to get behind the defender. Not sure of his speed. I don't know if anybody hears what his speed is. Steeler Nation, if you want to chime in, if you know his speed, pop it up there, and I'll state it off of the chat. Oh, that's a nice deep play. Wow, you don't get that deep. Oh, no, he's short of the touchdown. That was a good tackle. Good play, high pointing, making sure he catches the ball, falling into the end zone. Perfect. This guy's getting me excited. Especially when they fight. I love to see receivers fight for that end zone, fight for that first down. That's a big fight. That's a Gronk play right there. Going through two guys right there. Boom. 1, 2, keeping the hand down on the ground, knee up, extending touchdown. That's a beautiful play. High point with one hand, fending him off with the left. That's a beautiful catch. There we go. Back to the end zone open, making play action. That's what we see in the NFL a lot with Ben. Play action, quick strike right down the middle. So great highlights from our player there. And we're excited to be able to at least see, how he's going to be able to work and move here for us in Steeler Nation. It's, for me, I'm excited. I'm excited after seeing those highlights. You excited, Jordan?
Oh, absolutely. He looks so good. Oh gosh, it's going to be awesome to have that. And not that Vance was an underwhelming tight end by any stretch, but like he's a playmaker. Pat is a playmaker. And I think that his ability across the board is really going to add some weaponry to the Steelers and their offense. So
yeah,
I'm really looking forward to that.
I am too, because you can never have too many weapons
for
Ben Roethlisberger, especially if this is going to be his last year. Thank you very much, Robert. Some more time, the 472 at the 40. So that's great. Appreciate that, Lito. So you guys see, I know Steeler Nation comes into the clutch, make us sound like we know what we're talking about. Excellent stuff. This is our production squad. It is Steeler Nation. You guys are providing us with the information that we need to make everybody have some fun here on the podcast. Great. Tim got the email. Thanks, Tim. I was making sure you got it. We can respond back and forth on that, brother. So congratulations again for winning that Devin Bush jersey. And I know you are the envy of Steeler Nation today. So cheers, man. Oh, Kevin's asking what quarterback now is better than we have on our roster. Zero. Yeah. As soon as Trask went off the board, there was no chance of us taking a quarterback. We're not taking any. We already have 4. That's usually what Steelers go to training camp with anyway. And picking up Haskins, he's essentially the draft pick that we had. And we got him for less than a draft pick. He's on a futures contract, league minimum. So we'll have to see what he does. Thank you for the sweater love out there, Steeler Nation. Robert, it's finally coming back through because I know I get busy and then don't get to read everything. Brandon singing Renegade lyrics there for us, getting to type them out. Much better. It's, "Oh, mama, I'm in fear for my life from the long arm of the law." Okay, I guess that's what they say. Sounds good to me.
That tracks.
That does track. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate that. And this is why we have fun. Cowboys were a bunch of Cox grabbers there for grabbing Cox, it sounds like. Thank you there, Robert C. You guys, I know your mind is always in the toilet, but we love hearing it.
My gosh.
Cheers for the love there, Berm. We've been doing it. We're on our 3rd day now, so it almost seems like we kind of know what we're doing. Just try to let it flow as much as possible. Yep. Yeah. So did the highlights chime in? Let me know how the highlights looked. And if you're able to hear me, because I've got some more highlights queued up. We'll talk about Kendrick Green here in a couple minutes, because I want to run that highlight too before we pick. And where are we at? Because the Steelers are still pretty far down, aren't we?
Yeah, we're about 6 picks away. Jacksonville just selected, so we're on to pick 122. The Steelers are pick 128. So
okay, great.
Oh, and the Bengals just selected. So yeah, now we're on to pick 123 with the Eagles. So we're coming up on it pretty quick.
All right. Well, so then let's go ahead, and I want to run the highlights before we get our newest Pittsburgh Steeler. I want to run the highlights of Kendrick Green. So this is a nice short one. It's going to be about 2 minutes, it looks like. So let's go ahead and run this. So all of Steeler Nation, so we can all kind of get excited about Kendrick Green too. Let's watch and see what Steeler Nation highlight videos has put up for Kendrick Green. So thank you very much to Steeler Nation highlights there for putting this up. They do a good job, and they're usually in here on draft day a lot showing highlights. shit. Take off my bookmark bar. There we go. He's highlight, got the circle. Oh, pancaked. And Sean, I'll be admitting you. Sean's in the waiting room. I'll get him in after the highlights. There we go. Left guard there. Pancake. That's a nice pancake. Put some syrup on that pancake. Looks like he grabbed him around the shoulders, but he threw him like a rag doll there at the end. Strong kid. Head on a swivel. Look at him. Like that. 53 at the center. Nice snap. Looks like they're playing Penn State there, so you got to play against good talent in that game. Good defenders. They've got an awesome defense, so that's good to see. Left guard again. Completely sealing and controlling 79. That guy's a load. Left guard again, looks like. Getting second level, and wow, that was a night. He blocked two guys. Quick shield block, and then getting the second level. Boom, touch, boom, sealed out. What a hole. Oh, beautiful play. That's what our running game needs. Oh, no, you're not going to bend me. I'm going to bend you. Oh, and pancake. Who wants to go to IHOP? Number 93 wants to go to IHOP. Pancake. Boom. Left side of the line. Left guard. Holding his line. Pancake. Laying on top of him. Left guard again. Looks like kind of block him low. Might have got a little grabby there around the hips, but definitely took the guy out of the play. You're that low on the play. You're not going to get called for holding. Left guard. Highlight. And this is what he primarily played. He primarily did play left guard, though he did play center in the Pro Bowl, or not in the Pro Bowl, but in the in his bowl game. The actual center got hurt. He stepped in. He did a fantastic job, and so it was nice to be able to see a position flexible guy, because we need some depth help too at guard. We don't know where we're going to be filling this guy in. Is he going to be the automatic heir apparent? I don't think so. They're going to probably try to run with Hassenauer or with who's the other guy we have there? BJ Finney. Yeah, the old Steeler.
Yeah.
Team. So they got some chances for him to at least make some plays and come back in. How you doing, Sean?
Good. Let me know if I'm better. Hopefully I am. I just reset the router and I'm doing the spreadsheets on my cousin's laptop because I think the switching over was overlapping with the connection. If it's not, then I can switch to Zoom on hers.
Sweet. Oh, so you are coming in a lot cleaner. I haven't heard you chop.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like Max Headroom sometimes. You're like,
yeah.
I don't know if that's if I'm dating myself with that reference. The old heads over here on Steeler Nation remember the Max Headroom reference.
Oh my gosh.
Stuck in the box. I know you've probably seen like memes and stuff on that, but yeah. That was an actual TV show that we used to watch. Back in the day.
Just trying to get back on track with the spreadsheet as well right now. I'll tell you what, the picks are flying in.
I did one on there. I highlighted it. You can
They are now.
So you see that one.
We are not too far away from the Steelers pick.
Yeah, coming up.
We're not.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Mr. Hammers is pumped with those watching those highlights of Heath Jr. That's great to hear, Hammers. Thanks, man. You've been a big part of the show here last couple days. I'm going to give you a shout out specifically too. We see you. We love you, man. Great comments and great ads to the show here. And Mr. Nick O-Time saying, who's excited to see Canada's offense in full swing with these playmakers?
Me.
My hands up.
For sure.
This is what my daughter does in her virtual class.
Amazing.
Yeah, we talk about it at the top of the show too. Najee Davenport. I did not realize that Najee Davenport was such a good receiver. I didn't give him the credit. I just assumed he was a screen circle route behind the line of scrimmage safety valve receiver. He is not. He is a legitimate down the field chain mover. So kind of different. Like Le'Veon Bell is definitely the best receiver we ever had as a running back. But he is the next tier behind that. And I was even one that I fully state that I think Le'Veon Bell could probably play slot receiver in the NFL if he wanted to extend his career. But it's something that he never thought of. He's still trying to be a running back, and he did well enough last year. So
Yeah, I
He
mean,
did the Super Bowl.
yeah, he did, and I feel like he almost. I thought they didn't use him enough. Honestly, I was kind of surprised. And I know they had the high draft capital in Edwards-Helaire, but you got Le'Veon Bell. You got to use the guy. And I feel like in the moments that he played with them, he shined. I remember there was a game against the Saints, I believe.
Yeah.
I know he scored and he was making guys miss, and he kind of maybe not like prime Le'Veon Bell, but he looked good. I thought he looked very good. And I don't hold anything against Le'Veon. I still root for him, kind of.
Yeah.
A good guy to a degree.
I get that.
Yeah, no, I don't really.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Exactly. I mean, with Antonio, he's not he who shall not be named.
Yeah. Yep. And Kevin McCautry over there laughing at the Pats taking Rodimore Stevenson at running back. You got to let us know why that's funny. Not sure if he's supposed to be good or not. But saying Bengals also get a definite run stuffer. And Shelvin, you're like a mini draft analysis person here helping us out. So we appreciate that too, Kev. Thanks for the highlights. Thanks for saying the highlights came through good. I was making sure because I'm never sure, at least on the post end, how they look, but I'm glad that they're coming through. You guys can see them. You guys can enjoy them as much as we do when we're watching them. We can all watch it together. So I'm going to be, so that we'll move forward as we get picks. We're going to talk about their picks. We're going to get our reactions, and then we'll find some highlights and find some the draft pro scouting stuff and stuff from the combine, stuff to get excited about. Cause that's what we want to do as fans. We want to get excited over our next Pittsburgh Steelers. And I've already got my drink ready here. I cracked it early. I don't know if you've had this one yet. It's the PBR coffee.
I've heard of it. I haven't had it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, because starting the show, I need caffeine. So nothing like having caffeine and alcohol mixed together, because I get crazy when you put me on caffeine. You guys probably
brilliant combination.
I was like getting more and more energized as the show went on because I started drinking this crap.
But it's definitely some combination right there.
It's tasty. It doesn't taste like a beer. It tastes like a coffee. It tastes like
so good
alcoholic coffee. And my favorite part of a coffee, which is like an iced coffee. I don't usually drink hot coffee. I'm going to take shit now from Cooley. I'm more of a tea guy. I'm a peppermint tea dude. I'm a chai tea dude. I like tea. I'm an Irishman, so we have our put our milk in our tea and lots of sugar, lots of alcohol. Works.
It's a great combination. I'm an Irishman as well.
Yeah, we go.
Nice.
Put a little bit of the Irish whiskey in my tea and have a good morning. Top of the morning to y'all, Steeler Nation. Over here, this is G.Stryker reporting on the Steelers. And we love to drink the Irish coffees, the Irish teas in the morning. That's actually the only way I will have coffee is if it's an Irish coffee. And I actually started the pandemic. I was just so freaking just like, okay, I'm done. Every morning, Irish coffee, whiskey and Irish cream, my coffee. And I did that for a month. I put on my COVID-19, and now I've been slowly kind of peeling back the layers of what was formerly known as Stryker, the COVID Irish coffee drinker.
All right. Good for you.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a fun time, though.
I'm about to say that doesn't sound like a horrible thing to go away from.
I tried to make it a party starting off, Jordan and Sean, and I stocked literally. I went out because all of my events started getting canceled, and that was before anything shut down. So I'm like, this is going to be huge. My events have never been canceled like this. I went out to the store. I had 18 cases of beers, all of my favorites, locked away in a cabinet. And I'm like, I am stocked for this lockdown. When the pandemic,
oh my God,
I can go out and get more beer. That beer was gone by June. I was like, I'm drinking too much. Like I was drinking 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on the day. I got away from myself. It was like, it was the way I handled the front end of the pandemic. I handled it as a good Irish drinker, to tell you the truth.
I get that. I was having breakfast beers. I was like, I don't even know what to do with myself. I
mean, come on, they call it a breakfast stout. So obviously I have to have this for breakfast. Did you
at least try it?
Right. Did you have any of the brunch pack from Flying Dog?
No.
The brunch pack is epic if you can find it. There have 4 that, when you find like a variety pack or something like that, or a specialty pack, there's always like 1 or 2 beers that are like, 4 off the chain beers. One was an Irish coffee stout. Excellent. One was a drink called Toast Bob Crunch Pants. It tasted like Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh my God.
One was a mimosa beer. And my favorite was their Bloody Mary beer, which was spicy as F, and it tasted like a Bloody Mary. I was effing amazing.
Wait, what style was it? Was it an ale?
It's an ale. It was a salted like ale. I know they put salt in it, but they definitely peppered it.
Oh my God.
They're known like for their Heat series, Flying Dog. Like I love that series. If you've ever had any of their spicy beers, they'll put scorpion peppers and stuff every once in a while. They'll throw a lot of stuff where you can actually feel the heat of it. And I'm also crazy on peppers. I'm a 2 million Scoville rating guy. I actually sprinkle ghost pepper and stuff on my food because that's what I've worked my way up to.
Wild, dude.
Many layers of the crazy Striker that we're getting to know across these many hours of joining us on the show.
Listen, by day 3, this is your third straight day, everything just starts coming out. They're gonna
for sure.
Right. Are we getting close to the here?
Yeah, so it looks like Indy's still on the clock. I have yet to see their pick. Oh, their pick is in.
Okay,
so we just have to see what it is, and then we're next. Yep.
Okay. So what are we thinking, Steeler Nation? I mean, like I said, I'm thinking nickel corner at this point. I'm seeing if this is updated, I'll let you know exactly who I like. Cornerback-wise, Elijah Molden has to be off the board. That's the guy I wanted like round 3. I don't think that was updated. Yeah, he was definitely off the board. Melanfuo from Syracuse, I thought he was off the board too. Kerry Vincent Jr., there's another prodigy, I believe his dad was the Vincent that played for the Eagles. But could be more of an edge player. I'm just speculating now, but thinking for me, where they're going to go, nickels high, outside linebackers high, tackle depth, or maybe some inside linebacker depth. What are you thinking, Jordan? What would be your preference, I should say? Because my preference is nickel.
I would love to see that. I honestly might love to see them get another guy on the offensive line just because they got some weapons and then they selected a guy who's going to be the center. Like, to have somebody else, just one more pick maybe to fill in there. But at the same time, the Steelers do a really good job of scouting for that position. So I wouldn't be surprised if they hold off another round and then select a guy that might be a sleeper. And they do go someone like nickel, corner, some depth on defense, because that tends to be an area that they don't scout as well. So if there's somebody that's available that they know is probably going to be gone by the next time they pick, that I could see that happening. But since it took them a couple rounds to get to the offensive line, I also wouldn't be surprised if they doubled down on that and went with a guard or tackle in this round.
Kevin saying he'd love Stone Forsyth over here on YouTube. Kevin McCautry, thanks for the input on that. Anybody that you prefer here, Sean, or what way would you like to go?
No person in particular. I'm honestly kind of with Jordan on the offensive line depth. I just think, especially after like how last season went, I think the more competition, the better for camp. And I just think, I mean, these guys, you know, we had some injuries. We had a Filer go down. We had a Pouncey get COVID. We had the Castro. I mean, with that lower body, you know, that I feel nagged him all year. Yeah. But I also agree with you on the corner. But I also want to see us get some outside linebacker depth. I really do. I think Watt and Highsmith obviously are, you know, Watt's elite. You know, I think he's the best pass rusher in the league. Highsmith, I think, is a budding talent, but after that, I mean, what do we have? Cassis Marsh.
Yeah, Cassis Marsh.
No disrespect.
All right, we selected an offensive tackle from Texas A&M, Dan Moore.
Wow, you were spot on, Jordan. Look at that. The newest Pittsburgh Steeler. Wow, that is great. And think about that, Steeler fans, Steeler Nation. We went 4 straight offensive picks.
Yeah.
First 4
Yep,
picks of the
we sure
draft.
did.
Wow.
And we filled every single need that we
I
had
think we
on
needed
offense.
to.
And
Yeah, I think that it needed to be straight offense for the first handful of rounds because of how much of a weak link the offense was last year. Across the board, we had a lot of issues on offense. And the only reason the defense started to kind of falter there towards the end was because of not only injuries, but because they were always cleaning up the mess that the offense left them.
Yes.
Coming in, they were constantly on the field because we would just go 3 and out, turnover. So like it was just not an ideal situation for them at the end. And that doesn't mean that losing Bud and losing Mike Hilton, like that's still a big deal. We have some very key players that we lost on defense, but we also, for the most part, kept the defense the same. And I completely forgot that we lost Steven Nelson too, but I think that having Cam Sutton there to flex in, and we still have Joe Hayden and we still have Minka Fitzpatrick, and Terrell Edmonds has been on the up and up the last couple of years. Like, I think that the biggest problems were on offense, and the fact that they addressed those straight through the first 4 rounds, that's very encouraging to me, at least.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, I feel like you said, like there's definitely some missing stuff, but also, I mean, during our win streak, the offense was still putting up. Well, they had that run of like 20 some, I think it was like 25 points every game. I mean, like the talent is there, and just shoring up the line and getting a guy like Najee. I mean, I was watching the highlights from I don't know how to pronounce his name, Frymuth.
Yes, we're still there. Anybody from
Fairmouth?
Fairmouth, is that his name? Yeah, I actually, I mean, I was reading he has no drops in the red zone in his college career. I mean, I think that's exactly the kind of guy we need. I thought it was a little bit of a polarizing pick when I first read it, but then I was like, you know what? We did need tight end depth. Vance is gone. And this is a guy who, I mean, it looks like he can block. He looks like he likes to finish blocks, and he's a red zone threat. And I think, that's all we have, guys that can stretch the field. We need guys that can score and finish drives. Yeah. So I like every pick they've made so far. I have to be honest.
Good. And that's the problem with tackles, though. It's tough to find good highlights on tackles.
Yeah, for sure.
Very true.
Like a lot of team highlights. Maybe I'll go to one of these because he played for Texas A&M, right?
Yes.
Left tackle or right tackle? I'm going to have to look that up.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that information out.
Hopefully left tackle is what I'm thinking, because I think that would be the best, because we don't have any left tackle depth.
Yeah.
A little bit more on right tackle side. I know that Coward said earlier when I interviewed him, he's comfortable playing right tackle. So that would be nice behind Zach Banner over there on the right-hand side. But left-hand side, you really don't have a lot of question marks, and that's Ben's blind side. So definitely good that they addressed it.
Yep.
I'm trying to find out which side of the line he was on, but it's proving to be very difficult. Left tackle. Boom.
Perfect. That's exactly.
There you go.
Awesome. I'm going to update my depth chart. I'm going to de-highlight left tackle. Let's pull that down. And we dropped our. Alrighty. We got this to low now. From high to low. And if he's a swing tackle, he fills 2 spots. Yeah. Jones was the only other left tackle we had slotted on our team. And I'm going to be sliding him back a slot to 3rd string. And I'm going to put our new boy, Dan Moore, here. Right here in the 2nd string. So that's good.
Yeah, no, I think
that's great.
Yeah, definitely. So now I think they start trending towards defense, and maybe it's like special teams guys, some guys that they're diamond in the rough picks. I feel like you could call them. We have another pick coming up here in the 4th, right? We don't have a 1st round pick this year.
Yes.
Yeah. So, well, first we have to at least let's Steeler Nation. Everybody, get your drinks ready, because this is what we do when we have a new player for the Pittsburgh Steeler. we're going to get our drinks ready. We're going to have a toast to Dan Moore Jr. Dan, welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Welcome to Steeler Nation. Cheers.
Boom. Happy to have you.
Welcome aboard.
So exciting.
I'm boring today. I apologize.
You are
So
not.
good. I had nothing there.
Oh, well, I just started drinking alcohol, so this show's going to start getting really exciting here for us. Because I'm getting alcohol and caffeine at the same time. And thank you very much too for the love. There's still some more love on the Don Cherry sweater. My wife got me this for Christmas. It was one that I always wanted. It was always too expensive for me to buy. I couldn't justify it. It's got some nice patches on it. It's got like a Pittsburgh Steeler 33 patch here. Over on this side, it's got a nice symbol. It's like the best. And I love like the ugly sweater stuff. I got a 1933 here on the arm. On the back, what does it say on the back? I think it just says Steelers.
Yep, just Steelers. Right. But that's enough.
I won't stand up. I'm wearing my Steelers shorts with my outfit. I've been wearing shorts all weekend. The man behind the curtain. There you go. I think a lot of you guys, if you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, I showed the picture of the side by side of what Yins see in studio and what studio actually looks like. So that was the side by side when I was wearing my Bermuda shorts on day one because I couldn't find my Steeler shorts. I finally found them today. And this is what happens to me when I drink. I get very stream of consciousness.
Love it.
So I'm coming down through here. So people wanted Vincent. Wouldn't mind Rakeem Boyd from Arkansas. Offensive tackle has higher value now. Forsyth from Florida. Offensive tackle from Kevin. Vincent Forsyth. Tight end. Yeah, we weren't going to take a second tight end. I just didn't see that happening. Vincent or Moses. Not yet. Pick is in. This is exciting. I get to watch you guys experience it now.
So fun.
That time, Cope. Dan Moore Jr. There we go. Tackle. Dan Moore? Question mark. Yes, we got to talk about it at least a little bit. And like I said, I found some highlights now that we know that he's the left tackle. I'll start playing some of these left tackle highlights for us so we can watch the left tackle spot, and I'll point it out at least with the with my what's it called? That thing on the screen that you move around with your finger.
Your mouse?
Well, the mouse is the actual component. It's the cursor, I think it's called.
Oh, the cursor. Yes. There you go. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
One of those cursory things that we discuss every while here on the SteelerNation.com.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I've got my highlighter right here in my ear. I didn't know I had that there.
Perfect.
Excellent. I haven't had my screen on here for a bit. I've been looking up stuff and reading all the fun going on here in Steeler Nation. So let's take a little break here from studio. I'll start showing some highlights. It's 10 minutes. I think I'm only going to show about like a minute or two. But Steeler Nation, let's start looking in on our newest player, Dan Moore Jr., and some of the highlights here that we have from Texas A&M. Screen, Texas A&M. All right, and I'm talking. And here we go, left-hand side. So here we go. We're getting the running back. So it looks like he's right here on the edge, closest to us on the screen, standing on the first. And I'll start playing just to see what it looks like. Nice wall block. Of course, the play's going to the inside, shielding him out nicely. Didn't continue on the play. Kind of let his guy back in there. I want to see you keep going to the whistle. That's what I like to see. Yeah. There as well. Oh, got an interception. Wasn't his fault. He blocked his guy. Okay, so left side blocking on the number with the 3 there. Had him twice, keeping away from the quarterback. Quarterback makes a play. All right, left side again, staying on 33. That's a running back number. Man, I hate that shit. But still providing time for his quarterback. Good job there. That is a great highlight. Even though the play broke down, I'm going to bring this one back again. He switched 2 plays on this play. Let's come on back. So now he takes the first guy in. He sees the stunt, comes over, takes the second guy on the stunt, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do because that guy would have came untouched. The first guy that he touched made the tackle, but he absolutely made the right play. That is an excellent play by a left tackle.
Yeah, I feel like to me that shows he has good instincts. You know?
Yeah. With that stunt, his guard should have taken the guy that he let go.
Right.
again there. He's getting a double team help there. And this is against Alabama. So, like, this is some freaking this is the highest talent you're going to get in college football. And he's holding his own. He's looking pretty good here against a tackle that's a defensive tackle or defensive end that's going to be an NFLer probably, because they don't put that. No, that wasn't a very by number 33 there. Yeah. 99 got walled off nicely. Oh, quarterback taken off. I'm taking a drink for that one. That was nice. Because the rule is I have to finish my drink before the next pick. So this is going to get fun.
Oh, boy.
I missed that one. I was drinking. Matt, can you imagine if you're watching highlight shows and this is the way they're just approaching it? That's nice. That was a speed rush on the outside. Walled him off. He took that bend down and used that bend against him with his long reach and good feet. I really liked that highlight there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it sounds like I know what I'm talking about. Other times I'm like my cat jumps in my lap.
Right. Yeah. No,
Just following the flow of the play. He's not a fast guy. He ran a 4.19.40, but he's known for his size and his blocking. Okay. Not known for being able to lead the blocking. And there that was actually a quick move. Yeah. I like the way he got back on that speed rush there.
Yeah. It seems like he may be a little bit of a project, but I mean, we
need a starter. We need a depth.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, but it looks like a quality player. Like from what I'm seeing here, we'll watch a couple more highlights and then we'll switch it off. There's left side. Couldn't really see what happened on that side. There's a lot of action going on the top left. Now he's at the bottom or at the top. So no, he was at the top there. That was a nice blitz off the other side. That was not his side. Yeah. He was blocking on the top left. Now he's coming around. Was that a pull? I don't know if the tight end pulled or if he pulled on that one. It's on 8, so it's probably the tight end.
Yeah.
On that play. Okay, yeah, it was definitely not him.
Yeah. Okay.
He slowed down his guy enough that he couldn't get to the play, get to the quarterback. And 3 more. Left side. Good block. Good job walling off. That was a good protection of the quarterback there. He got back there, but can't get through. You can't get through your left tackle. You're not making a play. Not even a pressure. That was a great play. Left side again. Control. Man in front. That's nice. And last play, because we can't watch the whole game. Pushing in the run game. And he didn't go up his hole, so not a big deal. Awesome. So at least we got a little bit of a look at Mr. Moore being able to play against the top team in college football, a team of all pros, essentially, college all pros. So at least for my first look, I'm starting to get a little bit of excited about this guy.
Yeah, I definitely felt the same way.
And how are you looking on picks now, Jordan?
So we're on 133. Steelers are 140. So New Orleans is on the clock. We're just waiting, and we'll see.
Great.
Yeah. But you said you have to finish your drink before then. So.
Oh wait, how many drinks do you have?
We have 6 after this one.
Okay, cool.
Or 7, I guess. No, 6. Yeah.
No problem. I didn't have you scheduled until 3 Eastern time. Or Morgan. We're talking with Morgan from Yinzhers. She and her dog Luca, who's a beautiful dog. The vet, she's having some problems throwing up a little bit. So our prayers go out to Luca because she's always in on the podcast as well. If you watch them, you know that big German Shepherd behind her. So prayers to Luca. Come back here, and I hope you get everything taken care of so we can have you back in here soon.
What a sweet little baby boy.
I know, especially when German Shepherds get to be that age, they just love you. That's just like, I'm just here to love you.
When dogs are sick, it's like the worst thing to ever witness in your life.
Awful. It's so sad.
It's traumatizing.
Oh my God.
Truly traumatizing.
They should live forever. I know this is a total sidebar, but dogs should live forever.
Oh, at least longer than us. So we don't have to do it.
Yes, agree.
My gosh. After you get the puppy out of them, you got a couple years and
this got depressing.
It is. It's okay. Let's stop talking about depressing. This is a draft show. We should be excited. Wow, this show took a turn. Day 3 took a turn.
All right, back to the draft. The Vikings are on the clock. So 134, Steelers are 140.
Awesome.
Do you think they're going to go defense this round?
Got to.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the tackle was there that they wanted. So
yeah,
kudos. I mean, this is tough. Like we said, I've never seen the Steelers go 4 straight picks for one side of the football ever. Ever.
Yeah, but it shows that they have a very real awareness of their need on offense, and they're willing to, because like they didn't do a whole lot in the free agency period, which was to be expected. We knew that they weren't going to do anything super splashy, but there were a lot of moments where it was like, do they care at all that this might be Ben's last season? Like, what's going on? So to have them go into the draft and attack it this aggressively, knowing exactly who they want every single round and getting that guy and solidifying that offense, that's very encouraging. And it feels like, okay, maybe they knew what they were doing all along, and I should shut my mouth and stop being so critical.
Yeah. No, that's. Oh, how am I losing it? I wasn't looking at the screen there.
You're right.
Yeah. So it's for me though. It looks like Steeler Nation is a little bit all over the board, at least for the pick. Got to at least have water for your toast there, Jordan. I think Robert C noticed you not drinking there on the Steeler Nation toast. Calling you out.
I know. I got something else. We're good.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So for the next one, we're good.
I mean, I know this is your first rodeo. I got my cooler right next to me, Jordan.
Oh my gosh, you're so smart. I was just so underprepared.
Well, this is what I do for a living. I plan. So like I plan events. Like I have to have
professional planner
in row. So I was like, and unfortunately, like I was doing so much. We had so much issues behind the scenes with the restream crap, with the Facebook crap. I mean, I didn't think I was going to get a shower. I got in a shower right at the deadline, and I'm like, damn it, I got to get all my food and drinks down here with ice on it, and keep my beer out in the second garage and the external garage. So I don't always walk to it easily, but I got a lot in here today. I'm not walking today for beer.
An occupational hazard of being a planner.
Right. I do have 7 beers in there. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to drink all 7, but I'm going to have some beer.
I think that you should have all 7. I'm a bad influence, but whatever.
By the time I'm definitely going to have. I forgot. I have to toast for the undrafted rookie free agents because I am staying on the program after the draft through the undrafted rookie free agent scramble. That last hour after the draft. When we get to find out who those last picks are going to be, though the Steelers have done an excellent job of grabbing these 5th year college players that did not get drafted, that got to come back and highlight themselves on pro day a year later after this pandemic. And they picked up they picked up 2 receivers, I think. And they were getting some of these players that they would normally have gotten at the undrafted rookie free agent signing period. They were going out, they were signing them on the spot. And that was a smart move by Kevin Colbert. The year before we did it by signing XFL players because they were available. So we didn't have to pull in as many people because we had a lot of film on those XFL players. So interesting tactics, the way that the scouts are going about filling out the roster here. So there's much less need to have to really scramble to get people that you need here at the end of the draft for undrafted rookie free agents.
Yep.
Tim Wise asking if we had tried to get Tunch or Wolf on yet. Not yet. I'd love to speak with either of them. They're just great, fun people to talk to. Kind of like Dave, who we had on yesterday. Dave is just a fun person. We can talk on any topic, have a great time, and just great personalities with Tunch and Wolf.
Tunch, I love Tunch.
God, who doesn't?
Oh my God, I love him so much.
Tunch.
Big fan of him.
What about Dylan Moses? Does anyone know about a Dylan Moses?
No.
I will start looking him up.
Yeah.
Because we're getting an ask for what do we think about Dylan Moses? It helps when you guys ask questions. Let us know the position because I kind of got to go through and find where Dylan Moses is.
So I'm seeing that he's a linebacker.
Okay. Oh, out of Bama.
Okay.
Yeah, I see that. We have him rated at least on Ben's big board as a 3rd rounder, 4th rounder. So late 3rd, early 4th. So good value if we can pick him up if we can pick up Dylan Moses. Definitely, I personally think that inside linebacker could be a position for depth, but the interesting thing is I'm going to go over our inside linebackers right now, and surprisingly, I think we're kind of thick there because we got Bush and Spillane, and I'm very happy with both of them starting. Backing up, you've got Vince William and Marcus Allen, who transitioned in from being a safety, and I thought he did a fantastic job in the transition last year. The other one that I love this guy, and he's been on the roster for a few years, and the only thing keeping him off of the field is injury. Is Ulysses Gilbert III? UG3, man, that guy.
Yeah,
he jumps off the page when you see him in preseason. Like he makes play after play after play after play, and I would love to see him come back. And we also have DeGray Scales and Miller on the roster as well. I think Miller was one of those pickups we got late. We did on a draft day. So for me, I almost think that inside linebacker might be an undraftable position of need this year.
Yeah, I agree. I really would like to see this season Gilbert stay healthy and get some reps.
Yeah.
We can do, because it feels like it's overdue, and I actually feel bad for him because it's just the injuries. It feels like, it stinks when you watch a guy who can't stay healthy. Probably trying their best, and it's just like out of their hands. So hopefully he can show what he can do. I definitely think Spillane was a nice surprise last year, even though
he sure was.
Even though
he was so fun.
I know that pick 6 in the Ravens game. I mean, my
yes.
gosh, that was something.
That was the game changer, set the tone of that game.
Yeah, it sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did. Especially because we were going in, I believe, over 5-0, or was it 6-0? I don't remember which one it was. And I was like, all right, like it's in Baltimore. It's tough. Like, I think they can pull it out, but if they don't, we'll, you're almost like, we'll get them back at home. Like if it's a close one. And then when that happened, I was like, nope, no way we're losing this one. Just no way.
Yep. It was electric.
It was. I miss football so much.
Same. Same.
And I'm talking back and forth with Tim Y. Finally, we got the jersey situation worked out. I'm just asking him if he's got a Twitter as well, because I'm pretty sure that Total Sports Enterprises would love to shout him out on Twitter too as a winner. Thoughts on Sean Wade? Soot chiming in on Twitter. Twitter in the house. Love seeing Twitter popping up too.
Oh.
Thanks, Soot. We'll look up Sean Wade if you can tell me what position he plays.
He's a cornerback out of OSU.
Okay. Ohio State. Oh, I wish we had Matt on the show. He's such a homer, and he's our draft from Ohio State. So for me personally, if he is a nickel corner, I am all over it, all for it. I'm not sure what type of skill set he has, but I honestly, to me, that's the biggest need we have left on the board is nickel corner. So if we're going anywhere in this draft, Jordan, you were right last time with tackle. I'm hoping I'm right this time with nickel corner.
I hope you're right too. Because again, losing Mike Hilton and the fact that their secondary was the weak spot, not that they were bad, but they were the weak spot on the defense last year. Like the front seven was so solid, but secondary was where if they were going to get burned, they would get burned. And I think that having a guy come in one of these middle rounds could really help them out with that depth. And yeah.
And we've been getting a lot of success out of our 4th round draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
Solid contributors. 2 of them last year with McFadden and with Big Dot that we had on the show day 1. Man, was he a pleasure to be with and talk to. So yeah. Scarecrow joining in. That's my guy, Sean Wade. Scarecrow, welcome to the conversation. We love seeing new names popping up and having fun with this. Also, Kevin McCautry saying Sean Wade, perfect replacement for Hilton. So I'm all in. Kevin, I'm all in then. That's what I want. We need a replacement for Hilton.
Yep.
I wanted that with Golden earlier in the draft. Obviously, it didn't fall the way that we wanted it. I'm happy with the picks that we got. I understand the commitment that we need on offense, and there's less of a need on defense. But that nickel corner, that's a glaring hole to me right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Mike Hilton, I feel like was one of a kind, and just the splash plays he made were so timely. It always just seemed to come right at the right time. And his ability to shed blocks. I apologize. And his run game defense was, for a cornerback, just outstanding.
Oh,
It's so good.
Mr. Hammer's also saying Vincent being a Hilton 2.0. And for me, if that's Troy Vincent's son, I'd be all over that. I'm not sure. Or Kerry Vincent Jr. I guess his dad would be Kerry as opposed to Troy. So that wouldn't make sense. Look at me figuring out things on the fly.
All right, we're a couple picks away. We got the Cowboys on the clock, and then the Bengals, and then it's us.
Wow.
Hurry up, Stryker.
I gotta finish my drink. Dang it! I still got some in here. My first drinks of the show have to be the caffeine because this is a long show. So
carry you through.
Right.
Yeah, and Soot's asking if we don't pick a cornerback, do we think James Pierre could fill in nicely? I liked what we saw out of James Pierre. He was so good last year, undrafted rookie free agent, made a splash in preseason and training camp, and they loved him so much they rostered him. And it's rare that we roster an undrafted rookie free agent at corner. Like, that's not a position that usually makes the team as an undrafted rookie free agent. Other than Mike Hilton. I mean, we got really lucky with Mike Hilton, but with Senquez Golston essentially being our draft pick that year, we needed a corner. So Golston ended up being the one to fill in nicely when we drafted for that position of need. And unfortunately, his injuries kept him from playing it down for the Steelers.
Yeah. Yeah, Pierre was definitely a nice surprise. I feel like he just really just like came out of nowhere too. Like those last calls, I was like, it's not bad at all. And especially in that playoff game, I feel like he it wasn't a great situation to be in at all. But I think he played as well as you could have expected.
Yeah,
given the
for sure
unfolding of events in that first quarter. Still hurts.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, but it's part of being a fan. You got to take the good with the bad. Unfortunately, all we can do is root. All we can do is root, and sit around and chat and talk about things for 20 hours. But other than that, all we can do.
Right. Of course.
Absolutely.
I think I'm going to make it. I think I'm going to make it through this drink before our next pick.
I never doubted you.
I didn't either.
Well, it's a good
you
thing
got this.
This is it's a slim can, but I think it still might be 12 ounces. Let me check. Did I say ounces?
Ounces.
Hear my Baltimore E's down here going downtown having some Pabst Blue Ribbon. Cheering our Joe Flacco. Go, Joe Flacco! That's Baltimore E's for you. I love making fun of that accent. It's my favorite accent to make fun of. And I do it all the time to my friends. It's hilarious.
It's gross.
But yeah, this is a whole ounce less than most beers. This is 11, but it's a
all right.
5%er. That's good.
Okay, so not crazy.
I won't.
It's a good starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But having two back to back, that's a nice way to start a show.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Steeler Nation, get your drinks ready. We got a new Steeler about ready to join the squad.
Ready.
As long as your name isn't Artie Burns, I'm sure we'll be fine. That was just unfortunate. The unfortunate thing in that draft was the Bengals jumping us to get Williamson. That we were looked like we were slotted in to grab him. And that's the second time in the first round we had somebody jump in front of us to take a cornerback that we probably would have drafted. The first time was Jets jumped us to get Revis Island before we drafted.
Darrelle Revis.
Yep.
Damn.
Right before Timmons draft, because everybody, like, I felt we were going to go Darrelle Revis, and if we would have had Darrelle Revis on that team, look out. We might have won a couple more Super Bowls. That guy was a playmaker.
Would have been wild.
Yeah.
Revis, Troy, Ike, all together. I mean,
Ryan Clark
and Revis. Yeah, with Clark and Troy. Yeah, that would have been unstoppable.
Man.
Unstoppable.
Troy would have had even more free reign than he already had.
Exactly.
And that's scary to think about.
But at least, like, in that situation, if we would have taken him over the Jets, he would have been in a spot where he wouldn't have had to have been the man, and he might have turned out to be a different player.
Yeah,
like, he had to be the man, and then he got full of himself, Revis Island, all this. Like, he would have just been part of a team. William
Yeah.
Jackson III. Thank you, Robert. Yes,
Yeah.
that was the guy.
Yeah.
And I remember we were all really high on him on the on Steeler Nation. Everybody kind of wanted him, and I know I was leaning toward wanting him. And you were one of the biggest, really pulling. I think you cried actually when William Jackson III was not drafted by the Steelers because Cincinnati. I remember
reports are in that potentially it's looking like the Steelers are going to select Buddy Johnson and a linebacker. But it's still showing that the Bengals are on the clock. So
okay, well we'll start looking
see. Yeah,
Buddy Jackson over here, linebacker.
Buddy Johnson.
Buddy Johnson. Thank you. Jackson was just who I was talking about. That's what happens with my brain. Buddy.
All good.
Johnson.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I don't see Buddy Johnson on Ben's board. Do you see that on Matt's board?
Let me take a look. I just what was it, Buddy?
Buddy Johnson might show up as a either linebacker or edge. I'm not sure which yet.
No, he is not on Matt's board.
All right, then I will Google Buddy Johnson.
Interesting. Yeah.
Buddy Johnson, NFL draft. He would be, it looks like another Aggie, back-to-back Aggie players, another Texas and A&Mer. Goodness. That would be interesting.
Another player to mention, as long as his name's not Jarvis Jones either.
Yeah.
That'd be just fantastic. No Artie Burns, no Jarvis Jones. Other than that, I'm okay.
Well, they're giving, yes. Yeah, they're giving him a higher grade, at least on NFL.com than we are over here. Good backup, could become a starter, is essentially where they have him rated. Strengths, team leader through actions and words. We love team leaders, good quality character guys. That's what the Steelers have been drafting lately, and I love that. I freaking love that. They're not taking anybody that isn't a high caliber guy or team leader or somebody that does something for the community. Excellent.
Right.
Durable and tough with experience inside and outside. Took a big leap forward with feel for inside linebacker position in 2020. Careful not to overshoot running back's entry point. Works hard to recover from missteps, get back into the play. Does dirty work to help the defense thrive. Physical striker and wrap-up finisher. Attacks the block with aggressive punch. Plays with alpha demeanor to control the action inside. See, those are things that excite me up. So let's hear let's hear the negatives. Steeler Nation, there are negatives to players too. Let's see what he says. Needs to get deeper downhill on short circuit pulling guards. Okay, whatever that means. Allowed Alabama's Landon Dickerson time to climb up and block him. Okay, well, Dickerson is a offensive tackle that went a couple rounds higher. Needs to slip blocks occasionally rather than always going to battle. Hip tightness hinders open field coverage agility. Okay, well, we're definitely talking about the fourth round, so that's understandable. Looked lost with coverage responsibilities at times. Needs to stay tight on his feet as an open field tackler. So not horrible things. Way more strengths than weaknesses.
Yeah.
Is the biggest takeaway for me. His overview here by Lance Zierlein over here at NFL.com. Blue collar inside linebacker with good size and a forceful demeanor to stake his claim inside the box. Johnson,
and it's official.
Oh, it's official, Steeler Nation. This is our new player. Johnson developed into a highly respected team leader during his time with the Aggies. In just his second year at inside linebacker, Johnson showed great improvement in pursuit leverage and recognition of blocking schemes, but is still learning to recognize the best pathways to the football. He meets power with power when taking on blockers and does a nice job of playing off and finding his way toward the runner. There's still room for improvement as a move tackler in an open field, but he's currently a coverage liability in the passing game. Johnson has the makeup of a two-down inside linebacker with special teams value. Nice. Well, like I said, we did need a special teamer as well. So this might be our special teams pick. Height weight ratio, he's looking 6.5 feet tall, 229, good size. Hands are 9.78. Anybody on Steeler Nation, if you know his 40 speed, you guys want to look up that stuff too over here on the chats across Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. Love to see that stuff too as well. So thoughts too. I want this time I will go to Sean first. What are your thoughts about Buddy Johnson here as the Steelers comp pick here in the fourth?
I mean, the strengths you read off definitely stood out to me more than the weaknesses, and it reminds me of something I saw Jeremy Fowler tweet. I think it was last night. I feel like they're really drafting guys that are considered like quintessential Steelers. Like they want these guys that are going to come to work, no nonsense, like leadership. They're looking for these high quality guys, and I mean, it sounds like we got one of them, and it sounds like the things he has to work on aren't like the intangibles. They sound like they can definitely be improved, and I think anyone that comes here with these, like, like, who knows if he's a diamond in the rough, and if not, I'm sure he'll find other ways to contribute. Just happy to have him aboard. I think it was a good pick.
Yeah,
well, the only thing I'll say is I am a little surprised we did not go cornerback.
Yeah,
objectively, but
But I guess the value wasn't there. They wanted to go with the linebacker, and sounds like he could be position flexible for inside and outside. Definitely a special teams contributor. So he's ticking the boxes at least that the Steelers like for a new player trying to make his way on the team, giving him as many chances and many different pathways to be successful. Jordan, what are your thoughts here on Buddy Johnson?
I think it's solid. Honestly, I like if they're going linebacker, it either means that they don't really have any player in the secondary that they really have their sights set on that is going to be explosive, or they know that their guy's going to be there in round 5. So they wanted to get some linebacker depth, and I think it's good they're addressing it because it isn't something that's necessarily an absolute need for them with TJ and Devin Bush coming back and Alex Highsmith filling in. Like, the linebacker core is pretty solid right now. Yeah. So if they can get somebody in there and maybe flex one of those guys, start working with them to kind of like drop back into coverage in some respects, like secondary corner might not be as big of a need. I don't know. I think it just gives them more options at the linebacker position, and I think that's solid. It probably would have been more beneficial for them to go with a cornerback because that actually is a need that they have. But based on how they've picked so far, I'm trusting that they know that whoever they need to get or they want to get at that position is still going to be there whenever they pick in however many picks it is.
Yeah, 5th round, pick 22, 23 in the 5th round, I think, somewhere around there. So, hey, you got love here on, where is this? On YouTube. Gabe Gotti, our winner of the Kevin Dotson jersey day 1, says Jordan is on fire. You picked it. You said tackle. You said inside linebacker. Steelers went tackle and inside linebacker. And that's why we have Jordan, the host of the Yinzhers Podcast, with us today. She has the inside knowledge. She knows the draft like no other. Much better hair, more beautiful hair than Mel Kiper. I will take that any day of the week.
Thank you. That's why I'm here. Try to make my hair as on point as possible every day.
It's great. It's
Thanks.
It's looking great.
Thank you.
I wish I had some, but
I know. Like I said, my hair grows downward on my face now. It no longer grows upward. Yep. So I'm thinning out on the top, but it's all falling this way.
I was in denial for a while too, just because I was like, wow, I'm going to go bald at 23, 24. And then I just walked into my barber one day and was like, just shave it all off. And he was like,
take charge. I like that.
I did. I just accepted it. And you know what? It's been less stressful ever since.
Good.
I've been thinking about doing the bald route, but you see a lot of that guy with the big beard and the bald hair. I didn't want to be just like that guy.
Right.
So I'll still you
still got a nice. You got still got something.
It's still kind of there. I mean, I'm starting to get the Robert Cordry, the unicorn up here in the front. It's starting to work its way in, but it still looks decent. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
At my age, I'll take it. I mean, 46 years young. I will take that. I have any hair up there. Much better because my dad was bald by the time he was like 30. So and he's hilarious too because his memory is shit. And he's like, Greg, I had hair like you when I was 40. I'm like, Dad, I lived with you. You had like no hair at 28. I got pictures of like he had my hair right now with pictures of when he was 25 and we were going like as kids to like these group picture things. I'm like, look at this, Dad. Nah.
No, I definitely had the hair.
Just so all Steeler Nation knows, this is what happens when you're on the show so long. You get stories from Stryker, get to know me a little bit better. But my dad, last name Stryker as well, first name Richard. He chooses not to go by Richard, not to go by Rick. He makes sure to introduce himself as Big Dick every time he meets someone. So Big Dick Stryker, my father, shout out to you.
Love it.
And it's another dick. That's why I like dick jokes so much.
Always funny.
Yeah. Kevin McCautry did not like the pick, but Soot over on Twitter does state that Buddy Johnson was a butt kiss semifinalist. So that is an interesting take. Because that's the award for the top linebacker in college football. And with so many teams and hundreds of linebackers, for him to be a finalist for that award does state something. So to get a butt kiss semifinalist in round 4 at the end of round 4, to me, is a win.
Yeah.
It's a win.
Yeah, that definitely also boosts the pick to me a little bit, for sure.
Nice. So now it is time to toast our newest member of Steeler Nation. This is a new one. I just cracked it, just so you know.
Nice.
Cheers to Buddy Johnson, the newest linebacker of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cheers to you.
Cheers, buddy. Good to have you.
We lost a bud. We gained a buddy.
There you go.
Perfect shot. Oh.
We're all covered.
I had to.
Jordan, you almost made me spit my beer. Yeah, buddy. I just found that. Oh gosh. I started Roger Goodelling back here for a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Back into my futon here a bit. So, but yeah, when you said yeah, buddy, I'm like, that is funny on a lot of levels. That's why I love your humor. Your humor is so subtle, but it's so intelligently on point.
Thank you.
I laugh the hardest when I watch Yinzhers when you drop like a quip.
I have to agree.
Thank you.
Yes, right.
Yes.
That means so much because oftentimes, like my jokes are a lot more deadpan and dry and quiet because I just throw them in on whims and stuff, and they tend to get glossed over because I say them so under the radar. Yeah. So it means my main goal in life used to be like doing music, and then obviously I want to do sports as well. Yeah. But my secret dream has always been stand-up comedy. Like if I could break into one world and do something for a living like that would be the biggest challenge and the most fun, I think. And I have like a whole note in my phone of different stand-up bits that I want to eventually try somewhere.
You've got to start doing open night mic.
Yeah, you should just go to an open mic and just go for it.
As soon as those start again, I'm going to go for it.
Right. That's a good call.
Hell yeah. I think it would be so fun. And then I would find out if it's actually something I could do or if it's just a pipe dream that I should keep to myself and shut up.
It's a pandemic. You just got to start working on that tight 5 and kill it.
That's right.
That's it, man. That's easy to do. I like, especially with a musician, if you start incorporating music with your musical jokes, I know I have professional comedians. Dustin Fisher's a storytelling comedian. Chip Chauntry up in Philly. He's a pretty big guy. He was on like 3 of the finalists for Last Comic Standing.
That show. It was so good.
He's freaking hilarious. I love him. Married a good friend of ours in the family, or not family friend, but yeah, these guys are always like, I wish I was a musician because you can just eat so much time with a song and it helps you fill time, and it's fun. And when you have some great songs, like you can make people just lose it. I got a song about a chicken that I sing that always like people just trip out over, and wrote a song about blowjobs, and I just have stupid fucking songs sometimes. But I do it tongue in cheek, and it's there.
Yeah, sure.
That was
awesome.
An unintentional slip.
We are officially in the 5th round, by the way.
Wow.
Oh yeah, good.
Mhm.
So I don't have to pound my drink unless the Steelers move up right now. I can just sip.
Correct, because we're on pick 145 and the Steelers are, where are you? Wait a minute.
We don't have. I don't think we have.
We don't have a pick
Yeah.
in round 5.
Oh no! I'm gonna sober up.
Damn.
What is
Yeah,
it?
we don't pick again until pick number 216.
Goodness.
Wow.
What will we ever do to pass the time? Well, we'll report on the draft. We'll talk about some people coming off the board. We'll make some stupid jokes and interact with you, the fans, on Steeler Nation social media. So Joe Jones saying, yeah, that was a good pick over there on Twitter. Good to hear from you, Joe. Pretty close to Mel Kiper's hair there from Nikki5YG on YouTube, giving us a shout out. Oh, Jordan, you have to speak a cornerback into existence in the next round for us.
Get it going.
All right.
Get it going.
Yeah. And
What's the
Gabe,
number?
yeah, this is crazy. Who did the Steeler Nation article on the next school we were going to possibly take multiple picks for? I remember that came out. I remember Alabama was a possibility. Maryland has been like crazy. We've taken a lot of Maryland players. Somebody did a spreadsheet on Steeler Nation, and I think we taken 4 Maryland players in the last 8 years, and that was above and beyond. Everybody else was 2. 2 was the max.
Wow.
So 2 Texas A&M players. They really must have loved that pro day.
Yeah. Especially because the pro days are all they really had to go off of this year. So, it must have been really telling for them.
Yeah. 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 That's true. Yeah. Tim Y says Jordan has good understated stand-up demeanor. So you're already halfway there. Steeler Nation thinks you have that deadpan release.
All right. It's all about the delivery.
Like a
Garofalo,
Garofalo, like a great Garofalo up there on stage.
Oh, I'll take it.
I used to love her stand-up. She was a fantastic stand-up. I was also part of when I grew up, VH1, when they stopped playing music, they started doing a show called Stand Up Spotlight, and it was hosted by Rosie O'Donnell. Not Rosie O'Donnell. No, is it Rosie O'Donnell? Is that the? It's not the Roseanne. No, yeah, Rosie O'Donnell. Yes, not Roseanne.
Okay.
I had to get my Roseanne's right. So Rosie O'Donnell hosted it, and you had people on there like Sinbad. You had Paula Poundstone, who's another awesome, intelligent, deadpan comedian. You had, Ellen DeGeneres was on that show.
Love her.
A lot of fantastic talent came out of that show. And I loved watching comedy as a kid. I mean, home life kind of sucked a little bit. We had a divorce going through in the Stryker household, but I love to watch comedy and laugh to that. And that was one of the things that I loved. I always had an inkling in the back of the head that I could pull something like that off, but probably not. It's definitely not laid back for comedy. It's definitely more like in your face a little bit more high.
Sure.
But I definitely can make up the stupid songs. I'm very good at that.
Stupid songs are everything.
They are. And where's this?
Adam Sandler wouldn't be where he is today without some stupid songs.
That's right.
That is true. Yeah, I write very much like Adam Sandler. My delivery is kind of Sandler-esque.
I love that. I'm a big
iconic.
Sandler.
He is. Yeah, love the guy.
Yeah.
Long time for the next Steeler pick. Thoughts on Shaka Tooney, the PSU edge. I love Penn State. State. Maria Bramford is a trip in a funny way. If we know that comedian. Shaka Tooney.
Looks like he's got some good size to him. 6'3", 242.
And that's an edge player, right?
Yeah.
So that would be like a Bud clone. He was a big outside linebacker or outside linebacker as well.
Yeah. He was a big guy. Very big guy.
And I will look up some Buddy Johnson highlights. That's his name.
Nice. Right? Yeah, Buddy Johnson.
Perfect.
You love to see
this one we have highlights. Texas A&M highlights. That's awesome. Great. Let's see what it's looking like here. I'll cue this up, and then all of Steeler Nation can enjoy some Buddy Johnson highlights. Get set the right size dimensions. There we go. I gotta drop that down a bit. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers 2020 stats for Buddy Johnson: 86 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and an interception. So let's take a look. There's 4 minutes in this, so if anybody needs to take a break while we're running this, please feel free to take a break. And here we go on share screen. Okay, trying to figure out if that was him off of the edge getting to the quarterback or if that was him that made the interception. I don't freaking know. What number is he? All right, which one says Johnson? Okay, he's number 1. It looks like he's number 1. That was him. That was him making the interception for the pick 6. Looks like he's yep, he's defending and cover. I don't see the problem with his pass coverage, which kind of shelled him as a weakness. There he is hitting the hole. Kind of came off him, didn't hit him square, but still stopped him in the hole. So he is number 1 coming off. Was he coming off the edge there? Nope, he stayed in the middle and stopped that play at the line of scrimmage. I'm trying to drift through this as quickly as possible. There he is. He was the last person to stand up. So right there might be yes, drifting the outside, broke. He did a nice punch on the tackle to get to the screen before it even started. And that's something the Steelers love with players that can do that, make plays at or behind the line of scrimmage. Wow. Let's see that one again. He came quickly off the edge there. Oh, I got to go back farther. He's coming up the middle, A gap. Boom. Oh, gosh, that's a Vince Williams play right there. Let's watch that again. I like this one. Boom. Okay, I like that. Good play, Buddy Johnson. I'm starting to get a little excited now. All right, he's down the field. He's in coverage and hits the player immediately, breaking up the pass. Good play. Number 1, he's got to be a team leader. He's wearing number 1. Came up the A gap, helped out with that, didn't force the fumble. That was the second guy in. Nice block. Love that. I love that. A player that comes down and helps out their teammates on a play. That's the stuff you can't teach. That's high football IQ. That's my favorite highlight to go is making a block off of a fumble return. That's fantastic. He had the wherewithal to stand back up, get in the lead, make a block, and to hope to try to secure. Here it is, coming in first. Got him wrapped. Ball's on the ground. No, they didn't show the whole thing. Dang it. And he's making a pass play. That's a bad throw. He didn't turn around on that play. He kind of got lost on that one. I don't know how that's a highlight. It's an incomplete pass. And there he is coming up, hitting the hole again. Adder at the line. Is that forced fumble? Yeah. Forced fumble on that play. Nice hit in the hole. Love that. Love the intensity on this guy. Coming off the edge on the group play, tackle for a loss, group tackle for a loss. But he held his edge. He had nowhere to go outside there. Coming up the middle on that, still staying on his feet. He got hit by his own guy there, but helped to knock the quarterback down. Quarterback from North Carolina, the Tar Heel. Looks like he's wearing basketball shorts. What the hell is going on with that quarterback? Good tackle there on the edge, stopping a mobile quarterback from getting the outside, not getting any extra yardage, and actually losing yardage. Good tackle in the hole there. Clicking and closing, filling the hole. There he is coming from. Oh, no, he's on the other side. I missed where he started. Reacted pretty well to that pass. Running back got out, got some yardage. On this running play, coming up, splitting, breaking the block, making the tackle at the line of scrimmage. I believe that was him. Yep, that was him. I'm having trouble finding where he is on every play until the play is made. Looks like he just came up in the hole to help with the stuff. That was a good team tackle. Team did a good job of breaking down that play. Nice play for the click and close there on the outside to stop that play from being a big play, because if he didn't make that tackle, there was nobody behind him. Here he is coming off the block. Nope, he was deeper. So he just came through the wash and made the play. I think he's wearing a different number in some of these highlights. No, there's number 1. That's good shoestring tackle right there. on a good player at Auburn. Oh, quarterback's trying to come up. Nope. Buddy's already in the hole. That's a nice. I love those. Blitzing the A gap, hitting the guy in the backfield, making the big play, a la Vince Williams. Yeah, kind of looks like a Vince Williams Jr. with a chance, to maybe improve. And that's one thing that Vince did year after year after year. He did constantly improve in his pass defense game, and that is something that he doesn't get as much credit that he really deserves, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
I just feel
it's so good he's coming back. Oh my gosh.
I mean, between him and Alu, it was a nice surprise.
Well said, Sean. And Sean, how do I pronounce your last name? Is it McGowan? Am I doing it right?
Yeah, no, it's I mean,
McGowan.
Yeah, it's
McGowan.
No, McGowan.
Gaelic.
The way it's spelled, apparently technically it's McGowan or Magoon, but the way
Magoon.
It's technically I'm Irish and Scottish.
That's Gaelic. Yeah, Magoon.
Yeah. So but Americanized, just McGowan.
McGowan. Yeah, and that's the thing about the interesting aspect of Irish and the Irish people are more Irish people more Irish descendants live in America than live in Ireland.
Wow.
Yeah, because a lot of people came over during the potato famine, a lot of migrants. Then after that, through the big migration eras, and they filled every city. And so there's more Irish in America than there are in Ireland.
Jeez.
Wow.
One of those little tidbit facts. One of the good facts of the Emerald Isles to get laying out for you here at the Steeler Nation show. I hope you're enjoying the Steeler Nation show. We're going to have a nice shillelagh break coming up next. We got some pipes and some circumstance coming up here. So we're going to enjoy some nice music as we enter the show a little bit farther down the road. So stick with us here on SteelerNation.com in the third hour. In the third hour, because we can't say TH. That's it, the third hour. It sounds kind of funny, but that's the way I say it over here in Ireland. As we continue on with the show.
The sayings in Ireland are funny because my stepmother is actually from Ireland. She's from Galway.
Oh, nice. That's where my wife's family's from.
She always says, her and my father actually live down in Alabama. I'm actually going to see them this month. I haven't seen them in a while because of the pandemic, so I'm excited. But she'll always go, "That's deadly," and I always crack up. But yeah. They definitely have some funny things like them, like it's just funny, like sayings from place to place,
Yeah. Steeler Nation. Everybody.
Huh. I guess since he took a place kicker, they're really killing this draft.
Wow, are they ever? Yeah, they did. What's his name? Something McPherson. Evan McPherson.
That's an interesting pick to say the least.
Who's that?
A place kicker.
Oh, a place kicker came off the board in the fifth?
In the fifth.
Awesome!
That's Cincy for you.
Yes. I love that.
If I was drinking right now, I'd take a shot to that.
Hey, I'll take a drink to that.
There you go.
Way to go, Bungles. Well, I guess they need a kicker.
Brandon said it best the other day. Bungle's gonna bungle.
Bungle's gonna bungle.
That's the real truth.
Yeah.
My favorite was the old story for Myron Cope. They were telling him, like, Myron, you can't call the Cincinnati Bengals the Bungles. You can't do it. It's not good. And of course, like true Cope fashion, immediately with his quick Irish wit, he's like, well, the Bungles wouldn't bungle so much. I wouldn't call them the Bungles.
It's the truth, though.
Yeah. Love me. Myron Cope is my favorite personality ever. Like,
He was incredible.
Yeah.
Nobody like him.
Yep.
That's like the type of stuff that makes me wish, like, man, like you know what I mean? Because I'm from New York, so like I know his legacy, but it's,
yes,
I feel like you guys are, it's you lose that being here, but their love and respect for me is still obviously there. My grandfather loves my dad, my uncles, but I mean they grew up in New York, but that was more their time, so that's awesome.
Here's my official. This is like my dress terrible towel. So I only use this terrible towel for playoff games and special occasions.
Oh, wow.
Myron Cope obviously created the terrible towel, but this is the Myron Cope microphone terrible towel, and it's my absolute favorite terrible towel. And it's
Wow.
That's
special.
I think that's his life's legacy on there too. 1929 to 2008 on there. Has his great things like, what's on your cranium? Yoy, double yoy, okle dokle, ha. And that's a lot of Gargonzola. Like, great. Like the guy just was like a quip machine, inventing a terrible towel, and also having the terrible towel make so much money for the Allegheny school system. And just what an awesome dude. Big hearts on these people, just like the Rooneys.
Seriously. They've never been anything less but, I feel like, a family first organization.
Yeah.
And just always, I mean, that's that stuff with Switzer recently too. I mean, just I think that's why guys take the pay cuts to stay here. It's a special organization. It really is.
Colton over here too is checking in. Colton Gesser of the Personal Foul podcast, been with us for day 1, day 2, hopefully getting back here. He's working at the radio station right now, but he says Johnson's a solid middle linebacker with experience outside as well. So that's what we saw in the highlights. We saw him coming off the edge a couple times. We saw him coming up the middle on the A gap, on B gap. So yeah, we're excited for that. So thank you very much, Colton. We miss you, man. If you can make it onto the show later on, we'd love to have you back on, obviously. And I know he's working as hard as he can to try to get, back in here.
Yeah, he has incredible insight. Just insane.
Oh,
really, really good stuff.
I pretty much followed all of, as much as I watched you guys interview Highsmith, and then that was awesome. And then I watched more towards our pick, and I mean, he definitely had some really, really good insight. And I caught like the tail end of last night because I had my aunt's 50th surprise party. I got home.
Hey, that's fun.
Yeah. I had work early though. I actually had to do a presentation, so I had to like sit out on the partying, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You got to pick and choose. It was still a great time though. And I was able to actually come home and watch us pick green, which was nice because I didn't get to watch us pick vermouth. That's what I'm going to go with for now. Vermouth.
Sounds like vermouth. I'm down with that.
Vermouth. I like that a lot.
I can drink to that. Cheers.
Cheers. Maybe we figured it out. Hopefully he's watching this and I'm either right or he's like, no, another one gets it wrong. But
yeah, he'll correct the crap out of us someday, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So it looks like we got to stop showing highlights. We got a cease and desist order from YouTube for showing YouTube highlights. So fuck you, YouTube. Looks like we're not showing any more highlights on today's show.
How special is that?
At least this is something too I've noticed when I do my vidcasts, and I'll throw in, sometimes it'll be a highlight and they'll say like, well, you can't make money off this highlight. You're showing copyrighted material and crap like that. And I understand that, but shit, man, if that ain't calling the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what it is. Re-showing something on YouTube from YouTube, it's just fuck yourself. It's dumb. It's not like and I'm not here like, I'm of course was like, I don't care about this show. I understood there might be some copyright issues if I was going to throw it on this show, because we're not going to get 1 million views for a 10-hour long show, but we're here streaming and live streaming. Obviously there's not going to be a whole lot of replays, but we're getting some good numbers, 300, 400 people watching our streams. So we're super happy that we're able to provide this service at least. And at least thank you to YouTube for letting us to be up here, because that's the only one that really people would even go back to or think of going back to if they were going to check out some stuff.
Yeah.
Because, Twitter and Facebook, once they're done, nobody's going to go back and try to find these and watch them again.
Right.
And then honestly, if anybody ever goes back to watch all of what we have done over these past 3 days, I would be super impressed. That's like a Lord of the Rings fan that loves the director's cut from Jackson and only watches the director's cut and spends like 13 hours watching all 3 movies.
My God.
And throws The Hobbit there. Yeah, they make it all day.
I would buy that person a beer.
Yes.
Like,
I'm not gonna lie, like if I had the time, I do love me some Lord of the Rings. I would definitely do it. Like I love the Return of the King extended. Like it's really the only way I like prefer to watch Return of the King. I don't mind the other two as much, but the Return of the King extended is just like, yes, I'm always.
Yeah.
So I made a Lord of the Rings drinking game.
Let me hear it.
Okay.
It's awesome. It is every time you see a ring or they say the word ring, you have to drink. So in the first 5 minutes, you have to finish 2.5 beers.
Oh my
It's always
god.
about like the 3 rings to the
Right. That
elves,
intro.
the 1 ring to rule them all, the 5 to the dwarves, and the 10 to the to the
Oh, my
humans.
Lord.
So like you're pounding beers in the first 5 minutes, then it slows up for a bit, but it starts up for a good night. And I unfortunately, me, I'm a marathon guy. I was the only person at the party to complete the drinking game for the first movie, and I became the official Lord of the Rings. Cheers.
You are the Lord of the Rings. I will drink to that.
Cheers.
It's an impressive feat.
I also have a Scott Pilgrim drinking game. We can get into that one later.
Okay.
Jordan likes that one.
Gabe Gotti says,
I'm not that familiar with Scott Pilgrim, but I'm curious about what the drinking game would be.
As a musician, as you are, and this is great that we have so much time between picks because now we can get to know each other.
It's awesome. Yeah, just get into it.
Right. So my Scott Pilgrim drinking game, guys, it is, and you would love the movie. It's very like fast paced, comic booky / video gamey, a lot of music. It's all about music and all about like playing those shitty shows and stuff, which we've all done as musicians.
Yep.
And those shitty clubs. But it's just
I miss it.
And it's got an amazing cast. Like the cast is fucking phenomenal if you've never seen it. Like
Michael Cera.
I think Chris Evans is in it.
Like you've got so many
Culkin brother.
Yeah, but you've got so many people that are superheroes from that movie. The guy Chris
Evans.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. He's with Captain America. You've got the girl that played his ex-girlfriend who is Captain Marvel. You've got one of the guy the guy that played Todd that plays the bass, who was number 3 that he went up against. That guy plays Superman in the DC universe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. And there's one of the guys that came in from the Vegan Police. He played the Punisher in a movie. And it's just like they just keep getting more and more superheroes from it. And Kendrick too. The cute singer that's the
Anna
actor.
Kendrick.
Anna Kendrick, yes.
Oh yeah.
Not Kendrick Green, Anna Kendrick. She's got like a small role. She plays the brother, but she's got a great role. It's funny. Like her role is funny, but it's not a role that you normally see her having a lot more screen time. She's got a bit part essentially in this, but she does a fantastic job. And it's just a fun show. And then Ramona Flowers, gosh, what's she in now? Oh, the girl that plays the evil ex that's actually the lesbian girlfriend. She is the voice of Korra, I believe, on The Last Airbender, who in my mind is a superhero. And I love that animated series as well. I'm
pretty sure that's the girl from Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's Aubrey Plaza that you're thinking.
Yeah, I thought she played Korra for some reason.
No, but you're right. Aubrey Plaza is in it was the one that played. Oh gosh, I'll look up her name. Aubrey Plaza was in Scott Pilgrim as well.
Yeah, she was. She was the booker though, Julie Powers.
Yeah, she was the connected girl. She was awesome. Like, just look at this movie was one of the best casted movies in existence because it was all at the front end of all of these people's career, except for Michael Cera. I think Michael Cera was the only established one on the whole cast when that started.
That's
so
impressive.
My drinking game is you start off and you have to roll a die, and it's 1 through 6 or 7. We roll an 8-sided die. It's 1 through 7. If it comes up 8, you're Scott Pilgrim. So 1 through 7 are the evil X's. So every time they say the word X or they show an X on the screen, you have to drink that number of X's that they show multiple X's on the screen, things like that. And then you drink for your person. So if you're the first one that when he fights the first one, you have to drink the entire time that X is on the screen. So we finished a 30-pack, 3 of us in my drinking game for the Scott Pilgrim drinking game. And it's super fun. And we all love the movie. I think I've seen that movie like 30 times. I played the drinking game probably 3 or 4 times watching that movie. Yeah. One time I made sure that I wanted to be Scott Pilgrim. So it was a crazy night. But we have to go lighter beer if you're doing Scott Pilgrim drinking game.
Right.
So we're on like Natty Boh or Icy Light or something like that. So because you can't do the heavy stuff for.
That would be a lot.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
Damn.
That would definitely be calling out of work the next day.
Yeah.
You're getting love. Tim Wise saying Jordan is pretty. I bet she dazzles when dressed up. Respect the t-shirt look though.
Thank you. I got to go icy light. It's the leaning into the Pittsburgh curve, the skid. Yeah. I got myself a Permane sandwich. I started that tradition last year when we were locked down. I was like, I need to do something.
Nothing more Pittsburgh.
I don't even know.
So what is your meat?
So unfair for you to say, well, I'm all the way in New York.
I'm so sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. I like the kielbasa sandwich. I really love that. A little bit of sweet, a little bit of
spicy,
savory. Yeah,
a lot of savory.
I'm a fan. I don't eat Permane Brothers like any other time of year. It's just, but it's like once a year, and now it's become the last day of the NFL draft. So
yeah, it's like your
go for it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they at least they brought a Permante's to Hagerstown. They have a nice restaurant. That's 45 minutes from me because I'm east of there. I'm in the Frederick, Maryland area. And I thought another one just opened up around here. I doubt it was in Baltimore. It might be DC. I'll look that up while we're talking.
Okay.
But I have to hit a Permante's to go out, whether it's on the Strip, whether it's in Market Street. I used to hit the restaurant on Route 50 often when I used to stay on the southern side of Pittsburgh. I love that one. It's huge. Like it's a place where you can go and hang out, hit the bar. Got great food there too at that one specifically. Because you can get like a slice for $1 with a Permane sandwich.
So nice.
So that's what I'm usually. I like any of the sausages. And the cap cheese as well. I'll do a cap cheese if I want one. If it's Lent on Friday, I gotta have a fish sandwich. So I've done the fish. They're usually like huge. Like you get this
so big
that just doesn't fit under the bread. Like my favorite way to have a Permane.
Oh my god!
When you're eating something
way back.
But
oh my god!
I did every single Permane sandwich. I tried.
Nice. So you made your way through.
I did the whole thing. And my least favorite, I will state, is what they call the cheesesteak. The second and being a Philly guy, being a cheesesteak eater in Philly, you shouldn't even call it a cheesesteak. You should just call it fucking meat.
It's a totally different thing. Yeah.
Steak 'em meat, steak 'em or whatever. Just don't call it cheesesteak. It's.
Yeah, so in 2016, when the Penguins won the Stanley Cup, Permane Brothers did this special sandwich with ham, I think bacon, and kielbasa, and they called it the HBK for the Hagel and Danino Kessel line. I'm guessing based on your reaction that you didn't have it, but it was a game changer, Stryker. Oh my God, it was so good. And I was living in Nashville at the time, but I was up here the fall after, and I was like, I have to get the HBK sandwich. It was so good. It was so good.
You know, like at least for that sandwich, you can probably go in and still ask them to make you an HBK sandwich. They'll charge you for double meat.
Try.
Yeah, I will try. Like you saying that, like because ham and kielbasa are my favorites, and throwing bacon on there, hell yeah.
It was so good.
Fried egg or no fried egg?
Pittsburgh, I'm definitely gonna just go for it and order that because
I'm gonna go off the menu next time, like at Starbucks.
Fried egg, yes.
Yep.
I say fried egg, yes.
Yep, I am too. Especially if it's morning, I call it breakfast. My thing around my house when I eat breakfast, of course, being the dad of the family. My job is to make sure that I'm the one that scavenges the fridge to make sure we don't have leftovers and to keep the leftovers down because my wife and daughter won't frickin' touch them. So usually we got mashed potatoes. Leftover mashed potatoes is my absolute favorite, or any potato, because I'll throw it on the grill. I'll like make a little potato pancake, then throw an egg on it. Boom.
Potato pancakes are so dope.
On anything to me is breakfast. So I'll throw it on beans. I'll throw out spinach is what I always like. Fry up some spinach and some cherry tomatoes and throw an egg on that usually in the morning. Like that's it. Well, I eat brunch. I technically don't eat breakfast. I start eating around closer to noon. But I prefer to go with a brunch. And usually if it's leftovers, if I can get an egg on there, it's like a nice experience because we have
it's just such a simple way to level up. Like
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, especially on
Well
Permane
said.
sandwiches too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want egg on that? It's like, hell yeah, I want egg on that.
Egg on everything.
Other way to have it? I don't
Everything.
know. Hi, nice Sean to see you there from Sean. Nice to see you from Gabe Gotti. So I guess you know Gabe as well.
I don't believe so, but hello,
Okay.
Gabe.
Oh, cool.
Appreciate the shout out.
Might be a nom de plume. Nom de plume. I think that's French for a different name. We'll make shit up. So John McHugh over on YouTube saying that he's a smart downhill thumper who called the plays. So yes, team leader. If he's calling the plays, that's awesome. That's actually helps out in the inside linebacker position too, who usually is the person that calls the play, is usually our right inside linebacker. Mr. Nick.
Wait, whoa. Steelers traded up. Steelers traded up.
Oh, I gotta finish my drink.
Oh my God. Damn. Yep.
Wow, we're back on the clock, Steeler Nation. Everybody
they
get your
moved
drink.
up to the 5th round. Pick 1-4. No, never mind. Sorry, that was a different one. I'm like aggressively refreshing to make sure that it catches up.
Awesome.
Come on.
Awesome.
Where is it? Let's go.
Got my beer on my computer.
Holy smokes! Just when you think we were just gonna have a nice break.
Serious, but we
just kidding.
Awesome conversation though. This has been really fun to be able to take time and just chat. And that's the one fun thing with Zoom that I'm finding during the pandemic is you can still get together with friends and like end up being on a Zoom for like 6 hours and like, holy shit, where'd the time go?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I was gonna ask you, like, I can't. I just looked at the clock and I was like, what the hell?
Oh wow, it's 2:30 already.
I know. Like, where,
time is flying.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I can't believe they just. Oh boy.
What we got?
Big doings.
I'm pulling out some food. I'm starting to get peckish.
Uh-oh.
Me too.
I need things to catch up. Let's go.
All right.
Come on. This is really stressing me out. Around, let's go. This is not updating. Come on.
Excuse me.
Pick coming momentarily. That was 2 seconds ago. Okay. Yeah, so I just want to see the number that we got. What's the pick?
Yeah. It is 156.
Okay, where are we at right now in the draft?
We're on 156.
Oh, back on the
clock.
So
we're on the clock.
Tim Y, sounds like you're having fun. He just figured out he can do dips using his kitchen counter. Awesome job. Right in the corner. Yep, you can get those triceps burning in the corner. Yep. There it is. You're welcome.
Hearing that it's defensive lineman Isaiah Loudermilk.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a name that I've heard before.
Yep. That's definitive. He can line up at either defensive end or defensive tackle. But he had 26 starts at defensive end in college.
Okay.
So there you go.
Wow. That was a position I didn't think that the Steelers would draft.
Me neither.
That's incredible. So because I had no depth because we had Tyson Alualu as the nose tackle. We have Hayward and Tuitt. Obviously, there's no need there. Behind them, we have Wormley at defensive end. We have Mondu at defensive end. We have Carlos Davis and Bugs who are also position flexible. So now there's a lot of talent. We're talking about now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deep.
Wow.
On our defensive line, where we usually only keep 7.
I wonder.
Or 6. Yeah. Actually, we usually keep 6, and we.
I wonder what the trade was, like what we gave up to move up.
It was a 2022 4th round pick. It sounds like.
Oh wow. Am I wrong in thinking that we got that in a trade somewhere? I feel like we just got that. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like the 2022 4th round sounds like I could just be wrong, but it feels like in my mind right now that we traded somewhere along the way. Did we trade for anyone this offseason?
Do we trade for anyone this offseason?
I don't believe
the
so.
Wormley trade already happened. We already lost the pick for Wormley.
Yeah.
I think that was the reason why we weren't supposed to be picking in this round. I think because the Ravens, I think, got that 5th rounder.
Yeah. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe it was.
I don't think we gave up a pick this year for anyone in the offseason, at least.
Okay. All right. My apologies. Completely.
Isaiah Loudermilk right here, Wisconsin. He's in the undrafted rookie free agent, at least, list from Ben. Obviously, we are not professionals, but there's something the Steelers really like about this guy. And I have heard of this guy. So let's go over to him. Is he on Matt's ranking?
No, I just checked. He's not on Matt's or Ben's board.
Did you add him to Ben's board then?
I did.
Okay, never mind. So then you just throw him down the undrafted rookie. That's great. I love that you're doing that. I appreciate that.
Of course, yeah. I've been trying to as much as I can. I think I've been getting. I got a little bit behind when I had to reset the router, but since then I've kind of caught back up.
Awesome. Oh, you're killing it. You're killing it, Sean, because I need a statistician, and I'm glad I've got you on the show today. So let's look up.
So it seems like I see that he's out of Wisconsin.
Yep.
We know that we have another very good defensive player who came out of Wisconsin, which is a consolation.
Yes.
A Wisconsolation.
Nice. Beautiful.
Now you're getting the show, Sean. That's a zinger. Isaiah Loudermilk, Wisconsin Badgers. 6'7".
Wow. Maybe another Dan McCullers type player.
That wouldn't be a bad thing.
Not
bad.
That size impact, at least.
So he was an all Big Ten third team by the media, all Big Ten honorable mention by the coaches, and an East-West Shrine Bowl selection. Okay. Played 40 games, 26 starts at defensive end, recorded 63 tackles, 11.5 TFLs, and 7.5 sacks, forced 2 fumbles, logged 9 pass breakups. That's getting that hand up on the line, batting him down at the line of scrimmage. That's a good stat. I like that stat.
Mm-hmm.
And graduated in December 2019 with a bachelor's degree in personal finance. Smart. You're going to be making paychecks. It's good to be able to stretch those dollar bills, y'all. Fourth letter, playing 6 games with 6 starts at defensive end. Missed the Duke's Bayou Bowl, Mayo Bowl due to injury. 113 tackles, including 9 solo stops. Had 2.5 and 2 sacks. Wow, that's a nice game for him.
You know, it's like funny to me that we took him there. Is I remember that press conference before the draft. Colbert really made it sound like they were gonna stay away from that position. I remember
I thought this is the biggest head scratcher for me too, Sean.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It just, I mean, maybe it was just a smokescreen he threw up, or maybe it's just a guy they did have their eye on. I'm just surprised that it was that. I thought when we saw it, I was like, the corner, we're picking our cornerback.
Yes.
We're gonna a nickel corner. He's coming right now.
Yeah, then that would honestly have been a reason to trade up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For that nickel corner that you're worried about not being on the board when you're picking in the following round.
Right.
So now it's we'll get into that in a second. I've got another thought, but I'll bring that stuff up. Right now, I'm just trying to find out a little bit more information here on Isaiah Loudermilk.
Well, again, so the Steelers weren't supposed to pick this round.
Yes.
So while we're all kind of hoping that they're going to address the secondary and grab some kind of corner, they may still feel like they have the ability to get the type of corner that they're looking for in rounds 6 or 7 or whatever.
Okay.
They weren't supposed to have a pick in this round. So if they, for whatever reason, after doing some additional scouting and studying up, they saw this guy and they were like, yo, he's still on the board. He's a great fit for us. let's see if we can make something work. Maybe that's why they slid into this round. Yeah, I don't know, because it's very curious that they haven't addressed the secondary at all.
Yeah, or edge, unless they think they can turn this guy into a 3-4 outside linebacker. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Because right now, like I'm saying, I don't think we have any room on the defensive line for him. But if this guy projects to possibly being one of these swing out guys as an outside linebacker, I'm trying to find his speed stuff coming up now. If anybody knows Steeler Nation, if you know his combine stuff, if you know his speeds, bring him up. At least over here on NFL.com, Lance Zierlein again provides some good information, states he has experience and potential to size to play both even and odd fronts. So both for 3-4 and 4-4 or 4-3. Sorry, not 4-4. That's hilarious. Loudermilk is fairly well built, but could use a little more mass and overall anchor if he is expected to play inside on a 4-3. He plays with heavy hands and fires off the ball into the neutral zone with good force and strike to stake his claim. While he can settle into a solid positioning early in the rep, Loudermilk lacks the play traits and talent to finish as a playmaker. He'll get some movement as a rusher, but not enough to expect him to play on passing downs. He has day 3 potential, and his best fit might be as a backup 3-4 end. So yeah, maybe they're just looking at him strictly as a 3-4 end to pair in behind Tuitt and Hayward.
Nice. I have his combine results pulled out too. His 40 time was 5:08, which is
he's not going to be an outside linebacker.
No,
yeah.
no.
A little bit slower. His vertical was 28.5. He benched 21. Broad jump is 112.
112 for broad, so he's 112. Just shy under 10 feet. That's still a decent spark for a guy his size.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, nearly 10 feet.
Yeah, he sounds athletic for his size. Very athletic.
Anything else there, Jordan?
That's all we got.
Okay.
So,
some of the strengths here, at least that Zierlein's pointing to: activates sumo hand fighting for interior pass rush, efficient footwork and movement on twists, reads quarterback and looks to bat down passes. Obviously, I think his pass defense number was pretty high and speaks to his intelligence, at least putting his hand up at the offense at the defensive line when the ball and filling up those passing lanes with his big paw. Keeps pad level at optimal level and thumps into first contact. Potential to extend and separate through his punch. Hands are fairly heavy. Team-oriented defender, willing to do the dirty work. Like hearing that. And leg drive pushes and scoops blockers into the backfield.
That's never a bad thing.
Okay, here are the weaknesses. This first one, I don't know what this means. The first weakness for him is rock'em sock'em attack down the middle. I don't even know what that means. I mean, Lance, you gotta. I don't know if that's a bad thing. It sounds like he's too much of a fighter down the middle. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they mean he doesn't disengage from the interior lineman quick enough to get away from his man to get to the ball carrier. That's the
maybe he gets tied up with his man too much that he doesn't that he's not. That's a good point. Though I don't know why he just wouldn't say that with the disengaging on that. But shorter arms will create disadvantage in the league. Goes along for the ride on lateral block assignments. Unable to sit down firmly and anchor as an edge setter. Lacks foot quickness to work quickly around a block. Below average hands to open a rush lane for himself. And way too tall on rush counters and easily punched and stalled. Some of these stuff can be technique. Like a lot of this stuff sounds like technique fixes. And with the way the Steelers defensive line depth has been over this past 2 years, I mean, Steelers defensive line, that's Mitchell, I think is still our defensive line coach. Just a phenomenal person being able to teach and coach up defensive line. I have not thought that this was even a need. It's like a luxury pick. I don't even know how this guy's going to make the roster personally. Because I mean, Mondu, Bugs, Davis. I mean, I think I thought these guys were all set to be heir apparents and groomed to start, really coming up through the system, and all have a few years left on their contracts. So, to me, I'm a little perplexed. I'm a little perplexed on the position, but
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
It would definitely be disappointing to see us, even though it's a later round trade up, for it to end up ultimately being a camp body that gets cut and potentially practice squad, right? And in typical draft fashion, I feel like this happens every year. Someone mentioned Wade, I believe, last round in the 4th, and we were saying, oh, maybe he would be a good fit. He was just selected by the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh,
I
gosh.
feel there's always ends up that way. Baltimore snags as someone that might have fit well with us. Last year it was J.K. Dobbins, even though I'm not mad about the pick at all, especially because I love Claypool. And,
wasn't Dobbins on the board when we picked Claypool?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like there's always someone on the board that would have fit. And then Baltimore snags them, but
to tell you the truth, the way at least that it worked out with the 2 year, with 2 years at least to consider that Dobbins, if you just strictly take Dobbins versus Harris, who would you rather have?
Harris. That's what I'm saying,
right?
Easily.
Yeah, I think the Steelers made the right move, and a lot of the people talking, like Colton was one of the people that mentioned it earlier in our day 1 or day 2, is that the top running backs in this draft are heads and shoulders above the top running backs in last year's draft, and he's spot on that.
Yeah.
I just last year really wanted us, I was just in the mind frame of boosting the run game immediately last year. So that's why I was high on that. I didn't even consider Claypool. So when we took him, I was excited still. I was like, I didn't even think this guy, I thought Claypool after his combine was first round material.
Yes. We all did.
Yeah, so I was like, what?
Size to speed ratio and his ability to play every special teams. Like he demanded to play special teams.
Yeah,
as a senior, that never happens in college football.
Never, ever. He loves
so rare.
Football.
Yeah,
he loves football. He just is he's such a player. I'm a big fan of Chase. I think our receivers are just awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert at least chimed in and said the Steelers traded a 2022 4th rounder to move up. That's nothing. We're going to be getting comp picks.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a great that at least the value for the trade to move up doesn't cost us a thing. We're still going to be picking in the 4th round next year.
Yeah.
With the comp. So
solid. That's not bad.
Yeah, if it's not a 3rd rounder, a late 3rd for Bud, because Bud did get paid very well. So Steeler Nation, I think it's that time. I heard a crack.
I heard it too.
Yeah, Sean. Okay, you at least have water this time.
I'm still drinking.
Oh, you still got your beer.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. All right, guys. Who's this last pick?
Isaiah Loudermilk.
Loudermilk.
My gosh, my short-term memory and my drinking. Steeler Nation, let's hear it for Isaiah Loudermilk, and we'll drink Loudermilk with our mother's milk of beer today. Cheers. Congratulations to becoming the newest Pittsburgh Steeler.
Cheers, Isaiah.
Welcome.
Tim Y wants to know how we feel about pierogies.
Oh,
Jordan.
100% in, 1,000% in, but not like the commercialized ones. Like you have to, there's a place. Oh my God. There's a place right up the road from me that it's a Polish family that runs this Polish restaurant, and it's called Forgotten Taste, I think. I don't even remember because it's been way too long since I've had their pierogies, but they have like cabbage noodles and all of the good staples, but their pierogies are awesome. Just buttery and oniony and so delicious. I could eat pierogies multiple times a week and never get tired of them. But I'm also Polish, so there's that.
That's great. Sean, pierogies.
2 thumbs up for me.
Yes.
For me,
I'm a foodie. I like to eat. I'm actually tonight, me and a few of my cousins, we do it like every few months. We go out to eat, and we're going to this place that's like, they have like a few different branches like in Long Island and like the boroughs. It's called Patricia's.
Yeah.
And you basically pay like a pay one price for each person.
Mhm.
And it's like a 4-course meal, and they give you unlimited sangria. And you know, if it's someone's birthday, you always lie and say it's someone's birthday because they make you wave towels. It's just a really fun atmosphere, and
That's
the
awesome.
food's great. But it's Italian, so we eating some like eggplant parm. They give you
yes.
yeah. They have these things we call them money bags. It's kind of
Yes.
like it's like almost like tortellini, but not really. It
Okay.
has like that same like cheese. It's to die for.
And that's inside of like that tight wrap where that looks
Yes.
like it's like bundled, so it looks like a sack of money, like a little money pouch.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, and I like seafood, but my family that I'm going with isn't crazy about it. Like, I like to eat like octopus and stuff, but
I do too.
Like grilled octopus. But we get like potato croquettes, which are still really good. We get like mozzarella sticks. We get some fried calamari. So it's a really fun time. We're looking forward to it. Nice. Celebrating the Steelers.
Yep. So for me, Tim, pierogies are a love language. It's one of those things that, like, when you sit down to have pierogi, I don't want conversation. I just want to sit there and enjoy a pillowy noodle wrapped potato in my mouth that is hopefully dripping with butter and onions. And now I wish I had pierogies in front of me.
I know, same.
Oh my Lord. Did you get me hungry for pierogies? Oh gosh.
I love questions about food. Keep them coming.
Yeah, that great topic.
Oh, Jonathan McHugh over on YouTube just started a margarita. Awesome. Joey Germano over on Facebook. Sean, you the man.
What's up, Joey?
Yeah, there you go.
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a big Steeler fan as well. He actually, without knowing it, he kind of like, because he used to have his own Twitter page. I think he sold it off. Okay. He was part of what's now called Steeler Empire, I believe.
Oh, cool.
It was a different thing back then, though, and seeing him do that kind of like pushed me to be like, I thought about him when I reached out about the writing for Steeler Nation, because I was like, you know what, he did that, like, why not, like, yeah. And here we are. Shout out to you, Joey. JJ, we call him JJ.
Awesome. Way to go, JJ. Thanks for jumping in with us. Gabe saying it's a surprise pick. Tim Y, we don't have any update on Morgan yet. We'll let you know if we do here. Scarecrow saying not mad at the pick, but for the love of love, snatch a cornerback, por favor. With you, 100% there. Loving the woo reference from Stryker. Wisconsin has something different out there in the gene pool. Big beefy fellas from Tim Y. Love the cow emoji after that too. Awesome. Yeah, it's so that's amazing that they were able to move up that far, and it only cost them next year's 4th rounder. That's a big jump.
Yeah,
a huge jump, especially from their schedule to pick, and we still have that 6th round pick.
So we didn't give up the 6th round pick to move up. We just traded for next year's 4th.
Yeah.
That's odd. Wow. What that's because usually it's a package. It's like this, our next pick and next year's 4th. So, wow. Yeah. I mean, because this is technically we're in the 5th round, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
That's the way it's supposed to equate in draft value, is you drop a round in draft value by giving the next year's round. So, next year's 4th is essentially a 5th for a 5th. So, but
not bad.
Yeah. But Miami, they love making trades with us that don't help them at all. So great. I love that. Thank you, Miami. Oh, praying for Morgan and puppy emoji. Thanks, Tim Y. Appreciate it.
I was so scared Miami was going to take Najee.
Same. Oh my God, I was very concerned. It was very stressful there down at the wire.
The Arizona thing, and then that, it was just like, I was like, please.
Yeah, Steeler Nation kind of upset that Shaun Wade was taken by the Ratbirds, which is our term of endearment for the Ravens. especially being an Ohio State guy, you thought that kind of would have been the play, and that would have been the only reason to trade up. I don't know how Loudermilk is that much better than Sean Wade, especially when we have such a need at nickel corner. Yeah, this is an odd one for me, but I'm not Loudermilk. I'm not throwing you any shade, man. Love you having on your Steelers. I hope the best for you, but yeah, this is just, at least for a administrative move, it's a head scratcher for me. Moving up for a position that we were already solid at depth, to get a guy who I thought you think might have even been there if we just stayed pat. I don't know about this guy's pedigree, but it didn't seem like he was a priority draft pick on any of the draft boards. Seemed like he was a 5'6" kind of guy, 7 possibly. So, but you never know. Like 5, 6, 7 is essentially day 3. Where they go, you never know. Like 4th rounders, you're like, yeah, this guy should have been for round 1, round 2, or round 3. It's like that's usually what happens in the 4th round. This guy should have been higher or should have been a 4th rounder. But once you get 5, 6, 7, they're all kind of like interchangeable. Really, it just comes down to what the Steelers felt their biggest need was.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the impact of the pick would have been greater with a cornerback, but especially with the trade up. And like you said, I feel like Loudermilk may have dropped to that 6th round, but when you got your sights set on your guy, you gotta just go get him. And I trust Colbert. I know you two definitely trust him. So you saw something we didn't, and maybe the corner that they had their eye on is in that 6th round. So
And Tim Y saying he has a neighbor out here from Oregon, from Philly, and he gushed about him. So there we go. Tim Y going with the ginger probiotic tea, Striker. There you go, Tim Y. That's how you get your day going. Yeah, for some reason, like the caffeine in tea doesn't affect me like the caffeine in coffee. I get jittery as F on coffee caffeine, but for freaking for tea, I can drink tea all day. I fall asleep when I have a cup of tea. It's like it just doesn't affect me. Cooley has gone mobile. Oh my gosh. Cooley joining from the phone. Oh, look at you catching up to the 21st century here with your grandkids. Way to go, Cooley. I'm making fun of him because he's old. Gabe asks us, which team do we think improved the most in the draft?
I think.
Yeah. I will agree with you, Gabe. I honestly think it's the Jags. I mean, obviously the Jags picking first, getting a lot of quality picks, getting a franchise, the best, quarterback in a while. Like this is a great quarterback and a heavy quarterback draft here this year. For me, it's got to be Jacksonville, and they've got to be trending upward. And if they end up signing Tebow, the sky's the limit for these kids. Yeah. That's the way I think. And that's a little tongue in cheek because I thought they should have signed Tebow back when he was still a quote unquote quarterback, because it at least would have put asses in the seats. Him being there being a local Florida Gator, not far from having to go from Gainesville to Jacksonville, would have put a lot of asses in those seats, and those seats have never been filled. They got to put tarps on those seats. They just can't put people in them. But it sounds like Ravens are making some good picks.
Yeah.
Cleveland Browns are making some good picks. This is.
I think the LA Chargers are having a really quietly good draft. I think Denver is too. I think those are two teams you definitely can't count out. LA especially because they got their guy in Herbert.
Yeah.
And they got that guy Slater in the 1st round, who I think is one of the best linemen in this whole draft, right behind Sewell. I mean, he's versatile. He's elite.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting him protection. I mean, Herbert, sky's the limit. I mean, I didn't even see that coming either. I have to say, I mean, the Bears getting Justin Fields,
yeah,
they have offensive weapons,
Yes, good call.
Allen Robinson, I think, is a top 10 receiver in the league. That's my view of him, because I think he reminds me of Hopkins, where no matter the quarterback, he's putting up 80 to 100 catches, 1,000 yards, 6 to 10. The product, he never drops off, and he never complains either. So there's a few teams, but I don't disagree with you at all about the Jaguars either. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is a franchise changer. So
yeah, Mr. Nick at times agreeing with you right there too with the Bears and Fields. Gabe Gotti, he agreed with you also with the Chargers. while you were talking. These were popping up. And also, I love your quote here, Gabe. Jets also got a couple of hot picks, but they're a hot mess. So they definitely have trouble utilizing the talent on their team, especially when they get a lot of talent. And sometimes when they let go of their talent, we get great players. Thank you very much for James Ferrier. That will always be a great acquisition from the Jets that I will always love, because, man, Ferrier, what a monster in the middle he was for the thing. You guys go ahead and continue speaking a little bit. I've got to take a short break.
Yeah.
It's my first bathroom break of the day.
You deserve it.
Oh, wow. You made it pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
4
long.
hours so far. Yeah, this is pretty good. Because I had everything.
That's
open half an hour
impressive.
before. Yeah, I'll be right back.
I have to say, being from New York, and a lot of my family being Jets fans, I didn't realize I left them out. I thought they had a pretty good draft as well. I think one thing is I'm not super sold. I'm not sold on Wilson. I think Fields. I would have personally preferred Fields if I'm a Jet fan.
I was gonna say I feel like Chicago's had, even for that reason alone, be trading up and grabbing Justin Fields. I feel like they immediately got so much better with that pick.
Yeah,
because they've been rough.
Right, and and to me, Chicago, like you said, and it's not like they've been rough, because they actually have that defense. They have a good defense and they have some playmakers, but the quarterback has just held them back for so long. Like the fact that they kid who I think, to me, I'm not I don't want to disparage the Jets, because all my Jet fans, friends, that any of them are watching, will be like, "Oh, you're just going to trash the Jets." I think Wilson could turn them around. I just personally feel Fields was the second best quarterback, and but they did draft that guy Vera Tucker, who is with him and that guy Becton, that makes their line stouter. I think a lot of teams got better, but kind of like Stryker said, though, the Jaguars,
yeah, they obviously getting the best quarterback in the draft, the best player in the draft.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
One of the most revered quarterbacks in probably a decade.
Probably since Andrew Luck.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I feel bad. One of my best friends is a diehard Colts fan, and whenever we're talking, he's just he'll always, he's a really funny guy, and he'll just be like, "Oh, I just got a notification, Andrew Luck's coming back." Really? He'll be like, "No, I'm dreaming. I wish." It's just we always feel bad, and so I try to refrain from busting his chops until he busts mine. Then when he busts mine, then I kind of let it go, But I always try to be fair to my friends, but they always seem to come at me first, and that's when I retaliate. I don't know if you have the same experience.
Yeah, I think that in Pittsburgh we have the unique pleasure of having such a storied franchise and a successful one at that we're easy targets for people, because we have such high standards and expectations for our team. So whenever we do complain about, getting knocked out in the first round of the playoffs by the Cleveland Browns, people are like, "What? Shut up. You don't even know. The Browns haven't had a playoff win since man." It's that doesn't, what you think that means, that we're okay with losing?
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
My team win. Always. Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't get it. But I think that, people love to take shots at us because our team's been so good.
I don't know, in the group chat, I always when we lost to Washington and lost the streak, I must have heard from 10 people, and 5 of them I hadn't even texted in weeks to months. And I'm just well, I don't bother you, and you're gonna bother me because my team, you're happy. Honestly,
they love to revel in our pain.
I know.
It's rude.
And listen, I describe myself as a nice person, and like I said, if my team's out, unless I don't have any Ravens fan friends, I don't plan on it. But unless they were a Ravens fan or a Cleveland fan, I'll root for you, outright. But I'll be happy for your team if they won. And if they lost, I'll be damn, that sucks. Oh, I'm not sitting there, oh, how about them Steelers? That's all I get. That's all I get.
You have to go out of your way for that kind of thing. And it makes no sense.
It makes
I don't know.
It makes
yeah.
none. But
whatever.
It comes with the territory, though. It comes with the.
It does. I'll take it because our expectations are high, and that's fine. That's fine with me.
Yep, me too. Standard is the standard.
That's right.
And I'm eating right now, so I don't want to be on screen, but I am here, and I agree completely. Like, I'm not a type of guy, too, that wants to be like, oh, we beat your team, because I know what it feels like to lose. It fucking sucks.
Exactly.
So I don't want to, ride my friends about their team losing, unless they're Dallas fans, because no one deserves to be a Dallas fan outside of Texas that never lived in Texas. I always ride those.
I have an uncle who's a Dallas fan, so it's always a fun time at Christmas. It was the best too when Zeke was a rookie or his second year and Bell was still with us, and it was Christmas Eve, and someone got him a Zeke Elliott fathead, and I was like, nice. He's like, isn't this awesome? I'm like, yeah, the second best running back in the league. Like we always just jaw back and forth. And when Dez was still relevant there and AB was starting to come up, we'd always argue about that. But it's fun, it creates argument. I mean, with my uncle, it's always in good fun. It's not as malicious as some of me and my friends banter.
Yeah, I like that. I like that kind of banter. That is fun.
What do you want?
Yep.
Hold on 1 second. I just gotta mute myself here.
No problem. I'll jump back on. And I know too, you're getting close. You've got to start heading out here pretty soon, Jordan. So whenever you got to let us know, we'll sign you off.
Yeah, I should probably take off so I can start getting ready and head downtown. But yeah, I appreciate you having me. It's always fun.
Thank you so much too, and thanks for the great stories and getting to know you better and hanging out with you for a bit. I mean, it's been my absolute pleasure to have you on. So
it's been a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
So as
Steeler
always,
Nation, Jordan DeFigio.
Take care, Jordan. It was really nice meeting you, officially.
Nice meeting you too, Sean. Officially, yeah, virtually face to face. Yeah. Yes.
And enjoy the rest of your night with your friend. And let's go Steelers.
I will. Let's go Steelers. Have a good one, guys.
You too. Yeah. Make sure to check out the Yinzhers Podcast, Steeler Nation. Also be able to find her on social media at Fidge Newton. Right? Is that how to FIDG?
Yep, Fidge Newton.
NEWTON on Twitter and Instagram. Thank you very much, Jordan. Enjoy the game. Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
Awesome.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
And I apologize, Steeler Nation. The attractiveness in the room has dropped significantly. Not our fault, but Morgan, I know, is trying to work her way back to here, but I know she's having some issues with her dog right now. Luca, we're all waiting for that to at least hear what's going on with that, and hopefully she'll be back here shortly.
Fun fact, and a safety named Sean Davis was drafted. Just a little fun fact. I thought that was kind of funny.
A safety named Sean Davis. Really? Which team just acquired him?
The Colts.
Interesting.
So, yeah, funny. Just not spelled the same way as the Sean Davis that played for us. Is he
not spelled the right way, right, Sean?
Yeah, exactly.
That good Irish SEAN.
Exactly.
You got to spell Sean with the SEAN. That SH. What's that SH crap? That's from America or something. They just don't know how to spell your name.
Nope. And it's funny. It's just funny when people still call me Scene.
Right. It's like, have you not seen this word written in the English language before?
Literally, I just don't understand it. Unless you're if someone's like foreign or just a language barrier, then I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I went to the Dominican Republic a few years ago, and it's just it's such a funny my friends will say it to me because I told them the story. I gave the guy my passport to get on the plane and leave, and he was like, "Bye, Scene, come again soon." And it's just it's just hysterical.
Wow. Eddie Harlow joining us over there on YouTube. I love our draft. I'm glad to hear that, Eddie. We're very excited about it as well. Mr. Nick of Time saying Chicago fans must have been stoked. That must be an Irish name too, of the O Times over there in Ireland. Good to hear from you as well. Tim Y likes it when the field goals go sideways at Soldier Field. Who doesn't? That and the Fog Bowl. I think the Fog Bowl is in Chicago too. I'm dating myself on that one too, because I think that's when Randall Cunningham was the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles playing Chicago in the Fog Bowl, where you couldn't see more than 10 yards down the field. That was an insane game.
Wow. Yeah. I've seen another Steeler memory in Chicago, even though we lost that game, was when I don't know if we fumbled it or it was an interception, and I forget who was running back for the Bears, and Vance McDonald hustled and caught all the way back up and saved us on the touchdown.
That was at the end of the half, right?
Yeah, at the end of the first half.
That was a blocked field goal.
Blocked field goal. That's what it was.
Yep, I remember that play, and the weird rules allowed them to be able to kick.
Yeah,
because time ran out, and since we were technically, I guess we were technically on defense, because you can't end on a defensive penalty. Though they should change that. If you're kicking the ball, you're obviously on offense.
Yeah,
exactly. It's just an odd situation, but that is the way that the rules are written. You're technically on defense after a blocked kick. So insane. It is
insane. And the nuances of those rules are just like so like ticky tacky, and like you never know what's gonna get called. But that play stands out in my mind, and that's I'm gonna miss Vance a little bit. Just I know he didn't get as much shine this year because Ebron obviously was the passing threat, but I just feel Vance did all like the little things right like that. I feel like there was never a lack of hustle. And that's why I'm excited for Furmuth, because I think he can. They're saying that. Like I remember our writer Matt Papiernick, he was saying that he reminded him of Vance.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. Yeah, Kenneth Beamer saying, I think we're looking good in this draft. Good to hear from you too, Kenneth. The 1-2, Gabe's also asking, Gabe Gotti, how many will start on opening day? And at least for me, Gabe, I think there is only one chance for one starter on opening day, and that is Najee Harris. I think he is going to be the starting running back, hands down, for this team. He is so much he's got much more talent than the backs that are currently on our roster. And that's when it's going to get interesting, because we're going to have to cut somebody next year. We've got too many backs on our roster. Here's the depth behind Harris, who I've already slated in as the starter, day one starter. You got Benny Snell, you got McFarland, who was drafted the year before, you got Samuels, who's another good back, and you got Balaj, who we just traded for, because we did make some good moves to fill the holes behind us with some vets. Going out and getting Balaj was a big deal. Going out and getting Haig to be a swing tackle for us. Going out and getting Coward to be the swing guard for us, essentially. And picking up BJ Finney to be a backup center. So, like, Steelers did their due diligence, filled the holes with veterans. Obviously, like, I don't think their talent is there, but going back to that running back spot, like, that's Najee Harris, Snell, McFarland, Samuels, Balaj. Steelers are going to cut one.
Yeah, definitely. I just cut off the video just because I'm eating real quick.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm cool with that, man. I'm glad that you're still here with me and you're still able to talk. I'm cool with that. Because to me, like, you got McFarland and Samuels with essentially the same skill set. The only thing that Samuels does on this team better than anyone else is he can block on third down. That's the only thing that he does that better than Snell. McFarland was horrible at it last year. Yeah. I don't know about Balaj. I haven't seen his film yet about his blocking, so I'll have to start looking up some of that if he's in there for third down. But I've always loved Samuel's skill set. He is a receiver. He's a receiver that we converted to a running back. He is a slot receiver.
Absolutely.
So that's why I wanted to see a guy like him, hopefully open up his game with that Matt Canada offense, utilizing these speedy players out of the backfield that can make catches downfield and get the right personnel or make personnel mismatches. I'd love to see Samuels on a linebacker. He's going to win that every time.
Yep.
Every time. If they can make that.
I have to say what you said about the blocking with McFarland. I think it would, if I had to guess today, I think it would come down to Samuels and McFarland, and that blocking aspect may just be the difference maker on who stays and who goes.
Well, it's right now. I don't think that I think Samuels, even though I have him listed as I have Snell and McFarland as backup one. The reason why I pumped McFarland up there was I increased his ability to be a backup with his former coach being his new offensive coordinator now. His former coach from college now being his offensive coordinator in the pros. I just think that gives him an inside track. He knows his he knows how to use him appropriately. That's what I want to see. Snell now, like Snell might be odd man out. Like you got McFarland and Samuels that have similar skill sets. Like McFarland, though, he's a little different. I don't think he's as good of a pass catcher. Like obviously Samuels is one of the best pass catchers we've ever had. I think he had close to 200 catches in college.
Yeah.
So the guy knows how to catch the freaking football. Snell, though, he's supposed to be that short yardage guy that wasn't getting the short yardage for us last year, even though he was a bell cow for was it Kentucky, I think, that he came out of.
Yep.
But Balaj is also that kind of strong runner. He could be a serviceable person. So like you're gonna have Snell and Balaj really pushing each other, and you're gonna have McFarland and Samuels pushing each other. And it's just gonna come down to who has the best training camp. And who knows, like, even though I have Samuels as backup, that technically 1, 2, 3, 4 right now in the order, which just puts him on the team as well as Balaj. I don't know how Balaj is going to compete in training camp. So we'll have to see how that finishes up and how that ends up working out.
I know Balaj has some strong games this year receiving wise for the Chargers, I believe.
Yeah.
So I mean, his pass catching work is definitely going to be something they'll keep an eye on, and it's really tough to say right now. What you said about Snell is definitely a strong point, because it's like, you know, I feel like everyone has like a strong attribute, and then he's supposed to be the short yardage guy, and he's not really getting that done. So when you're not playing to your strengths, are you the one that gets cut?
Yeah, you never know how what they're gonna say that they like the most.
Yeah, no.
Flexible linebacker. Yeah, I'm updating my other chart here. I don't even know where to put Loudermilk. I don't have room for him on this chart. Right now, before even, or not Louder, was that Loudermilk? Was that his name? Did I have that right? Great. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it is Loudermilk. Sweet. Isaiah with 2 H's. I don't understand that, but that's great. And because here is the defensive end depth chart. Right now at D end 1, you got Hayward. Backing him is Wormley. Then you have Carter and Anderson. Defensive end 2, you got Tuitt, you got Mondu, then you got Taylor and Jones. Like that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we drafted a defensive end. So I don't know where to. I'm going to just throw him in here behind Jones just because he'll fit on my sheet a little better. Udermilk. So don't know why, but we drafted a DE in the fifth. Was that in the 5th?
Yeah.
Yep. Still nickel corner is the biggest show for me. If it turns out that who was that we drafted? Jones, right? Wasn't he the tackle that we drafted?
Give me 1 second. In the 4th round, that first pick we had out of A&M.
Yeah. What was his name?
No, Moore. Dan Moore.
Moore. Okay, I'm gonna add him. Oh yeah, that's right. I slotted him in his number 2. Sorry, Jones. Yeah, he's an undrafted free agent that we picked up. Yeah. With Moore jumping in, if he's a swing tackle, we have no need anymore in the draft for another tackle. The only need that we have in the draft left is it's corner. And I thought for sure when we moved up that we were going to be grabbing a corner. That seemed like that was going to be the move.
Yeah.
Odd enough that didn't happen. But, you know, the draft is full of surprises. And Tombert, which is our nickname for the power couple, which is Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert. These guys know what they're doing. They've had some excellent drafts. I mean, obviously you can't hit a home run on every play, but they know better than we do. We'll have to see how it works out, though. It's just a little strange that it wasn't a player that we were expecting, and that most of Steeler Nation here wasn't expecting either. Scarecrow likes Richard Wildgoose as a possibility. Tim Y, is Ozzie Newsome permanently banned from Cleveland? I think he was banned as soon as he left to go with the Ravens and then become one of the single greatest GMs in all of pro football. He was such an excellent talent evaluator when it came to picking the right players for the Ravens for their positions.
Yeah.
He stacked 2 teams to be able to get him 2 Super Bowls over a 15 year period. So first one is in 2000. When would they win their next Super Bowl? Is it 2012? 12? Yeah, 2012. Yeah, so 12-year, 13-year period right there. So kudos to him, but he came over right when everybody came over because he was Ozzie Newsome was technically under Bill Belichick when Bill Belichick was the coach. They kept the GM, they lost the coach. So really interesting. Really interesting stuff there.
Speaking of the Ravens draft, and they just actually took another solid player who was on Matt's Matt's list. So
who was that?
Dalen Hayes. He's a D end. Excuse me, out of Notre Dame.
Oh wow, Golden
Dome.
Dome.
It's interesting that he was on Matt's list. That's seems like it might be a name of some import. Because top 150, getting a top 150 guy in the 5th round is usually that could be beneficial. No one's ever, like you were saying this before too, about how they've always been a very well drafted team. You can't knock that from them. They're to me it is our stiffest competition. You could say the Patriots, but when it's in your division, you always feel it more. And
the division's getting tougher and tougher every year. Like Cincinnati's been stocking talent. They're ready. They're building, and they're building well, in my opinion. Cleveland's already built well. They've already had incredible talent on the roster. It's going to be a lot tougher for the Steelers this year with the first place schedule and with adding an additional 17th regular season game. We now have to play 3 first teams in 3 different divisions that the rest of our division does not have to play. So now it becomes even more impactful. Before it was only 2 games difference, but now that it's 3, that's a bit more impactful for your schedule and your strength of schedule moving forward, and going to be a tougher time for the Steelers to shine and keep that division championship next year.
Yeah, for sure. And it doesn't help that you're facing most of these first place teams in their house. You're going to Lambeau to face Green Bay. You're going to face KC in Arrowhead. You're going to Buffalo again, the Orchard Park, I believe. Or that's not what it's called now anymore. I'm sorry. I forgot the name of it. And then at least we have Seattle at home. That's definitely a plus.
Yeah. At least they are at home, but it's still that's a tough draw.
Yeah, it's still it's definitely daunting.
I love Wilson. I absolutely love Wilson, and to hear that he was available or that he's not happy there. I'm not happy there. He's one of the few quarterbacks that I would move hell or high water to acquire if we didn't have Ben. Like if it was next year, I would have done anything to pick up Wilson. You want all of our first round draft, take him. Like this guy is that fucking good. That's like he is just the perfect quarterback. And in a system like ours, I think he'd thrive. I really think he'd thrive.
He is absolutely insane. I think he's arguably at points the best. He's in that top tier for sure. And like you said, in our system with our guys, sky would be the limit. Absolutely.
Yes.
He's impressive. And it's and he has I feel like he has a great story, because he wasn't a first round pick. Yeah,
that's true.
He was in that. He wasn't a super late round pick. He was a 3rd rounder, but he definitely took that chip on his shoulder and ran with it, and he's just prolific as they come.
Yeah, so let's go over the draft here. I guess we haven't been talking about it a lot since we've just been talking. I love just talking anyway. Amir Smith-Marset from Iowa, wide receiver, going at 157 to the Minnesota Vikings. Dalen Nixon, Iowa back-to-back. Defensive tackle going to the Carolina Panthers at 158. Braylon James from Nebraska, offensive tackle, going to the Chargers. Sean Wade, which killed us all in our hearts. Ohio State corner going to the freaking Ravens. 160. Tommy, especially if he starts playing well, we're all going to hate that freaking pick. But turnabout's fair play, guys. Every Raven friend that I knew when we drafted both Claypool and we drafted both Juju Smith-Schuster, They were lamenting and gnashing their teeth and rolling in their graves. They hated the fact that we got these talented receivers that they have no chance of covering.
Right.
Awesome. I love that. Well, that's also why they draft corners so well, because they've got to try to figure out a way to stop our offense.
Right.
Tommy Doyle, Miami, Ohio offensive tackle, 161. Kansas City, Noah Gray from Duke. I remember that tight end name as being a possible person to be slotted the Steelers late in the draft, but we fortunately got a much better tight end earlier in the draft. Derek Forrest to the WTFs, got the safety from Cincinnati at 163. Jamar Johnson following that from the Denver Broncos, safety from Indiana. We had a trifecta run on safeties then with Sean Davis, the Sean Davis that you talked about. We spelled the name wrong, from Florida, 165. Then we have Keith Taylor, cornerback of Washington for the Panthers. Nate Hobbs, Illinois quarterback. Zach Davidson, Central Missouri tight end, going to Minnesota. Then you got Richard LeCompte. I think it's French. I don't know. Going from Georgia, the safety there. Another run on safety. Man, going to the Browns. Garrett Wallow, TCU inside linebacker, going to the Texans. Notre Dame defensive end, Dalen Hayes, who you just mentioned as well, which made me think that I need to start talking about this stuff because we are a draft show. Going to the hated Ravens. Oregon cornerback, Demiador Lenoir. I don't know. Lenoir would be the French spelling. If we were playing hockey, it's so much easier. I know the was and the Lenoirs. It makes more sense. Going to San Francisco at 172. Then we got Terradell Slayton, defensive tackle from Florida, going to Green Bay. Now we have the Los Angeles. I think that's the Rams. Their logo looks like it could be a Chargers logo. I don't know.
I know. It is definitely confusing.
Hate this crap. Drafting a legacy. Ernest Brown the fourth from Northwestern, defensive end. So there we go. That brings us up to date. Jets are on the clock. We'll see who the next pick that makes no difference for the Jets because they draft. They don't know how to draft. I was saying to Jordan, a lot of my mom's side of the family is Jets fans because I do hail from New York, and it's. I don't, I'm a Steeler fan, but there comes a point where I do feel for them. And I do have to say, I hope Wilson can definitely, I like the Vera Tucker pick. Yeah. I hope Wilson can get them where Darnold couldn't. I mean, I don't think they ever gave Darnold a fair chance because, like you said, the draft never. Yeah. So, I for my Jet fan friends, when you face us, I hope you lose, but, I do hope that they can sort of turn things around because, how long can a team stay in turmoil? I mean, it's tough to see. I mean, at least, even the Jaguars, as bad as they've been the past few years, I mean, it was only a few years ago where we weren't too big fans of them. They were right there in the AFC Championship game, and things just kind of fell apart. Yeah. But the last time I think the Jets were in the playoffs was the last time they faced us in the AFC Championship game. Yeah. They had to face the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, the only 2 years they wrestled the division, anybody could wrestle the division away from the Patriots. Mark Sanchez's first 2 years. He was a heck of a quarterback, and they were a heck of a team. So it was dumb of them to get rid of their coach. Who is that? That was Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan. Yep. The agony of defeat. Defeat. Because evidently he has a foot fetish with his wife posting some shit online. I always love doing that. Yeah. With Rex Ryan making foot fetish jokes. Nothing beats that. Nothing. Being a petty person like myself. But this is why we have fun in this kind of crap. Exactly. Right? We can make foot jokes for a person with a foot fetish. It's just what I'm always into. Who is this big bearded incel from Awesome Stuff 1983? That is Stryker, as you should know. Jordan's gone. Oh well, bye guys. Thanks, Cooley man. We know you'll show up again. You can't say no to us. You can't quit us, Cooley. We know better. Let's see. Oh, any word yet on the special guest? Yeah, I've been checking my email. I have not heard back yet, Tim Y, but as soon as I get the email back, I will let all of Steeler Nation know, and I'll check the hard part of the email too, just to make sure, because I usually get the notifications here. Yeah, the only emails I've been getting so far have been from you. So not yet, but I will let all of Steeler Nation know as soon as we know that somebody has stepped up here and and possibly getting a Pittsburgh Steeler, a roster Pittsburgh Steeler in here. Because we try to do the best we can. It's tough when you get to day 3. A lot of people have things they got to do on Saturday. No one wants to have to spend time like we do. But we appreciate. I appreciate all of you, Steeler Nation, for keeping me going here on this show. Because shit, I'm in 3:30 right now, and we're slotted to stay on here at least until 8. So yeah, we're half hour shy of halfway through the show. Then we're right about halfway through the show as we're set. And so, and it's feeling like it's flying. Like I feel great. It might be the extra beer in me. It might be the alcohol, because I also run on alcohol. You guys are starting to see Drunk Cope coming out here soon. I think when I finish this last Paps and I start, this is my last of the coffee beers, the third in the trilogy of Stryker's coffee beers. These 2 are done. And then I got my last one here. Then I'm going to be going high test. So, and I got a fruity beer. Oh gosh. If I have a fruity beer here for Cooley to make fun of when I start drinking that. We got an inside joke here, Sean. He always shits on me for drinking fruity beers. But there's this brewery called Adroit Theory, and they make these fruited sours, and there's fruited gozas that are just incredible. They're not high percent. They're like really low percent, like 3.5%.
Yeah. But at that point, you're just drinking it to enjoy, not.
Gosh.
Yeah. It's just an indulgence.
But every single other beer on their menu, there's nothing left lower than 8. Like,
oh wow.
They're all like double, triple IPAs, New England style IPAs. They do the Belgian style beers, doubles, quads, triples.
Wow.
They do insane. Their stout list, phenomenal. And all of them are like imperial stouts, Russian imperial. So, you're like getting 10 plusers on those guys. And that is my unrestricted free agent draft beer, is actually an imperial stout from Adroit Theory. And it's got the best name ever. The name of the beer is called Future You Hates You.
Wow.
It's a perfect name for a beer. Future You Hates You.
Awesome. Okay, oh man. The Patriots just took Cameron McGrone, inside linebacker, who was not on Matt's board, but he was on Ben's big board.
Okay, where did Ben have him slotted?
I don't know exactly where he had him slotted. I've just been updating the defense, offense. Does he? Hold on. He had him. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Grown. He has him pegged as a 4th rounder. So they got him in late 5th. So I feel like for them, that's a decent value pick. I feel like they've been stacking up on defensive draft picks. I feel like they made a lot of splashes in free agency. I mean, I hope to God that, they're just like average, but I had this feeling that they're going to be pretty competitive again this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Loudermilk, Jonathan McHugh over here on YouTube is saying Loudermilk played around 290, but trimmed down to 270 to be quicker and add more muscle. So that's interesting. Sounds like another player, kind of like Zach Banner. The Zach Banner was 100 pounds more. I asked Zach Banner when I interviewed him on the podcast, and I'm like, what do you eat to stay up, to keep your weight up around 350, 360? He's like, Stryker, I have to diet and eat right so I'm not 400 pounds. Like his body is just made to put weight on. That's just the way he metabolizes food. Right. And he's on a strict diet to be a svelte 350. That is just an amazing thing. Like, it's something I'm at 184 right now soaking wet with a pocket full of nickels. Yeah. And, I can't dream. Like, I hit 200 for the first time when I put on my COVID-19. And now that I'm, happily on the right way back, doing my descent path now, closer back to my playing weight, which I'm playing hockey again too, playing goalie. And I'm trying to get back down to my 175 for my flyweight. And so I feel the best around that weight. But this dad bod, it's pushing me, man. I'm built like a pregnant teen right now. That gut's sticking out.
I kind of feel Zach's pain. I'm a bigger guy. I'm around 6'4", and I right now, I mean, I'm very active. I work out a lot, and So I'm up there. I'm weighing around like anywhere between like 280, 290, but I look leaner than that. So, because a lot, but the minute I start to like overeat, and if I take a couple days off, it's just, you feel it.
Yeah.
You feel it. So I definitely feel his pain. I mean, he's way bigger than I, you know what I mean? Like his frame and everything he's just huge.
Yes.
So, it's tough. And like, it's tough because he has to eat some stuff to keep his strength up. So it's got to be such a challenge for him. I can only imagine what that's like for him. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, it is, especially when you get to those oversizes, because you do have to maintain.
Yeah.
And
the offensive line, it's like,
yeah.
I feel like they almost think like nowadays, like everyone should just be like these like athletic freaks. Like to me, like DeCastro is kind of like one of those guys. I feel like he's like a big guy. Like, I mean, I don't know personally, like but like, I feel like he weighs a lot, but like makes it look like he's a big guy, but he looks like, it's almost like another one that's like this is like Quentin Nelson.
Okay.
He's like very lean, even though he's a huge guy.
Yeah.
I feel like Banner.
Yeah.
I don't really have that, like, well, I'm not as big as them, so like, but it's like I feel like Banner struggle, like he doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah.
I feel like a guy like I feel like a guy like Quentin Nelson or David, like they don't probably have to be on as strict of a diet.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. It's case by case. That's offensive line. It's tough. It's a tough job.
And true too, like we've got all this talent. It seems like every year the players keep getting bigger and faster. And case in point, when like Ryan Shazier became a Steeler at inside linebacker at his size and recording like a 4.3 40, that was like, it's like, how do these guys run this fast? And we just had a defensive lineman this year get drafted that ran a 4.3 40. So like, this is what everything is working now toward in the world of football, as players just keep getting bigger and faster. And Sean, I think you froze on me. I'm not sure your sense of surprise there, if you got to pop back on, but I'm going to check to make sure our stream is still going. Yeah, our stream is still going and you are frozen. So that is not me. So I'll shoot you a text just so that it's, oh, you're back. Good. There he is.
Yeah, well, we got this. Sorry about that.
That's fine. I was like, you're in shock for what I just said there. That was great. I was just stating on how everybody's getting faster. And now, like with Ryan Shazier running a 4.3 as a linebacker, now we have our first defensive player, defensive lineman running a 4.3. And I'm just like, where's it going to end with these guys?
Yeah. What's next? What's next? Where where's the offensive guard that's starting on a 4? Where's the tackle? It's gonna come. Yeah. It's gonna happen.
And Brandon McCandis, you're in a hot tub right now. I am jealous. I wish I could do the show from a hot tub, because after 5-6 hours of sitting in the same position, I definitely need that warm, bubbly water to keep me nice and nice and relaxed. Cooley, Robert C. coming back in. Nope, I love you, man. We knew you wouldn't leave. You're just out there for show. Carlos Goncalves, Lido saying Stryker rocks. Gracias, senor. And also, just so everybody knows, the depth chart that I utilize that we have on our draft tools, that is strictly from Carlos Goncalves. It's his design from last year. I updated it with this year's players. It was such a great idea. Comes directly from Carlos Goncalves. So thank you very much for helping to still aid in the show and do fun stuff for us. So we appreciate that. Kenneth Beamer saying best podcast ever. And I've never seen so many exclamation points. Thank you, Kenneth. Really, really appreciate you. That's awesome. First time, Stryker, I'm a ride with you from now on. Awesome, Scarecrow. Love that, man. Go to SteelerNation.com. Just click on the podcast. You'll be able to follow us from everything that we click to. Just follow us on Simplecast, and every time we pop, you'll be able to see it first. We also do a vidcast. Like I run the vidcast live of the podcast. So whichever way you want to view is cool, man. We're fine with getting eyeballs or ears on whatever we're doing, and we always have fun.
Absolutely.
7 picks away from round 6. Where are we at right now? What's the
We are at pick 182. The Falcons are on the clock.
Awesome. Awesome.
I just gotta step away for one.
Yeah, no worries. And I'll run through the picks here while you're stepping away. Let me bring up the draft here so we can get back up to date. Jason Pinnock from Pittsburgh, the cornerback, was the next person that went at 176 after the LA Rams pick that I mentioned. But this one goes to the Jets, taking some Pittsburgh talent. KJ Britt from Auburn, inside linebacker, going to Tampa Bay at 176. We already discussed Cameron McGrone from Michigan, the inside linebacker, going to the Pats. Then we have Shamar Jean Charles, however you want to pronounce that, from Appalachian State, cornerback, going to Green Bay. Love Appalachian State players. They're always hard-nosed, great players, high football IQ kids. Cowboys taking Simi Feko from Stanford, wide receiver. All I can say is Feko. Talahana Hafuga from USC, obviously from the islands of Samoa. Love that name. Hufanga. I mispronounced it. Safety out of USC. That was a safety that was actually kind of trended to us in a couple draft mocks that I read. And I was always making that direct correlation of the Steelers possibly drafting their next safety from USC, albeit not having to move up in the first round for him. Cornell Powell, the Kansas City wide receiver, another Clemson dude. All those, seems like every single Clemson receiver that played or didn't play came off the board. And looks like we've got another great Samoan name here, Adetokunbo Agundaje. Oh, that might be even African. I'm not positive on that. From Notre Dame with an I at the end, that might be African. The defensive end from Notre Dame going to the Falcons. Falcons picking twice in the row, being on the clock right now with 2 picks left in the 5th before we move on to the 6th round. And it looks like, Carlos, looks like you know where Hafunga is. Let us know a little bit what you think about him on that one. Gabe, you're loving that tape on, Pat. The more tape I watch on Pat Freiermuth, I'm not sure of his pronunciation yet, but yes, he is a beast. We showed 2 clips of his highlights before we got the cease and desist from YouTube. But yes, so we are super Freiermuth. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Cooley, for doing something right for once. Freiermuth. Okay, I'll say Freiermuth from now on. I got that one locked in, especially when you spell it differently. I've got it down. So Pat Freiermuth. We're looking, and that makes sense now. It sounds like a good German name when you say it like that. So here we go. A lot of excitements for that, and I can't wait. So, and Scarecrow, also glad you're happy with the Pat F pick, Gabe, as well. He's versatile as hell. Yes, he is to me, from what I'm watching, it's like Heath Miller. I'm thinking he's not Heath Miller, but if he can be half the man that Heath Miller is, you've got a happy Pittsburgh Steeler fan right here. Because he filled that need that we needed for that blocking tight end. So, people were asking me who's going to start next year. The only way that Pat Freiermuth would start would be if Eric Ebron got hurt. That would be the only way he'd be a day one starter. Like, the only day one starter I see on our roster is Najee Harris. And we'll see how that goes on that. We did have another pick. Nope, we didn't have another pick. Still waiting for the Falcons to get their shit together. And I'd be that way. Like, imagine somebody on ESPN saying something like that. They can't. I can. And this is why we have fun with the show and everything else that goes along with it. I am digging that background before Sean comes back. Sean, I love that banner. I have the exact same banner, though mine only has 4 Super Bowl championships on it. And then I had to start hanging my own patches. But that one shows all 6 Super Bowl championships, and that is the exact same banner that I do own, only with the 4-pick variety. So awesome stuff. Love it. Avery Williams, cornerback to the Falcons from Boise State. Another, like, these schools it's going to start getting a lot of press. The Appalachian States, the Boise States, a lot of talent on these teams. For some reason, people don't draft these guys until day 3. And a lot of these guys end up making big splashes in the league and being good players. So hopefully we'll see at least what Avery Williams develops to as a cornerback being drafted right here by by the Falcons. Wrong Dirty Bird going to the other Dirty Bird, being the last pick of the 5th round. Ratbirds on the clock.
Boo. No, just kidding.
See, this is the type of draft show as a Steeler fan I'd want to watch.
Yeah.
It's because who else would say Ratbirds are on the clock except maybe Myron Cope? He definitely said the Bungles. The Bungles are on the clock. Watch them screw this one up.
Definitely.
Yoy, that's a bad pick. I miss me some. I like to think I channel him the more I drink. Yins will have to tell me one way or the other.
I'm definitely feeling him coming through. I'm definitely feeling the Cope, the Myron Cope coming out.
This one's empty. So we got a lot of picks before Steelers pick. So I'm going to start another beer.
Yeah.
You guys are getting Drunk Cope today. Drunk Cope is a segment I do on the SteelerNation.com forum. If you guys join that, I mean, I haven't done it in a while. I apologize, guys. I've been super busy. I've been trying to find a night where I can sit down and just shoot the shit with you guys. But I always love those question and answer forums, but I do it while drinking. And I get more and more drunk as it goes on. And we ask just like stupid questions. Like it's not always football related. Sometimes it goes way off key, but we have a blast with it. It's one of the fun things. It's one of the things that I really enjoy interacting with my friends over there at Steeler Nation, because everybody Mighty Guru coming in there. Hey, Mighty Guru in the house. And the segment is called Ask Drunk Cope.
That's awesome.
That is my handle over there on Steeler Nation since I've switched it from Stryker over the many iterations. I had to switch it to Cope after Cope passed. That was the reason why I switched from my handle from Stryker to Cope.
I think I made it. I remember shortly after I joined up, Justin mentioned that we should join the forum.
Yeah.
And I thought I made it, but since then it's been anytime I try to go on it, it says I don't know. I definitely gotta try again soon because I do want to get on there and have some discussions.
Oh, it's great. It's the best. It is and the great thing is, like, especially now with Twitter and Facebook, everybody's LinkedIn. Like, we're getting the news instantly on that forum anytime anything big comes into the NFL, and we're immediately talking about it. That's why I love it so much, as well as like we'll work through stuff and it gives me ideas for articles, because then I'll just think of something different, or I'll say something different, or sometimes somebody else has a great idea that I do give them credit for. But most of the time it's just me working through the strange way that my brain works. And I get and I'll start writing down this big elaborate thing that I'll do a little bit of research on. I'm like, okay, I got to make an article out of this now.
Right.
Because I just went off on a tangent and it's amazing to me. And that's when I got into some of the articles. Like, I did a huge article on Steelers centers, and I think they've only had 7 since 1959, since Ray Mansfield was their like decade center. They went straight from Ray Mansfield into Webster, straight from Webster into Dermetti Dawson. And then you had a couple, like between Dawson, you had some mashups because you had Hardings, who came over, was awesome for us. Hartwig after that. Then Sean Mahan was a dumpster fire before having to draft Pouncey. And then we've been on that's the lineage.
Yeah.
We go through centers like we go through head coaches.
Yeah.
It's insane. And that's how highly, and the same thing with long snappers. It's like Schneck, Warren, dude we got now. That's
we got now. Yeah. Who
drafted the one. Yeah. He didn't make the team. He's still in the league. Well, he was in the league. He was bouncing around a bit. I don't know if he's still in, but yeah.
Yeah. Warren was.
Why am I slipping on his name? Shit. He's only been on the team I think we just signed him to another contract this year. Crap, I gotta look it up.
No, we drafted him in the 6th round a couple years ago.
That's not the same guy.
Oh, it's not the same.
No, he didn't make the team, which was why everybody started going ape nuts on the Steeler Nation forum, because he didn't. Yeah, Kevin Kennedy.
Yeah.
Is it Kevin with a K? Kevin Kennedy?
Cameron with a K.
Cameron, that's right. Cameron Kennedy. Thank you very much. That's definitely it. Yeah.
Actually, I think I follow him. I'm surprised because I know I try to follow like a bunch of Steelers on Instagram, just to follow. And
yes,
I think I follow him. That's why I knew it. It was on the top of my mind. You know what I meant. Tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Yep. Robert C. busting my balls as if I have friends, but no, it's much like you, Cooley. we don't have friends, which is why we're on the forum so damn much. That's the way it works, especially with the pandemic. I essentially lived on the forum, but this past month I got an RV, so I've been like dumping a lot of time into that, dude. I've wanted an RV since I was in nursery school.
Oh,
like,
wow.
It's been a life, and that's what I mean by lifelong dream. My teachers would ask me, what do you want to do when you grow up? I was like, I want to drive an RV. And like, oh, you want to be a truck driver? I'm like, no. I want to get an RV that I can sleep in and drive around and look at shit. That's what I want to do. And they're like, don't swear. I'm like, fuck you. No, I didn't swear. Still don't blaspheme. I'll swear like a sailor, but I don't blaspheme. And that's great because like I was born and raised Catholic. That's and people come up to you and they're like Stryker, they stop swearing. What are you talking about swearing? I don't fucking blaspheme. I'm not going to. Yeah, like that's the thing I got to talk about when I go over to see the priest and confess my sins.
Right.
But other than that, and then Mr. Nick of Time. That's why I think it was hard we didn't get Creed. Obviously, yeah, but you got to take with what you got. Like honestly, Freiermuth was the right pick.
Yeah,
the right pick in my opinion. So
I think I'm not gonna say I wasn't. I thought I wanted Humphrey in that pick before we took him.
Yeah,
I thought it was slightly polarizing. I think I mentioned before. I sat there and I was like, you know what? We didn't need a tight end.
Coley hates everybody. We know that. That's not news. But everybody's enjoying it. Kenneth, are you a poster? What's your screen name over there on Kenneth Beamer for if you're on Steeler Nation? Let me know your screen name. And Ben Mason was the last pick of the 5th round. Now I'm going to update the NFL draft to the 6th round and grab myself another beer. Damn it, I need a bottle opener down here. Is that the one thing I didn't remember to grab, or do I have? Yep, I got one right here behind my screen.
Great. The 6th round is underway. We are 2 picks in.
Yep, Nick Neiman from Iowa, inside linebacker, went first to the Chargers. Then we have the Jets grabbing Florida State safety. Was that 2 safeties in a row for the Jets? I'm going to go back and look. I thought they drafted a safety in the round previously.
I think they might have.
No, they drafted a cornerback. Okay, different secondary. That's where I paired that information in my head. No, they got a safety from Duke at the 10 slot in the 5th round because they drafted twice. Actually, drafted 3. They've got 3 safeties. All right, here's what the Jets did their last 4 picks. They went all secondary. 2nd pick of the 5th round, Jamian Sherwood, safety from Auburn. Next pick, 10th pick in the 5th round, Michael Carter II from Duke, safety. Next pick for the Jets, Jason Pinnock, Pittsburgh, cornerback. And now a 3rd safety, Hamza Nasiruddin from Florida State, another safety. I don't know how many safeties this team. That's why I said I thought they drafted a safety. They did not only drafted a safety, they drafted their 3rd safety. So
yeah, it seems like insult to injury, especially because they already have a few safeties. They have.
Didn't they grab that one guy that was like, or have that one that wanted out of there?
They grabbed them last year from Cal, Ashton Davis.
Okay.
I know they have Marcus May, and they have McDougald, who they got in the trade for Jamal Adams.
Okay.
So they have some depth there. I mean, maybe I don't know if they signed. I know they tagged May, and I know he wasn't happy with it. So maybe they're planning in case. But I mean, 3 that seems excessive.
Yeah.
But Jets gonna jet.
Who's gonna? What's that? Jets gonna jet. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna.
Sorry, Jet fan friends and family.
You joining the show? Question mark. I'm checking out right now with Bill Wyszynski. He's chatting up a bit over on the other side of the our group me chat for the writers. Frank, we already talked about Frank Darby from Arizona State going at wide receiver. Yep, the Pasterisks are on the clock.
Boo.
Yeah, we hate them.
Yep, not a fan.
Cheaters always prosper in Goodell's NFL.
Isn't that the truth?
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, they could go fuck off.
They shouldn't have a draft pick. Like, it should have been their second offense. They should have lost all of their draft picks this year. That's how you handle that shit, and you get that shit to stop. But no, it's fine. Patriots, you can cheat. We're just gonna take like a 5th rounder from you this year. Fuck you. Fuck you, Goodell. This is my bottle opener. Just so everybody knows, it's a hockey puck. It is my best friend from the Coast Guard hockey puck, and it's got a nice bottle opener right here on the bottom. Feels awesome when you get to open stuff up. Cooley, I got my fruity beer for you, buddy. Atomic Tart. You get this one at Lidl. This is a Lidl beer. If anybody's in Virginia and South, and you can go to Lidl, Lidl's got excellent beers for cheap prices. And this one is what's the percentage on this one? 4.75, just a shade under 5. Not going to be really crapping on that, but it's a good tart. It's a good tart sour. I enjoy it.
You got to finish it before the next Steelers pick, but you
yes, I do.
Still got.
This is how fun the show's going to get here, Sean. I'm telling you, I'm gonna start getting in rare form. Right after probably we're picking in the 6th.
Awesome.
I got 1, 2, 3 beers left in my thing over here. One's a German beer, Hefeweizen from Lidl. The other is the hell is this one? Oh, it's the Blue Key. That's a peach, like a Blue Moon style beer. That's another one from Lidl. And then I've got the Future You Hates You, which is my coup de grace at the end of the show when I want to just beat myself to death.
I love that name.
I know. It's
just too good.
And all of their stuff is great. They do a line of like they've got a couple different lines. One of their lines, which is called 9, and it's spelled in Roman numerals IX. They are Dune inspired double IPAs, and each one is a different house in Dune. Then they also do another line, which is different members of Cobra from the G.I. Joe series, and they paint up, and the cans look like, like a propaganda ad for that person in Cobra. So they got the Cobra Commander, they've got the Emperor, they got Destro, they got Storm Shadow, and they're awesome.
That's so fucking
New England style
cool.
IPAs.
That's real. I really want to drink that now.
Yeah, it's the place is called Adroit Theory. They're out of Percival, Virginia. It's in the middle of freaking nowhere, and it is my all-time favorite brewery. I also like the Answer down in Richmond. Used to love Weyerbacher as well. They did excellent beers. Belgian style beers. They're one of the best Belgian style beer breweries up in Easton, PA, close to Allentown area. I've been to like 400, 500 breweries in multiple countries. That's like my thing, Sean. So I could do a podcast strictly on beer and beer drinking and just spend the entire time just talking about that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's a brewery not far from me. It's called, Blue Point Beer.
Blue Point. You are in.
I'm in Long Island.
Long Island. You're in Long Island. Look at you out there in Long Island. I haven't gotten my chance to get that there to Long Island yet. But yeah, I've had a couple. I think I went to a couple breweries. The farthest east I've been on the island is Manhattan. Well, I've been to Brooklyn a couple times, but essentially Manhattan. Hit a couple breweries down there, but their breweries suck in town. I imagine they're much better on the island. So tell me a bit about that brewery and what their styles are that they do well.
Yeah, no, the Blue Point's delicious. Blue
Point, I've heard of Blue Point.
Yeah, no, they have their own beer and stuff. Yeah, it's really good, and it's like a nice. They have great beer. I like their beer. They have good. I'm not like a huge IPA guy. Like I have a few of my friends are more into it than I am. But I'll always try it. If they have it, I'll be like, I'm simple. I like a nice purple haze always. Like,
oh, nice.
Yeah, that's like that's my go-to.
From Avita.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a Avita, but that's down in Louisiana.
Yeah.
That shumbo, that gumbo, and that shrimp, that guarantee.
Oh yeah.
Well, gosh, when I get drunk, I do all sorts of impressions. Look at me.
Listen, man.
I've been to New Orleans many times. I love New Orleans.
I know. I hear such great things about it. My friend not that long ago.
Here's a fun story about New Orleans for you. I was invited to a bachelorette party in New Orleans, and it was the best friend of one of my best friends, Big Mike, who I talk about a lot on the show. He was in the army, huge. Of course, he's big. He's like the largest man in the room. It's like 6'5", just as wide as he is tall, just mountain of muscle. But the greatest guy ever. But his sister was getting married, had a bachelorette party, and they're like, we need fun for this bachelorette party. We're going to invite his brother, which was Big Mike, myself, and our buddy Aaron Semenuk, who I made a Steeler fan. He was a Minnesota Vikings fan and switched over to become a Steeler fan because of me. And I used to take him to this as another aside, I'll get back to my thread, to this Steeler bar, awesome Steeler bar in Baltimore before the Ravens came in, and it was called the Purple Goose Saloon. So way predates Tony Saragusa. Had nothing to do with him. I mean, this thing was in existence for decades before that, but it was the only place in Baltimore where you could get Permani's style sandwiches, and they imported Icy Light into the place. Wow. So like, it was a great place. And every single TV, they had like 30 TVs in the whole place. Every single one was tuned to the Pittsburgh Steeler game. It's all black and gold when you walked in there. They had the fan club. You buy raffle tickets. You'd win prizes during the game. And then they played the Steeler polka every time the Steelers scored a touchdown. And it was almost like the fan atmosphere of being at a game or a tailgate party without actually being in Pittsburgh. It was phenomenal and something I will always remember and treasure. So my Pittsburgh Steeler fan club of Baltimore t-shirt that I own and still wear to this date predates the Baltimore Ravens. And I like to wear that. That's usually the shirt I wear on Ravens game days, just so I can show them, hey, see the shirt? It's older than your team.
It's older than your team. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's awesome though. I mean, it's annoying because I've only been to one Steeler bar around here. And it was, it was nice, and they had some stuff up, but nothing like that. And
I've tried to find one like that since.
You can't get your hands on any Iron City or Icy Light anywhere, and I enjoy it thoroughly. Like I've only been to Pittsburgh once, but we've gone to a couple games where because I've only really been to Jets Steelers games at MetLife, but I did go. My first Steeler game in Heinz was 2018 against the Chargers when we unfortunately lost on a field goal. Yeah. We kind of blew a big lead in that game, but the refs kind of screwed us over. But that whole trip though, we were drinking Iron City the entire time, and then a few Jets Steelers games we met a few tailgaters, fellow Steeler fans. You know how it is when you meet a Steeler fan at an away game. It's like family.
Yes. Yeah. And then you end up going off on a tangent, enjoying your time with them. That's a blast. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've had some Iron City like that. Like, oh yeah, we have like, a few 30 racks here. And we're always like, yes. Like, it's exciting, because I feel like it's also part of the tradition.
Yeah, it is. And we used to do like the cheers too. So like, it starts off with the charge, like da 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 charge, and then they go right into the Steeler polka. And about like 5 minutes later, it lasts. Then the greatest thing about when they run the Steeler polka after the Steelers score a touchdown was that it would go all the way through the commercial break. Like you're spinning a towel like for 3.5 minutes. You're singing along. You're having a blast. You're drinking some Icy Light, and then at the end, you do the Steelers cheers, which were some cheers that you may or may not be familiar with, Steeler Nation, but the first one that we'd always do was chewing tobacco, spit, spit, spit. If you ain't a Steeler fan, you ain't shit. Go Steelers! Then that immediately followed by Allegheny, Monongahela, Ohio. If you ain't a Steeler fan, you just blow. Go Steelers! So we'd have a blast waving our. It was so fun. Oh, what a fun time!
That sounds like it. It makes you miss being there in person, especially with everything going on.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I actually just recently went to, because I'm a Mets fan. I got back. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's tough too. Like being on Long Island, being a Mets fan, being surrounded by Yankees fans.
Don't get me started.
Don't get me. I'm not sure how old you are too, Sean, but I was lucky enough to watch that that Mets team in '84, and that was when I was super into baseball. Lenny Dykstra, Doc Gooden, Strawberry. That was a night. That was a hell of a fucking team. That was a fun team to watch.
My girlfriend's mom, actually, they saw them win the World Series and everything. They were there at Shea. Yeah. Oh. I wish. But I mean, I've seen, I saw them. I was only 5 when they were in the World Series against the Yankees in 2000. I mean, they lost, and then they made it recently in 2015. But I love baseball, and I love basketball, and I like hockey. I don't like. I watch. I like the Penguins. I root for them, but I don't watch religiously like I would, because it's just never was like a big thing for me. But I have gotten into it more recently. I love playoff hockey, and I know like everyone says that.
Yes. Oh God, there's nothing like playoff hockey. You're right. It's just so electric. God. Yeah, and this is the time of year I'm getting ramped up, and I'm starting to get back in the Pens and watching all the games again. And
I mean, I'll usually watch a Pens game when I can, but I do have a soft spot for the Islanders as well. And that's why I don't like.
Cool. The Islanders are good this year too.
Yeah, I know that division's tough, but I think the Penguins are in position of first place. No.
Did they end up taking first when they beat Washington? I know it was in overtime, so I wasn't sure if that point put them into a tie. Right. Let me check my sports app here, because I've got the Pens right on the top of my sports app, so that'll pop right up. First place right now. Yeah, Washington's in first place.
Okay.
Pens have played one less game, though. The Washington and the Pens have clinched playoff berths.
Wow.
Actually, they're both tied for first place. They're both at 69 points. Pens have one more win, but Capitals have one more overtime loss, and for some reason they give overtime losses the weight, which just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you lost another game. Stupid. Like, we have more actual fucking wins than this team.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I fucking hate that stuff.
It's so stupid. And it's just, that's why the point with hockey confuses me a little bit.
That's what I know, but it's close. And at least, I'm in the area too. Like, Washington just figured out they have a hockey team, and there's fucking closet fans coming out of the woodwork now that they won a championship. And my favorite joke to tell Washington Capitals fans for the longest time, and I got so much pleasure at telling this joke. I will not lie. It was my favorite joke. And the joke was, let's see, what was it again? Oh, have you ever had a White Russian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they got a spin on that. It's called the Ovechkin. Did you ever drink an Ovechkin?
No.
It's a White Russian without the cup. That was like my all-time favorite joke, and I used to use that on all my Caps friends. And then they finally win the cup. Though that was a good team, and don't get me wrong, I think TJ Oshie is a phenomenal player, and he's the only reason why they won that cup.
Yeah.
He's to me, he was the biggest reason. I like their goaltender too at the time. Shit, what's his name? Why is that eluding me? But they had a great goaltender as well for years. And, they earned the cup that they did win. Don't get me wrong, I was rooting for Las Vegas in that one, because we had Fleury in net at Las Vegas in his inaugural year, and he should have won the frickin' Vezina trophy for top goaltender, in my opinion. I think that's highway robbery that he did not win the Vezina, taking an expansion team to the Stanley Cup.
Really, to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah. And he had awesome statistics too. He was top 1, top 2 in GAA and save percentage, and he still didn't win the Vezina. I'm like, how the fuck does that happen? That's insane. So
what's impressive about Vegas? They've been pretty consistently good still since they made that cup run.
Yep.
That was, and I know they have that another team coming in next season, Seattle Kraken, right?
Yes, that's a great team name. I love that team.
I thought that was awesome. That was awesome.
And the Knights too, I love that they Vegased out their show. Going to a hockey game for the Vegas Knights is a show. Yeah. And it's in between, which is great because, intermissions are it feels like a half an hour, but they're around 20 minutes because they got a Zamboni the ice and all that crap. But they have bands play during the intermissions on the side, so you can sit there and watch a band during intermissions. They have that awesome light show and intro every time for whatever team interacting with somebody on the ice, and they can make the ice look like whatever they want with the laser show that they have. It's just so freaking fun to watch.
Oh,
Really, really fun to watch. And they've done it right. Like, that's exciting. That's an event now you can go to in Vegas. And Vegas does have a large population of people that are stuck there anyway. So good for them that they got their first pro team, and now with the Raiders joining them too. I mean, that's just takes it up another notch too, because now you've got a destination where people are used to going. Like, if you want to go out and see a Steeler game in Las Vegas, I mean, think of that. That's like an awesome thing to do.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
You're there for like a long weekend, and you cap it off with a Steelers game. I mean,
right.
And that stadium is really, really fucking cool.
It's gorgeous. You're right.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it looks like the Death Star. I feel like people have said that already, but it really does. It's impressive.
Yeah.
That field is just it's a gorgeous stadium. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it might just be my bias in me. I like it better than the Cowboys stadium too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Cowboy Stadium was pretty awesome too. The craziest part, I went to the Cowboy Stadium only once, and that was for the Super Bowl that we lost to Green Bay. But they've got field seats. Like, you can actually sit in a box on the field. But the problem is your box is like halfway underground. So you're staring at fucking people's legs. Like, it's like, why are you even at the stadium at that point? It's like, there's nothing to see. You're there just to essentially maybe just drink, I guess, in those boxes. But it seems like the dumbest seat in the house, in my opinion. I don't know why anybody would do that. Carlos Goncalves, he asked me here, which German beer, Paulaner. No, I got the one from Lidl. Lidl holds the, it's called the Perlenbacher. And they have both this one is the Pilsner. Oh, damn, I grabbed the wrong one. I wanted the Hefeweizen. I also have the Hefeweizen out there too. But they're the big bottles. Look at this, how giant these bottles are here, compared to normal size bottle. This is the normal size bottle, which looks like a pony bottle compared to it. These are just like huge, freaking delicious German beers. And they do their Pilsner style is accurate as hell. Same thing as their Hefeweizen. I actually prefer the Hefeweizen just because I prefer that style anyway. But they do an excellent job. And Lidl's the place where you get 6 packs of these for like $8. So it's less than a 6-pack that you're normally paying. And you're essentially getting like not 6 beers. You're getting closer to like 8 beers out of a 6-pack for that. So it's like $1 a beer.
That's a bargain. You can't.
Awesome bargain. Yeah. Every time I see a Lidl with beer, I'm like, yep, I'm buying that one. And the other one I wanted to show you quick was their Blue Key line. And that's essentially their Blue Moon knockoff, which is kind of like that Hefeweizen style. And this one's a peach. They have a couple flavors of it too, but it's a good one too. Like, as far as for being a Blue Moon knockoff, it's a good style. Like, it's a German style. It's a traditional, normally like more of an orangey German style if you're getting the standard Blue Moon, but the peach did a great job with that as well. Mighty Guru says double IPA is my jam. Love the doubles and triples. That's how I got into the IPAs too, Sean. Like, the singles, I really didn't care about. Like, I don't care about a single IPA. I can do a New England IPA single. I can do like a milkshake IPA single, but you get in the doubles and triples. That's when I start getting excited for IPAs, especially when I grew up. It seemed like the only IPAs that were out were Cascade hops. And Cascade hops are, like, to me, the most aggressive hop you can put in a beer. And on the West Coast, that's the only hop they essentially use, is how much Cascade can they jam in a bottle. And it's like grabbing your fucking tongue with a plier of bitterness at the end of swallowing that stuff. It's just not a pleasurable experience.
Yeah. It loses its joy, your joy at that point.
Nice. And you love the Paulaner, the best beer you've ever tasted. That's awesome to hear, Carlos. There's some good Mexican style beers and Latin style beers too that are nice and light from your area. I know Presidente, I love that one. I know that's all over the place down around your area. Tell us what your beer is too, what the flagship is for Venezuela. And I'll see if I know exactly what's going on. Yeah, thanks, Robert. Coach is more manly than Cope. Yeah, shit. He gets his estate in Florida. I get my fruity beers. It's a give and take.
It's a win-win.
Mm-hmm. Tim Y doing the Long Island. I love that. Trey is saying over here, thanks, Trey, for chiming in. Good to see you here too with the chat. Steelers met with Jamie Newman. If he's still on the board when it's their next pick, he may be a Steeler. Look up Jamie Newman. See if he's a corner.
Oh, I think he's a quarterback.
Oh, quarter. I don't think there's any chance of us signing a quarterback.
Yeah,
but then again, I didn't think there's any chance of us signing any defensive lineman. I thought defensive lineman was off of our board.
Yeah, he's the guy from Wake Forest. I don't know if you're familiar.
I'm familiar with the triangle, the North Carolina triangle of Wake Forest and Raleigh and Durham. So yes, I've been there many times.
Yeah, I remember it. They said they spoke to him at his pro day, but
yeah, doesn't mean they're going to keep him or take him.
I wouldn't be mad, but then there's 4 quarterbacks on the roster, so one would have to go. So it just essentially feels like maybe a waste. I think they really like the 4 they have because I think they feel comfortable with Mason as the backup.
Yeah,
I think they like Dobbs for his. I mean, Dobbs is essentially like an offensive assistant, and not like in a district. I know Ben likes having him around. He feels like he has really good ideas, and to me, that's valuable to have.
Yeah,
and I have this feeling that and they didn't really hide it in that press conference that they want to see what Haskins can do. I feel like they think they got him at like a bargain. It feels like which they kind of did. You get a first round guy for nothing pretty much. So I get it. Let's see here.
Shooting Morgan a text here. It looks like Bill Wyshynski, he's waiting for a tow truck. So he's definitely not jumping on anytime soon. That sucks. So more power to you. That's FSF for you guys over there in the Steeler Nation forums. They're doing an awesome job of chiming in. Bill Wyshynski, he's supposed to be on the show. It looks like he's having some car trouble. Hopefully he can jump on here in an hour and tell us what it's like to deal with that crap down in Tampa. And that's Job Morrison. I'm going to hop on for an hour if that's okay. Just got back home and would love to be a contributor. Awesome. So Job's going to be joining us here really quickly. Awesome. Kenneth Beamer over here. We have none in Harper's Ferry. You're in frickin' Harper's Ferry, Kenneth. Dude, I'm in Mount Airy. We're not far from each other. We're like 45 minutes away, man. Awesome. Got a local Steeler fan here. That's great. Nice. Tim B asks, Stryker, remember when the Steelers got hammered by Air Coryell and Fouts in San Diego around 81? No, I don't, Tim Y. I didn't really become a football fan until 84, the run that we tried to make for the AFC Championship game then. Because I was young. I was I was 10 in 84. So my first memory of a Steeler game, though, is my dad screaming at the television in for the Super Bowl against the Rams in 79. And I also remember the one too in 78, the 79 season. It's technically 80. But yeah, in the year before when he was screaming, we were in our other house at that time. But I remember at least in the first half, I think Bradshaw turned the ball over 3 times in the first half. And the Rams were ahead before him having that awesome second half and coming back to win that game. That was like one of my first memorable Super Bowl experiences, but I remember more that we had mushroom pizza to eat that night. That's like one of my first memories, and I really liked mushroom pizza at the time. Now I don't touch mushroom pizza anymore, but every once in a while when I have it, it just instantly takes me back to that game and that situation. But I think I had to go to bed too before the second half, so I never knew that Steelers won. I just knew that Dad was pissed off. But at least he came back and won that game for him. You'll have to fill me in on that 81 game. I don't remember that one against the Chargers at all. Robert saying fuck the 86 Mets. That guy doesn't have anything nice to say about anything unless it's a Houston Cougar. Unless it's a Houston, it's just him. It's not against you, Sean.
Nah, I'm only kidding.
This guy has a problem. This guy is like deranged. So you don't need to worry about Robert too much.
I can't get too mad. Listen, as much as I love my Mets, I was not alive for that. So it is what it is. Trust me, I say fuck the Mets all the time because they never score for Jacob deGrom. They do not like to score for one of the best pitchers in baseball. Nice. So frustrating.
Yep, Hefeweizen. You're right, Carlos. That is a great. Polliner makes an excellent Hefeweizen. There's a lot. One of my favorite Hefeweizens is going to be hard to find in Venezuela, but it's called Koenig Ludwig. Koenegludwig, and it's just a really nice, smooth, light, easy drinking Hefeweizen. Great head on it. nice light color. You're getting a little bit of the banana esters, but not overpowered. A little bit of the clove. Fantastic. That's one of my absolute favorite Hefeweizens to have. But the polliner is spot on. That's up there with like Hofbrauhaus, makes a good Hefeweizen as well. And they may have a Hofbrauhaus in Venezuela. I'm not sure. Tomlin's live on NFL Network. Yeah, fill us in, saying Najee is very mature for his age, which it is. All of the interviews I've seen on Najee makes me want him and be excited for him even more. Like super, super excited for Najee being a great human being. And if you guys weren't on the show yesterday and didn't know, he spent the draft with at a homeless shelter, the one that he was in for a while with his family, and giving back to the community during the draft, as opposed to showing up to the draft party and being there for it. So awesome stuff. Job Morrison jumping on the show here. Job, our statistician, who was doing most of the work for us before you got you got drafted into the statistician role here, Sean. But we're happy to have him. Job, welcome back to the show. Good to see you, my friend.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy day 3.
Happy day 3. Nice to have you back. And this has been a kind of up and down day for Steeler fans. At least taking the tackle was a big move. We thought early on. I thought, the defensive tackle position moving up to grab that guy seemed like that would have been a spot they would have moved up to grab a nickel corner. But they didn't.
Yep.
And so what are your thoughts so far on the draft today?
Yeah, kind of taking a look. I was happy with the Dan Moore Jr. pick.
Good.
Texas A&M had a pretty solid offensive line last year, especially through all of the lack of practice that they've had due to COVID and whatnot. So I think he's definitely I know they said they don't look at him as a project, but he may be a little bit of a project there. Yeah, I was really excited about Buddy Johnson. Dude is athletic and spent most of his time on the inside, but he has just a little bit of outside play. So
so position flexible linebacker. We always
I'm excited about it. The Loudermilk one was
that was a head scratcher to me because I didn't think we had
definitely. And Loudermilk was
right.
I think my connection's bad. Hang tight.
Oh, no worries. I'll let you go. Yeah, wait till you come on back on for that. Yes, but we're probably in agreement on that, guys. Let's do the quick rundown through because I don't think I've announced any draft picks since Frank Darby. So the Pasterisks and number 4 spot in the 6th round. Take the safety out of Missouri. Eagles fly. USC defensive tackle Marlon Tupolotu. So another great Samoan. I love it when Samoans enter the league. Those guys just know how to play football. Trey Hill from the Bengals, the Georgia center coming off the board at 190. Taron Jackson, the Eagles back on the board. Coastal Carolina defensive end. Quentin Bohanna, defensive tackle from Kentucky, go to the Flyboys. Flyboys being Cowboys. I don't know why I thought that was funny. It's not. Deontay Brown, the Carolina Panthers draft the Deontay Brown, the Alabama offensive guard. Anytime you're taking an Alabama player, you're getting a quality player. Elijah Mitchell, Louisiana running back, going to San Fran. Defensive tackle Roy Lopez going to the Texans from Arizona. Not a far trip. Arizona back-to-back picks. The running back Gary Brightwell goes to the Giants. Adding some depth there behind Saquon Barkley, who just got signed to that 5th-year option. William Sherman to the Pasterisks, offensive tackle from Colorado. This is where I said this is where the Pats start picking up linemen. They have an awesome line coach, the best line coach in football. They always get these late round guys that end up being freaking stars for them. This one, case in point, William Sherman. We'll see if he turns into something out of Colorado. But this is the type of play. This is essentially where they always draft linemen 4, 5, 6, 7, and they get them as starters. Larry Roundtree, the 3rd running back from Missouri, going to the Chargers, and Jalen Twyman, defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh, going to the Vikings. So We got that, and we're back to the Jets. Will they take another safety? Shit, they already have like
the mystery remains to be seen.
Hey, welcome back there, Job.
I swear the Patriots could pick a janitor out of a middle school and turn him into an offensive lineman.
Yeah, it
seems like at this point it's just automatic for them.
That or a lacrosse player and turn him into a fucking slot receiver.
Yeah, that's the one everybody knows.
Fuck you, Patriots.
Yeah, they're better with undrafted wide receivers than they are drafting a first rounder and subsequent rounds.
They're like the Ravens. They can't draft a first round wide receiver to save their ass.
Nope, absolutely not.
Robert saying
like the anti-Steelers, it feels like.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. Because we can draft the wide receivers, they can't. They can draft the cornerbacks, we can't. Yes, it's definitely that backwards. But they've got to draft the cornerbacks to work against our receivers. So that's the only reason why these games are competitive.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll see you in a few, Sean. So Robert C says, my first memory is the Immaculate Reception. So that was a few years before I was born, but it's so awesome that play, the most iconic play in football, was the first win in Pittsburgh Steeler history in the playoffs. They never had a playoff win from 1933 to 1971, from their inauguration all the way through. And I think they only made one playoff game, which they lost to the Eagles. And the only other playoff game they made between those two dates. So they were the laughing stock of the league at that time. They were the freaking kick around, they were the doormats. And, it's awesome that play kind of launched what ended up being the dynasty that was the 70s Steeler team. And
absolutely. I always like to, go ahead.
You're on a delay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, gotcha. Yeah. I talk to my friends and we'll always talk about the concept of time travel and the 5 sporting events we could go travel into. The Immaculate Reception has to be the very first one. Cause granted, Three Rivers only held 50 something thousand people, but I guarantee you that place was, that'd be great to experience.
So I will tell you what my top sporting experience is. I've been to a Super Bowl. I've been to some big Steeler games, big Steeler playoff wins, but my overall top experience I've ever had in my entire life. Let's see if I can find it here. It should be right here behind me. And it's not within reach. I don't see it. So it was to be, unless it's right here. Maybe it's on this table. It is. Sweet. It was when my alma mater made it to the NCAA tournament for basketball. They've only made the tournament twice. And I've been, 3 times. Okay. They made the tournament 3 times in their existence. Not a good team, small conference team. You got to win the tournament to make it to the championship. But every time they've made it, I've gone to see them play. Once was in North Carolina or South Carolina was their first time. The next time they played in DC against Georgetown. Third time they were playing in Charlotte. And it was this team right here. All my teams are black and gold. That's one of the reasons why I picked this college.
Nice.
UMBC, University of Maryland, Baltimore College, made it to the tournament. Of course, I went in my Sunday best and my UMBC tuxedo with my hat. It's all the same stuff that I wear for my Steeler games as well, except I had a UMBC bow tie instead of my Steeler bow tie. And they ended up knocking off the biggest upset in NCAA tournament history, 16 seed, beating the 1 seed overall, and not just beating them, beating the shit out of the Virginia Cavaliers by 20 points. It was just such an insane experience because I'm going to the game. I'm there to support my team. I'm there to have fun. I'm drinking. I'm having a good time. And, if you go to an NCAA event, what they usually do is they quarter the stadium, and each team gets allotted a quarter of the tickets to the stadium. UMBC didn't get a quarter of the stadium. UMBC got 2 pie slices, like one section that's a pie slice for the the faculty and the family on lower level, then one pie slice above it for the student section. You're talking about maybe
It's like a 16th.
Yep. Yeah, because we're a 16th seed. And we maybe got, geez, it had to be like 800 fans there, totally rooting in that whole stadium for UMBC, which was a 20,000 capacity stadium. But we went over, we bought our tickets, we scalped them, and we jumped over in the student section in the second half. And man, was that the most awesome experience. And Charlotte's a party town. We go out in Charlotte. When we were sitting down before the game, people's like, "Oh crap, UMBC! Hey, how you guys doing?" Because we were sitting on the street as people were walking by, and we know the Virginia guys. We're like, "Hey, Virginia, have a good game, man." We're here, like, "Oh, you guys have a good game too." And then we beat the shit out of Virginia, and it was great because the entire stadium, which was a quarter filled with Virginia fans, turned into a UMBC, like 3/4 of the stadium, like all the other teams that were watching the other. I think K-State was one of the other ones, and whichever one K-State beat, I forgot in that first round game right before the UMBC played. But that place was a UMBC stadium, and they were going nuts for the Retrievers. We're the Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. I know when they were first announced, everybody like, "Oh, they're the Golden Retriever." No, we're the Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. True Grit was our mascot, and we got to cheer that on. We hit the streets in Charlotte that night. Everybody saw us. They're like, "UMBC in the house, free drinks for UMBC," because there's no UMBC fans anywhere. Right. And they're just like, thought it was the craziest thing ever. Nobody ever expected a 16 seed to ever beat a 1 seed. Free drinks. We went to a pizza shop. They're like, "Here's a free pizza." Like, they just handed us a free pizza and they're like, "Take it." I'm like, "You guys are the best." They're like, "This has never happened. You guys are the best. Oh, welcome to Charlotte." Fuck yeah. Welcome to Charlotte. Had an awesome time. So now our big, like all my friends, like we're kind of like the Miami Dolphins. You know, when the not Miami Dolphins, they have the first team every year that loses, that's an undefeated that loses, they crack a bottle of champagne, enjoy the fact they're the only undefeated team. And we kind of took that same extension. So now every time the last 16 seed loses in the first round, we crack a Natty Bow, which is our Baltimore crappy freaking icy light essentially, and cheers to the UMBC Retrievers as being the only team ever to be a 16 team seed, upsetting a 1 seed. And that just overall around event, the fact that it could never happen, the fact that I think we were like a 30-point underdog in that game. It was insane. And we won by 20 because anytime there's usually an upset in the first round, it's a last second shot, buzzer beater, and everybody goes crazy. We destroyed Virginia. It was a laugher. Like we were starting to party at 8 minutes left to go in that game. And we were just loving it. It was an awesome experience. So there's my UMBC story.
I think my top sports moment goes between my first Heinz Field game, where that was the last time the Steelers won with all 3 of the Killer Bees actually on the field. Yeah. So that Sunday night game after Ryan Shazier got hurt the week before, and they won the division that night. I don't know. It's very hard to take away my first time at Heinz.
Yeah.
My second, a very, very close second, was that 2019 Iron Bowl. Because, I mean, like we talked with Kendall yesterday, that's just an intense rivalry. I look at it as if Auburn were to lose every game but one game, and it's the Iron Bowl game that they win, I mean, that's satisfying enough, right?
Yes. Yep. That's a good season.
Like the way some Browns look at the Steelers, if they beat them twice and lose every other game.
Yep.
I mean, that's just how they look at it. But I don't know if people were expecting to win that game, because Alabama had a playoff spot on the line, and we didn't have anything to lose. And when Alabama missed that 28-yard field goal, it was just one of those surreal moments where loud kick. It got so quiet. You hear that thud. That place, man, it was shaking. Like it was like I really thought the place was collapsing. Like it was crazy. Wow. It was just one of those sports moments, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great. What's your top sports moment there, Sean?
In person or just
in person? In person, yeah. We're talking about in person moments.
I have to be honest. I know this like. Well, I was actually getting to that point earlier. We kind of got sidetracked. I told you I went back to Citi Field for the first time the other night, and I watched Jacob deGrom throw 15 strikeouts, which was a career high for him, and he batted in a run of his own.
Wow.
And we were all chanting MVP. I mean, it may not be my favorite. I mean, I wish I could say the Steelers, but I've actually only seen them win in person once.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've seen them win a lot. I'm not going to lie. That Jets game, that playoff game was cold game. We were at that
in 2005.
Yep, that was the one that we won. Yeah, no, that was the 2008. Sorry, that was 08 because that was against Sanchez. I believe that we ended up extending, beating him, and then making it to the Super Bowl and then winning.
Oh, that was 2010.
Oh, is that? Yeah, you're right. That was a 2010 game. Yep, to make it against Green Bay. You're right. You're right. Yeah. The other one that I really loved was the San Diego Chargers game that we played. That was the 08 season. And that was the one where the Chargers didn't have possession of the ball at all in the third quarter. I think we had Yeah, because they might have had one play and it was like an interception, return for a touchdown, and then they fumbled a kick, and like we just held that ball for that entire quarter. It was like I think what's his name? The receiver Holmes had Santonio Holmes had a big play in every single one of our playoff games, including the Super Bowl. And that game, I think he got a return for a kick in that Super Bowl, or in that game. I can't.
Yeah, because we were down 7-0.
Yeah, going into the second half, and then we owned the third.
Which game was this? Sorry, I got
2008
Divisional.
Yes, at the time, San Diego Chargers playing at our stadium. Yep. And the best thing was 2 girls sat in front of us, fresh off of the airport from San Diego, in jeans and sweatshirts. And I'm in, I'm layered up. My dad's wearing snowmobile gear. I've got 3 layers on because I think I was wearing at the time. I got long underwear, jeans, and then sweatpants on top of those. I had like 3 or 4 layers on the upper body. We see these girls sit down. They're all excited. We're like, you girls are going to get cold. And they're like, oh, we'll be fine. This is awesome. And they had to go in. They had to buy one of these in the stadium. This is the terrible towel. Fans in terrible. My microphone's fucking up. Is it screwing up on your end? Does it sound weird when I'm talking?
Yeah, it got a little diluted for a second.
Yeah, it was cutting out a little bit.
It was giving me issues. Yes, so the 2 San Diego women had to wrap up in a Myron Cope terrible towel blanket to survive the game. And what a great way, at least in that way, to survive it. Was a cold one. I remember that one and the Jets game being super cold games.
That wasn't when Palomalu made the interception, was it? With the tip, where
he slid his hand underneath. No, that was a regular season game.
That was regular season.
That was regular season. Yeah.
Sure. So I know that was during a snow game too. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, this one it didn't snow, but it was cold as fuck. It was a cold day.
That's when they robbed Troy of that touchdown at the end.
Oh yeah, in the San Diego game.
Yeah, it was a regular season 11-10. And they said that lateral was a forward pass, and they took away the touchdown.
Oh gosh! Well, we still ended up winning that game, though. That was the one with that he did that scoop interception, right?
Yeah, but if they would have had the touchdown, Pittsburgh would have met the spread, and it caused Vegas to melt down.
Nice. Tim Wise yelling, "Job!" He's happy you're joining the dais now with us. Thanks, Tim Y. First memory for Tim Y is his memory of Swan in Super Bowl 10. Awesome. Immaculate Reception is my mom's birthday. That's cool, Mighty Guru. That's a good way to remember it. Lynn Swan made me a Steeler fan for life when I was 7 by Gabe. I was born a couple weeks after Super Bowl 1. I was immaculately conceived before the Steelers won their first Super Bowl. So I like to think I am the reason and the good luck that they started winning Super Bowls, because as soon as I was born, they won 2. And I'm surprised my dad didn't give me a Steeler name like Terry or something. Would have been fine with that. Terry Stryker would have been a good name. That's better than Greg. Would have taken that.
I have to say, honestly, even though I do that, what I just said about the Mets game, I mean, my first time at Heinz Field, which was, I was telling Stryker before, was 2018 because I hail from New York, Job. That's still probably my favorite memory, just because it was my first time walking into Heinz. It was just very memorable for me. And I met Juju at the end. He autographed my hat, kind of like saved the night. Yeah, he saved the night for me. So that's probably my favorite memory. But the other night was really cool at Citi Field watching DeGrom, though he threw like a 2-hitter and they were chanting MVP. But the Steelers hold a high, the Steelers, I love football more than anything, sports-wise. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd probably say that first time at Heinz. And I'm hoping next time when I come, it's for a nice win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had another run here too, like Brandon Eccles, cornerback from Kentucky, another cornerback run, from Oklahoma State, the Giants taking Rodarius Williams, Bengals taking Chris Evans, the running back from Michigan. So a lot of you northern people know that name. Bills taking Marquez Stevenson, the wide receiver from Houston, and then another wide receiver off the board, Shi Smith from South Carolina, going to the Carolina Panthers. Not a difficult commute for that kid. So,
no.
So we got the Tennessee Titans on the clock, and Steelers look like we're at 32 and they're at 21. So we still got about 11 picks until we pick. Getting closer. I still got some time to finish my fruity beer before I crack something decent. That's why I had to have an interlude beer with the fruity beer there. So you can cool your jets there, Robert. Fine with me. So a couple people here shouting out as well. Scarecrow saying Rashad Wildgoose, Kenneth B. That's what we need at cornerback. Oh, and Robert saying Kerry Vincent Jr. I'd be fine, as we need a corner. I'm hoping that's why the Steelers were thinking one of these guys were going to be there when they drafted. Their draft board, they understand it more than us. So I don't know, even though that's the biggest head scratcher for me. If he doesn't make the team, I'm going to be like, why the heck did we move up to grab this guy?
Right.
That we're going to practice squad, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this next pick, it has to be a corner. It definitely would make me scratch my head if it wasn't.
Kenneth Beamer asking what's going to be happening with Justin L. I assume that's Justin Lane. We don't know. I don't know how seriously the Steelers are going to take this problem of him getting arrested. Right now, it's a felony gun possession, I believe, is what he's being tried for. If he can plea it down to a speed violation, which he may do, if it's probably his first offense. I don't know why he was driving on a suspended license either. That's kind of fucking stupid, but that's something he needs to correct. If he can correct that, if he can get a good lawyer, which I know he can afford, they might be able to plead that down to a suspended license or a traffic violation, driving over the speed limit, because that would be both preferred to having a felony on your record.
Yeah, I don't really get how he was driving around with a suspended license either. And I don't like to judge anyone, but when you're an NFL player, you got to be a little smarter than that. You're held in a high regard,
Yeah.
Be acting accordingly. But I'm not, we don't know what the story is. Like, he might not have known about it, but it's neither here nor there. I guess we got to see how the Steelers go. They're probably waiting for the court ruling to come out, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. If they can plea it down to something lower, it's a non-issue. Kind of like what Antonio Brown did with his sexual indiscretions, which is why he could get re-signed. Yay, Tampa Bay, we can sign Antonio Brown now that he's not a sexual pervert. He's still a fucking sexual pervert. He just plead out of it. Mr. Nico Time, I like this story here. Representing Steeler Nation in Canada here, so don't get to see them often, but managed to catch the Steelers versus Cards in 2019 at Arizona. It was 75%
nice.
Steeler fans. That's what I hear. We have Samantha James, who's on the Yinzhers Podcast. She's right there in Arizona. Morgan Erzo, who's also on the Yinzhers Podcast. She went to school right there at Arizona State University. They both state anytime they go to a game in Arizona, it is a majority Pittsburgh experience. And that's because a lot of the Pittsburgh retirees have migrated. Those Sunbirds have migrated to Arizona, and anytime the Steelers are coming, their black and gold itch is going to get scratched, and they're going to be going to the game. So that's really awesome stuff about, that everybody says the Steeler fans travel well. We always know Steeler fans don't.
Yes.
They do travel well. Coming from Canada to Arizona, that's a great travel. But Steeler fans are already there, and it's the displacement from all the steel mills shutting down.
I think the only place I've been to where it was not extremely noticeable, like it was noticeable, but like Jacksonville, Carolina, Atlanta, those places in Tennessee, those places I've been to, their presence is Steeler Nation presence is so like distinct there.
Yeah.
The only place I haven't been where it was noticeable, but not to the degree where it's like almost demoralizing for the home team, was Kansas City. Now those guys, even when they sucked in 2011, they showed out. Yeah. So respect to them.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a majority of players for the other team if you go to Green Bay. Same thing in Pittsburgh. Same thing in KC. Good points. Scarecrow says, was there too, Mr. Nick? That was the Duck game and TJ's pick. It was crazy out there with the rain and all that day. Here's one for you, Sean. Dimmy McGowan asks, Sean, tell them about the Jets game when we were young and we froze when it snowed sideways. I think I know this one. I remember this one.
You probably do. I don't know if you remember. It was the game they faced. The Jets had Curtis Martin at the time.
Yep, and we had Jerome Bettis.
Yep, and I believe this final score was 3-0.
Yep,
and
it was
not to our advantage. And that was me and my cousin's first. At least I believe it was his as well.
Yeah,
it was our first one, and we were frozen, and we almost stuck it out. But I mean, I was about. Sheesh, that was 2003. I was 7 years old, or maybe turning 8. But
I remember that game well. That's in the.
I do, and I when we tried to stick it out, and our dads were, like, come on, just suck it up. But by like the mid third quarter, end of the third quarter, me and my cousin were sitting there like, you would have thought it was tough, and we weren't like down low, we were high up, so it was even worse. So. Our dad ended up taking us back to the car, and we were just tailgating in the parking lot, like watching. My one uncle, my cousin's dad, has like a TV that he brings with him if we ever go to a game. So we were just watching the rest of the game, and it wasn't looking good anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely a memorable first game, and it was kind of cool though. Now I'm thinking about it, you saw Jerome Bettis and Curtis Martin kind of like in a way like outdueling each other just because it was such a rush. But it was an experience, and we it was. I don't think I was warm again for about a week.
Yeah,
it was a cold one. It was a cold one.
Racy McMath from LSU coming off the board, the wide receiver there, going to Tennessee Titans. Landon Young taking the tackle from Kentucky, going to the Saints. Still don't know how they're going to sign any of their rookies since they're so tight to the draft. It seems like they're finding ways to inkle out spots. Jonathan Marshall just coming off the board, defensive tackle from Arkansas, going to the Jets. Jets taking a lot of defensive players here in these later rounds. They have a ton of picks.
I mean, that's their first non-secondary pick in quite some time.
Like their last 5 picks.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah, thanks so much, Mighty Guru. Go ahead. What are you saying there?
I was going to say with the Saints, like the Falcons are in cap hell. The Saints they're in a whole other level because the Falcons, when I looked at their stuff, they have deals they can restructure and at least sign their guys without having to trade Julio.
Yeah. The
Saints, they don't have anyone to restructure. They don't have anyone to cut. That won't hurt their cap. It's just, I don't know. That is literal. Like people say the Steelers are in cap hell.
Oh,
man, the Saints.
They had no problem. And that's the thing too. Like the Steelers would have been fine, absolutely fine, if the cap went up the way it was supposed to. Where you're supposed to be $10 million. Like it should have been like around 210 this year. That would have been right around what it should have projected to if we didn't have a pandemic. So dropping back the way it did hurt them significantly. But if it was 210, the Steelers had no issue. They could have signed Bud Dupree. Like they could Bud Dupree and Juju Smith-Schuster, no issues. Might even found a way to get Connor back on the team. I don't know. I think it was probably time to move on from Connor, even though he's the best story ever in Pittsburgh. Love the kid, love the guy coming back from cancer, being Pittsburgh, elementary school, middle school, high school, college,
pros. It hurts me that he's got to move. Is he out in Arizona now?
Yeah.
Is that where he went? Yeah,
Yep.
Pittsburgh West is the way.
Steelers West.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the way I like to refer to it as.
That's not the truth. I don't know what is.
Right.
They always grab our players, man.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Mighty Guru, saying we're killing it over here. You're killing it too. I always love reading your posts too, Mighty Guru. I know we always have some fun over there at SteelerNation.com, and great to hear you too in real time. This is awesome. I'm having a blast with this guy, so keep it coming.
I remember the Titans there were really strong, Steelers South, because like in 2017 they had Malarkey, former Steeler, Nick Eason, former Steeler as a coach.
Yep.
They had LeBeau. And I want to say they had Townsend too as a coach, and then they had like a few former Steeler players on their roster.
Tampa Bay this year too, like with all the ex-Steeler players that were coaches, or ex-Steelers coaches.
Larry
that
Foote,
went there
Leftwich.
Too. Yep, Leftwich, and you got Grimm's son over there as an assistant coach. It is interesting, of course, that Bruce Arians being there as the head coach. So kudos to him. I always liked him as a coach.
Yeah,
I thought he kind of got pushed out the door a little quick. I understand what they're worried about Ben getting killed, but that was the way Ben was playing. To tell you the truth, he was that Sandlot guy.
Yeah, backyard football.
Right.
Yeah,
Tim White.
I think Tomlin wanted to keep him. I really do. I think Tomlin wanted to keep him, and it was just one of those things. Rooney and Colbert were like, we got
to move him out, or we're going to lose our franchise.
Listen, it's a business at the end of the day, and if they feel that's the best move, they're gonna make it.
Yeah. I also think he was a better head coach than an offensive coordinator. Not to say he was a bad offensive coordinator. I think he and
Haley.
That.
Are you talking about Haley?
Arians?
Arians. No, he wasn't a bad. Haley, no. He got us to 3 Super Bowls. He's not a bad offensive coordinator.
Right.
Or 2. Sorry, 2.
I think he was a better head coach. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Malarkey? Wasn't Malarkey the offensive coordinator in 2005? Am I remember correctly?
No, Wizenhunt.
Wizenhunt. Yeah. Wiz. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
He was on the roster, or he was on this coaching staff. Arians was. He was a wide receiver coach, I believe.
Okay. Was he a quarterback coach for a time as well? I think he might have been a quarterback coach as well. But yeah, he worked his way up through the system, and his way was vastly different than Wiz. Wiz had that kind of like ball control style, ground and pound, and then flipping a gadget play. I loved watching that, because that's really, the teams just weren't ready for it. Like, you couldn't do anything. Tim Y misses LeBeau too. Yeah, Townsend being out there as well, like we're saying. What was this one? Tim Y also said, how can we pry Lambert out of isolation? I'd give anything to hear from him. I would too. He's one of my all-time favorites, and I will show you right here, because I keep him right behind me. He's always watching over me. Mr. Lambert. He gets to patrol up here for Steeler Nation, and always keep him well. Yeah, I love. He's one of my all-time favorite players. I've got a picture of him too, the Sports Illustrated, with him snarling with the gap in his tooth and the helmet on. That's just iconic Lambert. He lives locally. He's there in the Pittsburgh area. He just doesn't give a shit about it. Like, he's a Chuck Noll mindset of getting on with your life's work after football. And he did. He got on with his life's work, and he's completely done with it. I think he came back once for one thing, because my season tickets are right where the Steelers VIP box are. The VIP box is directly behind me. I'm in the last row, 228. And I think he came to one event, and that was the only time he's ever come to Heinz Field. And I don't think he's ever returned. So crazy. And I think that was when they retired. It wasn't even to like highlight him. It was when they retired Joe Green's number. I think that was why he was there.
That'd have been 2014.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah. I don't know. Is it a funny thing in Pitt? My dad always makes me call him Uncle Jack. Like, when I was growing up, he'd be like, "Yeah, Uncle Jack." Is that like a thing in Pittsburgh too, or is that just my dad being silly?
I have no idea.
Because
I don't know if I've heard of that.
Me and my family, we all call him Uncle Jack. It's just like a thing we do. I don't know. I think it might just be us, but I just wasn't sure. Yeah, no, it's just a thing. And it's cool, actually. Speaking of the Sports Illustrated, a family friend of my aunt, who's actually not even related to my side, that's Pittsburgh fans, but she know I started writing with Steeler Nation, and she actually gave me a bunch of her old copies of Sports Illustrated. It turns out she's a diehard Steelers fan.
Yeah.
Has hat and she gave them to me, and they're in the casing original. I didn't get to even talk to her yet, and I just couldn't even believe she gave me 5 different things. It was crazy, and it's just so cool to read the old Sports Illustrated and see there's cigarette advertisements and all the 70s hairstyles, and it's just so funny to read, man. It's it's crazy.
Who was the Steeler receiver who was real big into style in the 70s?
Frenchie Fuqua. He was a running back.
Yeah, Frenchie. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, running back. Okay, I'm
He was
sorry.
a running back. Yeah, he was the one with all the pimped out, looking awesome, big hats,
Yes.
the sequin boots, and just doing it all. Frenchie Fuqua. All of our old heads will remember Frenchie. And they actually have one of his outfits at the stadium inside. They've got lockers set up where for some of the Hall of Fame and well-known players, they got one of Frenchie Fuqua's awesome outfits and the picture of him wearing it right under it. It's really cool. It's fun stuff to look at. And I got a text here from Morgan Erzo. The dog, Luca, the dog is not doing well. They had to run some tests and x-rays. Super lethargic, been at the vet for hours. They think there may be a blockage. She'll keep us all updated. Prayers to you. It's Sean. I'm glad you replied to her as well. So
yeah, definitely.
Much love from Steeler Nation to you and Luca. We hope everything works out. Exclamation point. Cool.
Yeah, pet stuff like that, man, it's tough. I lost my childhood dog in 2019 in May, and then a year later lost our second pup, and we had the OG3, and we only have one left, and you can tell that she's just a different dog because she just lost her 2 companions. It was tough on all of us though.
That stinks. And we were saying I just got tongue tied. We were saying earlier with Jordan on the show, we just wish they could live forever, man.
Yep. Yeah. Dog lives are way too short for what they bring to the family. Yeah. I said they should be able to outlive us like parrots or fucking turtles. Yeah. I think that would make humans a lot happier because they can deal better with losses of humans probably than we can with losses of dogs. I'm 100% on there.
So just real quick, I feel like it's worth mentioning. Seattle took a guy who was both on Ben and Matt's big board.
Okay, and who was that?
Stone Forsythe, an offensive tackle out of Florida.
Yeah.
So they might have just.
Oh wow, he just now got picked up.
Yeah.
Wow. In the 6th.
Wow.
So I feel like Seattle might have gotten a little bit of a steal there.
Yeah. Jalen Camp then going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, wide receiver from Georgia Tech, and then Victor Demukji from Duke, defensive end. I might be butchering that name, and I apologize, Victor, but that's the best I can do 4 beers in. So we've got the Cleveland Browns on the clock. Browntown, they're up next at 2:11. Then we have 2 Buffalo picks, Green Bay, Tennessee, and then the Steelers. So is this the time that we are finally going to address Nickelback? Terrible band, great position.
Look at his photograph.
Just about to say that, Joe. I was just about to say that.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah, Tim, why we're thinking Le'Veon regrets leaving Pittsburgh too. His life is on a downward trend since that happened. Kobe White also asked us, what do we think of the Steelers getting Jamie Newman? That's the quarterback. Job, you know about Jamie Newman, or what are your thoughts on him? Go ahead.
Yeah, Jamie Newman. He opted out at Georgia. He was from Wake Forest. I don't think they're gonna get him. They have Dobbs, they have Haskins, and Mason, of course, Ben. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was undrafted and they signed him just for that camp arm.
Yeah.
Because they always have that 5th quarterback. So, But as far as drafting him goes, I don't think so. But undrafted, that could be potential. I mean, hey, if he just does like a Duck Hodges type of performance. I mean, maybe find his way onto the practice squad or something. Drafting him though, I just don't see it.
Yeah. Tim Y bringing up the memory, throwing down Cliff Harris in the Super Bowl for Lambert. That was an iconic moment, and amazing that he didn't even get flagged for that. Just like, it's awesome. Yeah, him patting Jarella's head for missing that kick, and then just Lambert was having none of that. And you got to think about it. Lambert was playing special teams. He was out there for a field goal.
Yeah.
And he wasn't taking any of that bullshit from Cliff Harris. Awesome, iconic moment that Steeler fans love. Robert C. also saying, I love this one. You might be getting drunk enough to actually be entertaining now, Robert C. Lambert and Ham, pair of jacks that sack the backs. That's a good post. Yes. That's a good post. Robert C., I got to tell you something too. I've been holding on to this for about 3 hours, but you ended up being the winner of our t-shirt. So let's go on over to SteelerNation.com. You get to go over and select your t-shirt, sir. Congratulations, Cooley Man, for being the winner of the Pittsburgh Steeler Nation t-shirt posted today. You got your champions.
Oh, that's nice.
You got your Oh Mama shirt. Or you have your choice. And we're only doing t-shirts. I know they do some different options, but the terrible towel with the hypocycloids at the end, showing fans how to rep since 1933. The classic, always classic defense. One of my favorites, one I own, the 6-pack of Lombardis. That goes with my beer drinking. You got the podcast, which I'm a part of. You got the Nation logo. You got the Made in Pittsburgh with the hypocycloids. I wish that was more of a Pennsylvania shape on the outside. That's I'd really go for. Steeler Nation right here, established 1933. I'm wearing that one actually today. That's underneath of my loud Don Cherry sweater I'm wearing right now. And then we have the Yinzhers stuff. I know you love the Yinzhers. You're upset that we don't have any on the show now. This is a way to get one on your chest if you want to go Yinzhers on the t-shirt. So you can get with me on the site. I know how to contact you there, man. Pick out which one you want. Shoot me a DM, and I'll make sure you get your shirt. I just need your name, your address, your phone number. That way I can call you and just annoy the shit out of you all the time. So congratulations, Cooley. Congratulations, Robert C.
It's so funny that y'all mentioned the Cliff Harris thing. 'Cause I remember watching America's game for that Super Bowl, and Reggie White said, like, at that point, when he missed it, everyone was kind of like, just had that little like shrug. But then he did that. It was just like an automatic, like, we're about to kick these MFers ass.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a galvanizing moment in that game.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys, my next beer, I'm getting it ready. I'm putting it on deck. I'm going Perlenbacher Pilsner.
Well, are you drinking it now? Because we are only a few picks away from
That's why I said I had to put it on deck. Yeah, I just
okay.
I just finished the Atomic Tart. I'm 4 beers in. This will be the 5th for our 6th. Are we in the 6th round? What round are we in? I don't even know.
6th round. Yep.
All right, guys, we're time for Ask Drunk Cope. We got a full any questions. There's no after this pick and we discuss it. I will take any questions. We'll have some fun with this. That's one of our segments we do on the forum, where as opposed to doing just a regular Q&A, I drink and I drink and I drink and I keep answering questions, and it's a fun time. We all have a fun time with it over there at the Steeler Nation forum. It's free to join. Anybody here listening or watching on your own, go to SteelerNation.com, click on the forum button, join the forum, and start discussing with idiots like myself posting as Cope, idiots like Robert C. posting as Cooley Man. We got Carlos Goncalves over there posting as Litos. We got Scotty Steeler. We got Bermuda Steel over here posting. We got lots and lots of forum members, and this is a fun way to do Steeler Nation. So thank you so much, Steeler Nation, for keeping me going, keeping me excited, keeping me in check so I don't get too big of a head over here doing this marathon broadcast. Now approaching hour 5 of our podcast. It's like we're in for 5.5 hours now. If I can look at this, I can still do math. I'm not that drunk yet.
I can't believe it's already been that long.
I know, right? Like this is like Sean. Dude, props to you, man. This is why you have a fan club. And like Like this, like I expect just to be here, just to be stupid, do stupid stuff, say stupid things, have a fun time. But you know, the day kind of flows, and this is the way I used to treat the draft anyway, because I grab a case of beer with like a really good friend of mine, like Christopher Disharoon. He lives in Pittsburgh now. He actually runs my Pittsburgh office, and we just used to sit down. It's like it's draft day. We got a case of beer. We're in the easy chairs in my house, and like we're locked in for 2 days because we know we're getting slaughtered on Friday night. Saturday, we're just gonna get up and keep watching the draft, keep drinking, having a good time, and then sober up on Sunday, so he can go home. But the problem would be if he ended up making it to Monday and it was Monday morning and he was about ready to leave, I'd say, Chris, I'm sorry, you can't leave. And he's like, what the fuck? What do you mean I can't leave? I'm like, it's drunk Monday. He's like, fuck, it's drunk Monday. Yes, we have to get drunk. It's Monday.
Shit, it's Monday.
That was like
already?
a big thing of ours. Like drunk Monday was a huge thing of ours. We're like best friends, and we're like just slaughtering out an extra day, getting drunk, having a blast. And one of the biggest moments and biggest drafts that I remember that was still the 2-day format. Yes, hello, Kat. Yeah, you're excited the Bengals? Are they on the clock? No, they're not on the clock yet. But one of our biggest moments was when Santonio Holmes got drafted. We traded up that we just screamed in the first round with that. Oh, they're moving up. Who are they getting? Who are they getting? Santonio, wide receiver, Santonio Holmes. Oh, we lost our shit. Another X receiver. I always love the X receivers. Fantastic player for us playing the X position there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Huge playmaker, winning the Super Bowl for us. Super Bowl MVP. Love me some Santonio. Didn't love having to see his picture of his junk that he posted online the one time. Other than that, loved the pick. Great dude. And you know, even though he left and we traded him out with the drug stuff, he's still always kept Pittsburgh in his heart, man. And that's something I respect. I respect the shit out of him for that. Because they kind of ran him out of town, but he didn't hold it against Pittsburgh. He understood he needed to mature a bit, and he's a mature dude now. And I'm looking forward to having him on the podcast sometime. He'd be a fun conversation.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you ask me, like, that's my favorite moment in all the sports so far for my lifetime. Yeah. I mean, catching 40 for Super Bowl 40. Yeah. Not even close.
Epic moment. Yeah,
I was in high school when they did that.
The only one that's close is the Harrison pick 6.
Oh gosh, that's that I have actually on my wall here behind me. This is the Harrison pick 6 from Super Bowl 2008 as my favorite non-Steeler wide receiver, Larry Fitzgerald, is trying to come down with the hammer to knock the ball out. If he went for the tackle right here, it's not a touchdown, it's over. Right. But instead, he's trying to knock the ball out. And Harrison drags him into the end zone, lands on his head as he crosses the plane. And then over here in this picture is the longest running. This is the longest play ever in Super Bowl history. This is the longest running play ever in Super Bowl history.
Fast Willie Parker.
Fast Willie Parker Super Bowl in 2005 season. And then I got the 75th anniversary pendant in between. And the reason why I have that one up, the 75th anniversary is the year I became a Steelers season ticket holder. Tomlin joined the team in 2007. I became a season ticket holder. We've both been in Pittsburgh ever since. No, you have been in Pittsburgh. You're a Bengals fan. Fuck you. My cat is a Bengals fan. She likes to give me shit all the time about my love of the Steelers, but she likes Bengals because she likes cats. And my dog is a brown dog and is a Browns fan. So fuck the Browns.
It's a war in your household, huh?
It is. I mean, it's a war in my own head, and I create these things. My wife's like, I'm going to buy a bird so it can be a Ravens fan. I'm like, fuck you. Don't buy a bird. I hate birds. They just chirp all the time, make noise. The cats are nice and quiet. Look at this. You don't hear this. You don't hear her interrupting the podcast ever. And fortunately, my dog is fairly quiet, and she's currently out with our breeder. She just won. I said yesterday she just won a blue ribbon for top in her class. But then again, she was the only female in her class, so she won by default. But she still got the blue ribbon. So awesome for my puppy. I'm looking forward to seeing her back because she's been out of the house now for about 3 weeks. Yeah, so she's got breeding rights. So we're looking forward to getting her back. She's going to be turning 1 here next week, and that's why we're going to have her back for her first birthday, and then she's got her first competitions then right after that. Tim Weiss says,
what I love about the Harrison.
Go ahead. Oh, nope. You.
I was going to say with the Harrison pick, it was kind of my Super Bowl / birthday party for that. And my buddy David, he and I just bust each other's balls all the time. He and I have known each other since like 2006. One of my best friends, and he I don't know. I think just the whole. Well, actually, I know where his annoyance to Steelers came is when we played Madden, and I was just all in his face.
Yeah,
we're playing it, and Ben had threw that, or it got tipped and it got picked off and led to the Cardinals' first touchdown.
okay.
10-7. He was like, "It's intercepted!" Like he went nuts because he was just trolling. I don't think he really cared who won the game, honestly.
Yeah.
But then when James Harrison picked off, my dad went, "It's intercepted!"
Ah, nice.
And we weren't even really paying attention to what was going on. So we're like, "Oh, he picked it off. Cool, halftime." And then we turn around, he's still running. We're like, "What the hell?"
and I love the Saturday Night Live with oh gosh, the great comedian that's always doing sketch comedy on Saturday Night Live when he like showed up on the news segment, like breathing with the oxygen, like still trying to recover his breath, describing the running back for the touchdown when he was showing up as James Harrison.
That was so funny.
Yeah, that was a super funny moment. Here we got some picks coming off the board. Wide receiver from UCLA, Demetric Felton going to the Browns. Damar Hamlin, the safety from Pittsburgh, going to the Bills, followed by Rashad Wildgoose. A lot of you guys talking about him. The Wisconsin corner. Wisconsin going back-to-back. Cole Van Lannon, the offensive guard from Wisconsin, making a quick trip over there to Green Bay. And from Green Bay taking them. So right now, Tennessee Titans on the clock. Steelers on deck. I'm ready to crack another beer.
Mm-hmm. That guy, the pick by the Cardinals, Demukaje, can't. I believe he was on both big boards as well. So another potential steal there.
Yeah, good. So guys, turn off at least if you're watching the draft. If you got the draft going on, don't pay attention. I'm going to be breaking the pick when it comes in, so we can all have a moment together.
Off then.
Okay.
Yeah, just at least ignore it or downsize the window, or ignore your TV if it's on. So I'll be doing that when that comes off. Tim Wise saying throwing down one of the Pruitt brothers in Cleveland and pointing the finger. Love that play from Lambert as well. Frenchie was involved in the Immaculate Reception. You're right about that too, Tim. Just right ain't right not having Vampire Lambert around. We hear you there. Yeah. Mighty Guru. I think the Steelers send their picks up with the team that drafts right before them. That's hilarious. Steelers the fastest to the podium. They got to keep this show going. They're trying to get home. They're like Steeler fans in the fourth quarter when you're up by 20 points. They're trying to get out of there and get through that tunnel, Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the way home. I never leave early. I'm not a leave early guy. I drive so long to get there. I'm going to stay there for the freaking game. Just say Tim, brother. Gotta save your voice. Okay, I can take the Y out of it. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it, man. You're saving me a syllable. You're welcome there. I finally got to the thanks, Cope. You're welcome there, Cooley, man. Even though you're contributing, even though I don't like you, congratulations for getting that shirt, man. Like I said, we'll figure that out online. Shoot me a DM over at Steeler Nation forums. We'll get you that shirt. You just got to pick out which one you want. And if there's a color choice, tell me your color choice. I'm not sure what the color choices are on these things anymore. Lito's coming in. Bullshit. Cooley winning was fixed. You don't know how much I didn't want him to win, Litos. You don't understand. He won legit. I can't be a shithead and not let him win. He won legit. Awesome. You got the 1933, established 1933. I can Superman it right now and show you mine on here now, but yeah, like I love that jersey so much. I'm like, I have to buy that. When it came out, I'm like, I had to have that one. I had to have the champions and I had to have the 6-pack right away. I spent like $70 on SteelerNation.com. And I think they end up reimbursing me because I wear them on the shows. So I want to get a Yinzhers one as well. That way I can pimp the women a bit. Got the Yinzer. I know we have somebody that posts as champions on the site. So I hope they pick the shirt because that's a great screen name anyway. And just a great name. That'll cool your ass off. Way to go, Mighty Guru. That's a great quote from Lambert. Thank you for praying for Morgan, Tim. We appreciate that. Next up, Drunk Math with Cope. Yeah, my math sucks. Actually, I'm pretty decent at math, but the more I drink, I'm just surprised that it works. Where are we at right now? Safety, another safety. Fucking A, safeties. Safety coming up. Brady Breeze. I like that name. Nice and cool from Oregon. Going to
Brady Breeze, nice.
Yep, going cool breeze, Brady Breeze, breezing into Tennessee from Oregon. And my cat is now drinking my water. So thanks. Well, I don't need it anymore. I'm drinking beer now. So screw that. Being a Tennessee Titan. Steelers on the clock. Steelers on the clock, Steeler Nation. We're getting excited now. No, Wild Goose just came off the board.
Let's see who we got here.
What if they'll go Shakur Brown here?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're an option because he is a definition of a project guy. Not a whole lot of starting experience, but he's very athletic.
Who's that?
Shakur Brown. It was just guy. Michigan State.
Yeah.
He came.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Shaka Tony still on the board from Penn State?
Let me take.
I thought I saw him. I thought he was pretty high up there on. But I didn't know if we just didn't record it right. Like we were having some slow issues today. I didn't know what got recorded or input yesterday. I just been uploading videos and editing videos and getting articles out on Steeler Nation. So, I had zero time. I had a nap last night and hopped back up in the morning. I fell asleep immediately after the show. I was tapped. I think I got like 2 videos up before I was tapped and had to go to bed. Edge, Quincy. We're going Edge. So that's it. Quincy Roche, Edge from Miami. We got a lot of happy Steelers. That was definitely a position of need.
Yes, I'm definitely happy with that pick.
So that now takes away, because I figured if they don't get Edge I don't even know about corner at this point, but if they didn't get Edge at least on day 3, they would try to go see what the veterans are like on the free agent market. So I'm happy that, I like this pick.
What are you thinking there too, Sean?
I love it. Like I said earlier, I've been high on the fact that we definitely need some edge depth. And
Yep.
I think they need to definitely still. I want them to explore maybe getting maybe their thoughts are they're going to see if there's any cornerbacks on the market. Maybe they can get a nickel corner somewhere, because I'm still surprised by the lack of one. Honestly, I still feel like Loudermilk was his name. Yeah. There's nothing. I'm excited to see what he can do, but I still feel like I think me and you were both thinking Stryker that it was definitely going to be the nickel corner in that pick. And I
thought for sure. Yeah.
I think maybe it should have been, but at the same time, I'm not going to question Colbert, but I'm definitely excited about Roche. Definitely.
Nice. Steeler Nation, start throwing me up his combine results. I'd love to see that, but he's a big prospect, big bodied prospect out of Miami, 6'3", 245, 32.25 inch arms, 9.25 inch hands. This dude is a monster. He's rated as a project here. So to get a project player here this late in the draft, I'm all for it for the position of need. And I can update the board here for that, because I'm going to actually pull Cassius Marsh out of one of these spots and throw in our newest member here, Quincy Roche.
He is also on both Ben and Matt's big boards. So I think we just got a steal. I think we just want to steal.
What number was he on Matt's board?
He is number 95.
Wow, top 100 prospect in the 6th round.
Top 100 guy, and on Bend, he is rated as a 4th to 5th round guy. So
okay,
I think that's pretty good value there at pick 210 overall.
Yeah.
Excited to see what he can do. I don't think we could ever have enough edge rushers, especially in this defense.
Yes. Nice. Yes. Yeah, let's see. 26 sacks and 3.5 tackles for losses in 3 years at Temple. I mean, that's about 13 per year, and then just over 8 per year. So I mean, that's not bad stats at all.
No.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good stats for being this deep in the draft. Yeah, I'm interested about his spark ratings. I was over there just updating my sheet, and like I said, like my sheet for draft needs, the only draft need we have left, nickel corner. That's it. Nickel corner was or cornerback is our only draft need now.
And we do have those 2 picks in the 7th, so you never know. Maybe another trade up is in the future.
Good call.
Yeah,
they package that in for a nickel corner. I also have a possible need for additional tackle depth, so we might double up and go tackle, nickel corner. When we might just pick a strictly special teams player as well. At this point, this late in the draft, that could happen. Possible returner to help out with Ray. Maybe split their duties. But yeah, this is interesting. This is something I know, like Steeler Nation, they're all over this. Quincy. Oh gosh. Quincy from the U, edge. Yes, right on. We're getting more love out of this pick than I think from our last 2 combined. Yeah. Love this pick. Fixes little previous fuck ups by Buddy and Mother's Milk. That's a good one, Litos. At Super Bowl Sean, we got what we got. Maybe Pierre is close hold secret. That's going to shock us all from Scarecrow. Let's see. Quincy's numbers are great. Wow. I thought it was Ray Lewis at first. That was an Old Slice running the 40. Thanks there, Kenneth Beamer. Thanks, Guru, for responding. His tackle rate is awesome. Thanks, Gabe Gotti. Appreciate that, Gabe. Plus overall stops. That's great. Yeah, this is somebody. Guys, I would love to put up the highlights, but as we've been told, it's a cease and desist. We can't do it. Otherwise, we risk losing the stream. So, and I'm planning on being here a bit longer. So we're just trying to keep this going as long as we can, but at least we can drink and cheers our new player.
Yes.
Which I'm getting ready to do. Cracking my new beer. My Perlenbacher Pilsner, German Pilsner that you can get at Lidl's. Cheers to you, Quincy Roche, new edge player on defense for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Welcome to Steeler Nation. Cheers.
Welcome, man.
Cheers.
Definitely excited about that pick.
That tastes good. Yeah, I am. Yeah, and all of Steeler Nation. This is like we're loving this one.
I think this is the most exciting, like you said, since probably that tackle pick more. I think this is probably the best I've felt internally. Not that I didn't like Buddy. And I did not like Loudermilk, but
yeah, that Loudermilk one was
it's a little polarizing. So
I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to put him. That's the thing for me.
Yes.
But they must like him more than somebody. But I thought that Kevin Colbert saying last year he loved all the defensive tackles and didn't want to let out who he loved more because we had Mondu and Davis. I don't think even went to the practice squad last year. I think they ended up rostering him because they didn't want to lose him. And Bugs, of course, stayed on the list too because to me, I thought we were just thick at depth at defensive line. We already had a fight on the sideline already between Carlos Davis and Bugs trying to, 2 dogs, 1 bone it there on the sideline, trying to get in the game there. Yep. But you're throwing another dog. It's 3 dogs, 1 bone now, in my opinion. It's going to be a tough fights coming up.
Yeah.
Joe, or Chris Wormley in that situation.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy.
He was just sitting there minding his own business, and then they started fighting.
Dude, you're right. Crazy. Chris Wormley might be odd man out. That would be interesting. It's like they keep all the youth and they're like, sorry, Worms, you were a rat bird. Fuck off. Never know. We got some toasts here coming in. Congratulations, Mr. Nickatime. Just cracked his first drink. Congratulations. Welcome to the land of the imbibers over here. Weren't you in a hot tub, man? At least for being in a hot tub. I know when you drink, it goes to your head pretty quick. So you'll be able to catch up. No problem. Got a cheers here from Kenneth.
Is that really a
Gamer.
thing?
What's that?
Is that a thing? If you're in a hot tub, the alcohol gets quicker?
Goes through
Really?
your system
Oh.
quicker. It does. That's why a lot of places when you're out
Wow.
at a public hot tub place, there's usually a sign saying no imbibing or no drinking of alcoholic beverages in the hot tub. So that's why you get your own and you just
Wow.
mess yourself up there.
Wow. I just figured those signs were because they didn't want glass around it. Okay. Wow. See,
Yeah.
learn something new every day.
Nope. Yeah, that's one of them. Because I always bring aluminum. All right,
I think, Sean, you were asking something a while ago. We didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna hang around for a couple more minutes here, but I do have to go. I have a family dinner tonight.
That's awesome. Hey, dude, you marathoned it here for about 6 hours, man.
Yeah,
You're killing it.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna ask if one of you wanted to start taking over the statistician role.
Yes, Job is on that. He knows how to do that. He was doing it for day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, I have it updated up to the last pick, I believe. And if I missed it, I'm pretty sure I've done a decent job. But if I missed one or two,
That works.
I apologize.
Yeah, I won't be able to stay on here too much longer, but I'll definitely take over and comb through it. So I got some dinner plans tonight as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the rest of this draft. Though. I mean, if I didn't, I wish I could stick around. I've been wanting to get on the podcast, for a while. It's just hard. It's hard, you're busy, and I figured the draft was the perfect time to ask.
Yeah. Yep, it is because Sean, like I'm trying to work my way through everybody. A lot of times when I ask, I'm like, "Hey, who wants to be on the podcast with me?" Nobody's on the podcast this week. Silence, fucking crickets. On the other side, I'm like, "Why the fuck do I ask?"
Well, I'll definitely be back. If you ever, I'm definitely will. It just sucks because it's also.
Oh, I'm having you back, Sean. You did a great job today, and I really appreciate all you've done for us. It's been awesome.
Of course.
Plus, bringing your fan club. This is awesome.
This was good. This was. When I went off on a break before, my girlfriend, she had to get out of here, and she's been in our bedroom, and she was like, how is it? And I was like, this is the most fun I think I've had in a while.
Oh, that's awesome, Sean.
I mean, I just love Steelers. It's a passion, It's just, it is what it is.
And we make it fun too. Like we don't have to just talk Steelers. Yes, we share our stories. We share our experiences. And it just. I think it's making it fun for Steeler Nation too, because this is the most active we've ever been on podcasts, at least for interactions between us and Steeler Nation. So I'm thankful that even though, like I said, we're 6 hours into a quote unquote podcast, it's a Steeler Nation draft show, and we're going to be running here for another. I'm planning on being on here at least for another hour and 2.5 hours. Wow. So I'm going for the full marathon. Like I said, like Bill was supposed to join us. It might be just me and you guys over here, and I just try to think up stories and say. Oh, there's my first stutter of the day. Say stupid shit all night, or my first slur of the day. So yeah, the beer is working. I'd like to say that, and when you get the bigger beers, it helps out a bit. So, cheers, Steeler Nation. Cheers. And if you guys don't mind, before you go off the air, I want to take a quick break so I can use the head, and we are golden for the rest of the show.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, guys.
No problem. So one thing to add real quick, kind of not steel related, but thought it was noteworthy because, who knows what's going to happen with the situation. Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers at Kentucky Derby declined to talk to NBC. Mike Tirico, I guess, talked to him and said that Rodgers, though, said that he was disappointed that the news has come out of his riff with the Packers.
Wow.
It's like, okay. Yeah, so that either means he's being sarcastic or
right. Well, you know what?
I guess
he's such a hard guy to read, I feel like, because he's never going to give you a straight answer. And I'm not going to sit here. He's not like, wait, I don't know if you watched the Pat McAfee show. I'm sure he goes on there pretty
bit.
often. But when he sits there and talks to them, I feel like I'm not saying he puts on a show. Like I think that's who he is, but I also think he kind of like doesn't really dive deep into much beyond like the stuff on the surface, which is fine, which is what you'd expect of anyone. And I just think you're not going to get at, you're never going to really know what's going on.
Right.
Yeah, I can't believe I know he doesn't have exactly all the weapons in the world, but I mean, you're the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. You want to leave? I mean, you've been there for how long? I mean, I get it. It's weird, man. It's such a weird situation to gauge. And my cousin is a really big Packers fan. He's devastated.
Yeah, no, that's definitely got to suck because what's got to be worse, though, is you have Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers for almost 30 years, and you have
both
2 Super Bowl wins to show for. Like, people give Tomlin slack about his time with Ben only having 2 appearances and 1 Super Bowl win. But, yeah, to 30 years and only – that's insane.
It sure is, but I mean, listen. At the same token, the fact that they had, not every great quarterback even gets one, so like it's cool. But like you're right, 100% right. And but what's even crazier to me is that they're both not going to end on a great note if this is the end for him.
Yeah,
like that's got to make they feel like they're doing, what are we doing wrong? Because these guys, it's gonna turn into a thing where they don't come back for years, and you can't like induct them into your Hall of Honor, and it's just like this awkward barrier, and to me, you don't want that. And it was funny, like when people were saying, like, listen, I'm not saying people were like saying, oh, like, you start hearing the hypotheticals, like, oh, like, would you trade for Rodgers? Like, what are we gonna do? Send Ben to Green Bay? We're gonna send Ben packing after, like, you can't do that to him. And listen, I'm not gonna sit here and say he's better than Rodgers. Rodgers is the MVP of the league. Like, he's. But, I still think Ben has plenty of really, really good to great football left. I think he proved that this year. I know the stats don't show it, and his yards per attempt are low, but that's because of the offense. That's because of the offense that was ran, and that's because of feet.
Right.
When he wanted to sling it deep, he slang it deep.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think 2 things factor into that. I think a heavy, heavy, heavy influence was defenses were not, once they figured out the kind of run schemes that they were running that were effective, okay, they shut that down. Oh, they can't run the ball. We're just going to take away the short passing game because that's all they're calling. Mm-hmm. And you also got to think with Ben, any type of major injury like that, you can bounce back, but the real comfort doesn't kick in until that second year after surgery. Similar to like with ACLs, they can perform, but that comfort doesn't really kick in until I think actually Kendall Simmons mentioned that on the podcast yesterday.
Yep, I did.
That with an injury, that comfort is just, you're still like, you can still perform, but you're still pretty, timid.
Yeah.
And if that moment does happen where it's like, okay, everything's going to be good. I know for when has Ben actually mentioned that a couple times, that first hit kind of happens and he gets settled in at that point. But that real comfort, it's usually that second year after major surgery.
And I think that's just because
we got Sean Wade. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Justin McGoogle just texted and said
McGonigal.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No sorry, Justin. I was just skimming. Okay. He just texted and said, and we got Sean Wade, which.
No, he said he asked who got him.
Okay. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Wow.
No, you got me excited because me and Stryker actually.
Because I was like, did we just trade with Baltimore?
Yeah.
What just happened?
I know. What I was gonna say though is in response to what you were saying about the comfort, I think that also, they have that next off season is almost a normal off season. Like, okay, I got through the season. I'm good. Now I can prep. I can get back to me and prep for me and what I like to do. Now the doctor is almost like telling me to do. I think that's huge. And I agree with 100%. That first hit, he kept saying, and it was almost like, yeah, but you're right. He probably was a little nervous, and I feel like there were times where he was great, and everyone's like, oh, Ben's Ben, and he likes to, I feel like,
Yeah, and throughout the season, he put that sleeve on it, and
yeah,
I don't know. It's just one of those things. Injury of that significance that's not easy to come back through. I mean, for him just to come back and put up the numbers he did, and
at his age,
yes, at his age especially, that's impressive in itself. But it's always going to be. I think this year he's gonna. I do think he realizes that he's not as young as he used to be. He still has juice. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, but you go and look at plays like from 2007. It's very, very, very clear that he's not as mobile as he used to be. Even the arm strength to a degree. I mean, it's not a weak arm. No doubt about that, in my opinion. But
that's the thing. Like, I feel like people are so dramatic. I feel like they act like he has a noodle arm,
right.
And I'm like, he is getting older, but he can, like, not only Brady doesn't have this crazy arm either, and
exactly.
He's just so fun, but he's accurate and he can put it. And I think Ben's the same way. I think he puts balls where they need to be all the time for these guys.
It's not as bad looking as Drew Brees was.
No, exactly.
No. Or even Peyton Manning. Like Peyton Manning, I mean, I remember he threw like a 20-yard pass in the Super Bowl to, I think it was Manuel Sanders was wide open, but it took forever to get there. And I was just like, if that would have been 5 years ago, touchdown, no doubt. So
and that's what I mean. Listen, you look at a couple of those deep balls to Deontay and to, I mean, they were on the money, and I think they got there right on time for the most part. And I think with Canada and with the addition of Najee Harris, it's going to take a lot of pressure off him. And I think they're going to game plan for it not to always be on his shoulders, which I felt like it was at the end of the year there. I feel like that was another issue. They were just relying on him way too much. And I know he's the guy and he gets us out of a lot of situations, but he's not going to do it every game. It's just reality.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, don't get me wrong, I think the offense was at its best when Ben was able to control a little more, go up tempo, no huddle. Yeah. But one thing that stands out is Fichtner was not remotely prepared.
No.
I do think, despite the fact that Todd Haley was combative, I guess is for lack of better description, he was perceived as combative, and I know him and Ben would try to play it off like, oh, we're good. But the fact of the matter is if multiple people are saying that they don't have a great relationship, or there's smoke, there's fire. And I think it's good of them to kind of, in the media, show that respect to each other, because it only makes things worse to confirm that, I guess.
Like, I didn't like that.
But with Todd, even though he was a super arrogant play caller, and he always – to his credit, always wanted to try to outthink the other guy. Sometimes it didn't work out. It's things I always respect about him. He always had something a little new each week. And when he let Ben take control and go no huddle, it was always very specific as the no huddle plays that they want to run. So
there was no quote unquote plays in the dirt, as like. This year, you hear the drawing up in the dirt. It's been just like, okay, like, and I know he denies that, but it's the truth. And like you said, with Haley, it did feel very planned. It felt more structured, and
right,
and you can't say at this point it's a difference of talent, because our wide. I'm not saying any of them are A, B, but I mean, as a group, they're very talented. We have a very deep receiving room, and now you're adding Najee Harris to that, I mean, as a weapon, not, as a receiver. I mean, even though he will, be helping in that facet.
A receiving threat, yeah.
Yeah. And now you got this guy, Freiermuth, I just think our offense is as deep as any in this league. So we'll see what Canada does.
Definitely.
I wanted to ask how you felt about Fairmouth and what you think about Kendrick Green.
Kendrick Green, I had to kind of do a little more research. I knew very vaguely about him. I knew that he was a athletic guy. So I knew that much about him. Kind of the details about how his style of play, that kind of pumped me up. It gave me definitely Pouncey type of vibes because I mean Pouncey was a dude, man. Like he I think my favorite moment that showed his nastiness is when he just beat the hell out of Myles Garrett within the best he could.
That and when he,
the whole situation was just wild.
Yeah, in that Carolina game, I think it was Eric Reed, the safety. He did a helmet to helmet on, came and just grabbed him, and like I agree.
Yeah.
I love.
I think he also got into a fight in 2010 after the Bengals game. So
yeah, I think he did too. And like like that kid Green, man, he said that Clem said that he's like you got block. He said I forgot the exact wordage he said. He said blockers, attack, something like that, like pushers and blockers. He's a puncher. He's gonna punch you right in the mouth. He's like he has that nastiness built into him. You don't have to teach that, and I think that's a kind of you need an aggressive guy, and it may end up, where he needs to learn, but he might get a couple penalties here and there, which will suck in the moment. But, when you have that guy who's going to give it his all on every block, and he said, he's like, I love to finish blocks. Like, you look for that, that's stuff you can't teach. It is, but it isn't, because when you're starting out that way, it's nice to have that built into you.
And you guys are killing it. I was just enjoying listening to you guys because I came back. I did a number 1, not a number 2, just so you know. I've been off the air for a bit.
You're good.
But the reason why I was off for so long was because I started getting a little bite to eat. And I'm like, I don't need to be on the show. You guys were killing it. I loved your conversation. I loved your topics. And I'm just going to finish my meal here so I can get a little bass in me. Hopefully soak up a little bit of this alcohol so I don't slur so much. But yeah, I've been enjoying the conversation, guys. You've been killing it.
Awesome. I'm glad you were able to take a little break. You've been giving it your all. So
he's been running the marathon in 3 days.
I know, right? So this is the first show I've taken breaks. I've taken 2 breaks today. I took one, I think it was like 2.5 hours in just to use the restroom once. And then I just took this break, but I didn't take a break at all the first 2 days. So I've been on film the entire time, or on camera, unlike these pseudo announcers that need their breaks every 20 minutes or 10 minutes. No, Kuiper's got to go get his hair refixed. Fuck that shit. I'm on here the whole time. But I did get some food at me. That's like, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. But cool. I wanted to touch base here too, since there's been some rumblings about the numbers from the newest linebacker here, Quincy Roche. When he played for Temple for 3 years before transferring to Miami, Florida, and didn't lose a year by doing so. And he's listed as defensive line, defensive end, defensive line, but obviously he projects as an edge. Here are his numbers. Tackles for loss as a freshman at Temple, 11.5 tackles for loss, 7 sacks.
Wow.
As a sophomore, 9 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. Slightly lower, played an extra game. He played all 12 that year, 11 the first year. Now he's at defensive end, junior season, 19 tackles for loss, 13 sacks. 5 passes defense, 2 fumble recoveries, 1 forced fumble. Actually, yeah, forced fumbles. Freshman, 3 forced fumbles. Sophomore, 2 forced fumbles. Junior, 1 forced fumble. So now he transfers to Miami in the ACC. His tackles dropped a bit. Total, he drops down to 45. His tackles from his years to freshman, 31, 57 sophomore, 49 junior, 45 in the ACC with Miami, but 14.5 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 3 recoveries, and a pass defensed. This guy puts up numbers.
Yeah. That's
numbers.
Also a shorter year too. I'm at because Miami didn't they have a couple games canceled?
Yeah,
I
they
feel
had
like
10, they only played 10 games, correct? So yeah, his second
Yeah.
most tackles for loss on 10 games played, with a higher caliber of. He's right on par with his numbers for TFLs, at least on a
Yeah.
shortened season and a pandemic year. So kudos to him, man.
Yeah.
That's why Steeler Nation is so excited for this guy, and I'm 100% into it. Like it's great. It's just great to see.
I mean, I feel like, Matt has a pretty solid handle on the analysis of, these prospects, and the fact that he was in the top 100 on his board, and
Yeah.
we got him at, I think it was picked 216. I mean, that,
Yeah, 150 and a 216. That's a value pick.
yeah. And he had him at 95. So,
Oh, wow. So you're right. You went top 100. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me.
That's a, it feels like it could be maybe a nice piece to keep your eye on going forward, maybe into camp, and maybe just going forward just could be a significant contributor.
Yeah, spooled a boost. That's a new name we see here. Welcome to the show. We might actually have a run game again. I hope Zach Banner stays healthy. We all do. I think he's going to be a monster if he is, and he will turn into a household name if he does, because he's got the pedigree. He's a great character guy. I wish nothing but success for Zach Banner.
Agreed.
Mighty Guru asking me, you staying on for the undrafted rookie free agents? Yes, I am. I will be on here for an extra hour after the draft to see who the Steelers ramble and trade for to make sure that they can fill out the rest of the roster to get it up to 90. Down there with it. Carlos Goncalves, Litos sipping some whiskey. Cheers, Litos. I'm sipping a different German style beer. It's a Perlenbacher, but I'm having a Pilsner this time. I thought it was the Hefeweizen. I didn't read labels well. I'm losing my eyesight here at 46. It kind of sucks. But still delicious. Time for a shot. There you go, Guru. Bottoms up. Nice.
Nice,
Here.
Guru.
Cheers, Steeler. I'm having another sip just to that. Thank you very much there, Guru. That's awesome. So here we go. No cornerback thus far indicates Steeler may have plans to bring Steven Nelson back or another vet free agent cornerback. Yeah, Rad Rob, I wanted to talk about that too. Poole is also out there as a free agent, and he is a top tier nickel corner. So maybe the Steelers might have a conversation with one of these top tier nickel corners, kind of the same way the Ravens have had the conversation with Villanueva saying, hey man, if we don't, we don't get the tackle we want, we're going to be bringing you in. And did anybody check to see if the Ravens drafted a tackle high? That would be interesting if they did. There was a lot of tackle depth, so it makes me think like they could have. But yeah, Carlos also, Litos is agreeing with you too, Rad Rob.
No, Ravens actually didn't take. They took an offensive guard in the third round.
Wow.
Yeah.
In Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland out of Georgia. Yep.
So yeah,
They took a fullback.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I saw that too. Yeah.
well, the Ravens have always weighted fullbacks higher than most teams. It's why usually they have fullbacks in the Pro Bowl, and they have multiple different named Pro Bowl fullbacks. Like they really utilize the fullback unlike the past two coaches we've had, and Haley, who didn't want a fullback at all, essentially. And then we had Fiechner after that, who really didn't give a shit about the fullback.
He didn't care what personnel was out there.
Yeah, they really didn't. Yeah, they're throwing Mondu out there in fullback. Didn't really care when Watt went down. But honestly, look for Canada to utilize Watt to his strengths, because this guy can catch passes out of the backfield as well. He can tote the ball. Like he's a fucking Watt. Watt brothers play football. That's what Watt brothers do. And we got two of them on our team. So let's see what happens this year with Canada. And hopefully if Derek stays healthy, because he's a special teams demon as well. I'm I want to see him healthy. I want to see Zach Banner healthy. I want to see these guys show Steeler Nation how good of football players they are, because they are great football players. They really are.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Hayden and Sutton both have injury history, so saving up better than Pierre would be a much bigger priority for Colbert. for Tom Burt, I'm gonna combine that. Rad Rob, do you post on Steeler Nation? If you do, throw me your handle. I just want to see who you are. I've been on Steeler Nation forever. You guys know that. They agree with you guys too when you're having your conversation. Tim saying lack of arm strength with Ben is a myth. So yeah. Anybody
Cameron
know John
Sutton?
What's that?
It's like Cameron Sutton. I know he missed time in 2018 because of family issues.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't remember him getting hurt though.
Yeah, me neither.
Now Hayden, 2017, he broke his leg.
Yes.
Sounds worse than what it actually was.
A leg break is not the injuries that you worry about are the soft tissue injuries and the joints. Like a broken leg is just a freak injury. Broken arm, same thing with that. Like that, and same thing like pectorals and shit like that. You can't plan on that. But when a ligament goes out, you're worried about future injuries. When soft tissue becomes a problem, a groin, hamstring, a tweak here, then you might get the moniker of being injury prone. But yeah, but I'm with you there. Like,
okay. So I looked at his game log, 2018. He missed November with an injury, but also missed a couple of games because of family issues. I remember it started with that Chargers game, and we missed him badly in that game because, there was that one punt return where it was really clear that if he would have been in it, that he wouldn't have overran the kick. But yeah, I mean, had one season where he missed some time. Oh, really? Gosh. Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. The refs were fucking rigged. Excuse my language. They were fucking rigged. All three touchdowns should have been called back for clear. It wasn't even close. Some penalties on there. There's that block in the back on the punt.
Back.
Marcus Allen got held on a touchdown.
Yep, and then there was an early jump start. At the right.
The false start one's like that's crazy. Like when somebody's jumping before the snap, like how do you fucking miss that? That happened with the San Diego game. That I got incensed. Like that's the shit that drives me nuts. When somebody stands up completely before a ball snap, it's like how do you fucking miss that? You got you got a lineman on each side. Then, how do you fucking miss that? And that
on that freaking missed kick, he was not offsides. Joe Hayden was not offsides.
Yep.
Don't get me started, man.
Yeah,
don't get me started.
And then freaking Chargers were like, when lightning bolts hit steel beams, it really does make salt. And I'm like, shut up. I'm like, you have no pride. I'm like, this. I was like, man, that was. That's probably the most bad I've been over officiating was that game.
Yeah, the officiating fucked us over bad. And you know what? That year we just kind of. It was unfortunately like the beginning of like the December collapse phase that we've seen the trend over the past 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was a couple of games there where that was definitely on. I think the refs were a big part in that. And then that Denver game, that was just I had some weird fluky. The pass by Ben to the D lineman. It wasn't a good throw, but. It was a weird play. And I'm not saying he did, I know that started the whole AB drama or whatever, but, I don't think anyone expected the D lineman to drop back on that. And then Boswell fell against the Raiders. It was just a weird year. It was just a weird end to that year. And it sucked because we had won like 6 or 7 straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like 7-2-1, and that included I was at that Jacksonville game, and shit, that was stressful too.
That was
like, I'm serious. When they went up 16-0, my brother-in-law, it was me, my dad, my brother-in-law. We were sitting there, and I looked at him. I was like, we may as well look at the Uber rates back to the hotel, man. We hung in there, man. It was funny when Juju caught that. Because he had those two back shoulder type catches. The second one, once he pulled that down, Jacksonville fans were like, "All right, we heading out."
That's awesome, dude. Those were 2 beautiful. And I know what I love about that. The one was against Ramsey, and the one was against Boye. It was like, no one's covering him today, bro.
Yeah,
I was that right, John.
I was so excited, man.
Yeah.
And then that was just that was
That's
a hell of a win.
that also kind of just makes me think Juju went against two really good corners. So you can't tell me that he doesn't have receiver one potential because AB might be getting double covered. But if he's used right and he's not running the same three routes, he's going to get paid. I think under Matt Canada, he's gonna have a breakout year again.
Yeah. And
he's going to get paid next offseason. So
yeah, we'll see. I mean, hopefully with the cap space and stuff. I mean, we're projected to have a bunch of cap space next year, if I'm correct, right? Like, we're like
ton. Yeah, it's like close to we were close to 100 million.
100 million. Yeah.
We should definitely. I mean, listen, signing TJ is going to definitely be pricey, but even with that, I mean, you should be able to retain a few of these guys. I'm curious to see what James Washington does. I would love for them to keep him, but they don't keep receivers often. They just like to reload because this is fourth year this year. This is contract year. So
James gives me that vibe just based off his interviews. He doesn't sound like someone who's going to be a money hunter. He's going to be.
Nah.
I mean, he talked about his year two. He was talking about post football career in one interview. Yeah. He was like, I'm just going to go back to the farm and work on it.
Right.
He's a humble guy. I just don't think it wouldn't surprise me if he left because he got a more lucrative deal. Because I don't
think the Steelers can pay him anyway if he gets to the point where he has to leave. But honestly, we have so many receivers at the Z position. We're overstocked. You got. I'm going to my depth chart right now because I list them by X, Y, and Z. 2021 depth chart needs over draft tools. You click on day 3 for the draft at SteelerNation.com or the draft tools page that I did 3 days ago. I list all 3. The Y is obviously the slot receivers position. X is a possession receiver on the left side. Z is the deep threat on the right. I've got Claypool as number 1. At the Z receiver position, Washington is 2, and Washington's also a backup at the X, so he's at least position flexible. But then we have Anthony Johnson and White as the next. I mean, we're 4 deep at the Z spot right now. We're not taking a tall, lanky, or a speed receiver anymore because those are the guys that normally play Z for the Steelers. If you guys are thinking, we need to put it in context. Like Plexico Burress was a Z. The other big tall and any of the big tall guys, Sammy Coates, the guy before Sammy Coates, Bryant, wasn't it? What was his first name? I can't remember.
Martavis Bryant.
Yep, Martavis Bryant. He was a Z. Those guys tended to Lynn Swan was a Z. He was the Z receiver. So he was like Lewis Lips was the Z receiver. So those are the guys. Mike Wallace, Z receiver. So your X's are like more your possession guys. That's your Stallworth. That's your Hines Ward. That's your Yancey Thigpen. That's your DJ. That's your AB. Those are the guys that work the left side of the field. Quick pass attack for those quarterbacks looking that way, and that's the easiest way for them to get the ball out quickly. I got the first Drunk Cope question of the day from Hugh Janis. I like to defecate in my lawn, and my dog eats my poo-poo. How can I make him stop this? It is disgusting. I'm going to go with the Pat Standard Steeler Nation question or the Steeler Nation answer to anything along these lines. Shoot the dog, install field turf. That's the only thing you can do. So that is an inside joke for Steeler Nation. That's the way we handle this shit. And shoot the dog, install field turf is the way that we always do it.
That is awesome.
Good Lord. That's quite a question, quite a solution.
Just getting shit done.
And yes, I don't remember if I answered this earlier, but yeah, I'm going to stay on for the undrafted rookie free agents for the extra hour. Should be done about a half hour, 45 minutes in. They don't need a full slot of undrafted rookie free agents because they pulled a couple people from there that did not get drafted in 2019 and were able to try out again because of the COVID rules for their teams and signed three players on the spot. So that's like 3 less. It's usually like 10 people they need after the draft. They're probably down to like 6 or 7 they probably need for this draft just to fill out the roster.
Yeah, plus the 7th round is just going boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's going
with the picks.
We didn't miss you, Cope from Robert C. Fuck you, Cooley. I'm keeping your t-shirt. Yeah, this is all inside jokes for us. We all know each other. So, the old standard guys just swear at each other. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate you saying I'm a beast. I can see why the fam left. Yeah, smart. Yeah, like, look at me. Like, dude, we're fucking like 7 hours in now. And I go crazy. I'm like still geeked. I'm still geeked that the Steelers still have another couple people we're going to be adding to the team here. How far are we away from the next Steeler pick?
We still got quite a ways.
Good, because mine's a big
12 spots.
Oh shit! Well, I'd say mine's a big beer, but I'm down to the bottom 10th of it right now. So
there you go.
I'll start sipping a little bit better. I got 2 more. True Steeler analyst, Sir Stryker. Cheers, mighty guru. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Cheers to you. Also stating that Quincy.
Maybe Steeler Nation will give me some.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Steeler Nation. If anyone would like to give me feedback, should I go to Ted's Montana Grill tonight or should I go to Stony River tonight?
I'm not familiar with either location. Is that in Pittsburgh, downtown Pittsburgh?
Oh no, it's in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know Atlanta at all. I've been to Atlanta. I've got an office there. And my guy there, he took us to the Crowbar, which is the Kroger bar on the south side of the city. And we walked there from his place. Yeah, he's in a good spot. There's a lot of shit to do there. We had a good time down there. And my buddy Josh that runs that office. So yeah, I love Atlanta. I've only been there once. We did the walk, which is the big path, which you can just walk everywhere on. And we did that and hit a couple places to eat. Had a good time. Yeah, I'd like to go back to Atlanta. That was my only time in Atlanta other than hitting the airport because evidently it's a place where every plane changes over in this country, either Atlanta, Dallas, or Chicago.
Yeah.
Or fucking
world's busiest airport.
Yeah. Carolina is one of the ones, but I hate that fucking airport. That one always screws up my shit.
Yeah, the Carolina airport's a little tricky. I flew in there once recently because before my dad lives down south. I think I mentioned earlier he lives in Alabama, but he lived in Charlotte, right near Charlotte for about a year and a half before he moved to Alabama. So, the airport's definitely not the greatest. I actually enjoy Charlotte, though. Charlotte's a very nice city.
I love the city. Yeah,
it's really
love the city. That's like I said, that's where UMBC won their championship, and they treated us like fucking kings there. We had a blast, and it was we won the day before St. Patrick's Day, so the St. Patty's Parade happened the day after the UMBC won, and that's what we did. We enjoyed St. Patrick's Day before UMBC had to play again the next day. It was just a blast. I mean, they had a great brewery. I went to Catawba, and they had the peanut butter jelly beers there at Catawba. So I always think of the peanut butter jelly song, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, and a baseball bat. Hey, cat. So but they do some great.
It's my son's favorite song right there.
Yes. Yeah, he's a good dude. Robert's chiming in. It's been way too long. Fuck Adele. With you. Lane fought the law and the law won. Awesome. Yes, that's what happened. Well, hopefully he pleads out. Yeah, there are some slot corners left in free agency, Rad Rob. Hopefully that we got to go there because I don't think anybody we're taking here in the 7th is going to be an immediate starter. Yeah. And that's something that we're going to need.
Job, I don't know if you want to take over because I think I'm about to head out.
Awesome.
I gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, I'll take over, and once I am told it's time to go, then I will hang tight till then.
Yeah, I updated the most recent one. I'm up to date. I'm up to Jack Anderson on Buffalo. That's where I'm at right now. So
gotcha.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much too for doing this, Sean, and thank you for man. Like I said, you're marathoning it today. We're at 6 o'clock. We started at 11:30. That's 6.5 hours, man.
I'm telling you, I hate to go. If
I don't think you even left. I don't think you even dropped off. You did turn off your camera a couple times.
Yeah, just to go to the bathroom and stuff.
Okay, cool. So,
no, if I didn't have these dinner plans, I'd be staying on with you the whole. I mean, this was really. I was excited. I've been excited for this since the other night when I asked. So I appreciate you having me on here, Stryker.
Oh.
Joe, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Excited for these next 2 picks, and let's go Steelers.
Here we go, Steelers. You have a
Here we
great
go.
night tonight.
You too.
John. And I'll see you later, and I'll have you back on the podcast, man. You're awesome. Cheers, man.
Awesome. I can't wait. I look forward to it. I'll talk to you guys soon in the chat.
Oh, will do, bro. See ya.
Take care.
Have a good night.
You too.
Awesome. And I got an interesting text. Washington is clutched by Mighty Guru. At least one of their starting Carblax player. Yeah, we need some depth at corner. I'm with you. Tim, you said Les Claypool. Primus reference always appropriate and matter of context. And due to that reference, I'm going to share my screen here to show you my wall of guitars that I have hanging in my living room. This bass right here on the right-hand side, the bass is named Les. So I name all of my guitars. This is my ukulele over here. It's called Kauai. We bought that one in Kauai when we were in Hawaii. This is my daughter's actually blue guitar that I bought for her in Tijuana for $5. So that was it. This was my main guitar right here. It's named Kurt. It's a Jag Stang. It's developed by Kurt Cobain. This was the first guitar I ever had. It's my Telecaster. Shit, what'd I name that? I forget the name for my Telecaster. Damn it. I'm drunk. Probably Mex. It was a Mexican. I think that's Jose. Sorry, that's Jose. It's my Mexican made Telecaster. Finally, it's coming back to me. This was the one I played when I was signed to Den Music and playing as Fat Kid as a pop punk group there in the early 2000s. This is Wish. It's made by a guy named Wish that makes Wish basses. This is one of he makes a ton of basses, and I always loved the bass style because I sang bass first, and my vocal range was a baritone, still on the bass clef. So this is a guitar, but it looks like a bass, and I love it. And I got it for my 30th birthday from my friends. They all pitched in. Is a big surprise for me, and it's a beautiful, beautiful guitar. This is Jet. This is the first acoustic I got. It's an Ibanez half body. And Jet is like Jet's usually the one I just pick up and play because it's the easiest just to pick up and play and just have a good time on. This is Marty. This is my Martin guitar. It's a GCPA 1, so it's a high end Martin guitar. I'm a Pennsylvania boy. Had to have a Martin guitar from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, so that's why I have that one hanging on. That's like my prize. That's the one. If the house is on fire, I'm grabbing Marty and I'm running out of the house. I'm grabbing Marty and I'm grabbing Kurt. Running out of the house. Rest of them can burn. I hate for it though, but I'd like to save them all. But those two are the ones I'm going to save because I got two hands. But there, yeah, Les is my bass. I played bass in a couple bands, and I was pretty freaking good at it. But love the Claypool references, and that's what we do here at Steeler Nation, man. We have the fun references, the fun Claypool references, and the fun music references. And that's the way we roll. So I see Job's taking a quick break. That's fine. We'll see you right in a second here, Job. It's cool because I can flip back over here, see how we're doing. Let's see. Has feces ever been thrown in a Steelers Brown game? I wouldn't put that past happening. It would definitely come from a Brown side, if you know what I mean. But yeah, Steelers don't have a reason to throw feces. We're not that type of fan. Steelers fans expect to win. Browns fans hope to win. That's the difference between our fan bases, and that's the way it's always going to be. It just is. Yep, I'm carrying the torch, Tim. You got that right. Wife giving me shit about watching you fucktards for so long these past 3 days. That's the quote. That is probably the post of the 3 days. And that's why you're winning a shirt there, Robert. That's a great one. Always good with the good ones. Happened to vote counting down in Atlanta way. I don't know, man. I don't get into politics. No matter how drunk I am, fuck politics. I'm into the Steelers. What are we going to do about losing Nelson? I was hoping we were going to draft a freaking nickel corner. We definitely didn't do that. Rad Rob, Colbert Tomlin not drafting a quarterback higher will be okay if we find out that they had Omar Khan negotiating for Steven Nelson's return behind the scenes during the draft. That would work out as long as we sign him for less than the dead money hit we would have had for keeping him. That's what I want. Like that's exactly what happened with Vince Williams, because he essentially signed for league minimum for a year. So the dead cap was minimal, was not even an issue in that respect, because though I thought they were going to ask him to take a pay cut as opposed to cutting him. It's nice though to have Vince back. We all love Vince Williams, and he's just a thumper there in the middle, and the best A gap blitzing linebacker I've seen. Timmons was a great one too, but man, Vince just has a nose for that quarterback when he's blitzing that A gap. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Had to take the dogs out real quick.
That's fine, Job. Yeah, it's fine. It's a perfect time to do it because I had the screen share off. I just came back. I'm like, oh, I'm alone. I got to talk about shit. That's fine. You know me. I can figure out shit to talk about.
Harris Ford is still available, so some Steeler fans are hoping to be able to snag him.
Harris Ford being a
safety out of Pitt.
Safety out of Pitt. Okay. And the reason behind that, I guess, would be for, I guess.
He's from Pitt, yeah.
We could have some safety competition depth if Dangerfield always finds a way to make it, man. He gets no respect, I'll tell you. Dangerfield gets no respect. That's the way it goes. So that's my Dangerfield there. It's the only thing I know how to do. But that's why I always laugh at the fact that he just gets no respect, but he always finds a way to hang out on the roster, hang out on practice squad. He's just like a consummate Steeler, and love the guy for it, because when he gets, I love him on special teams. He's always making plays on special teams. Tim saying Claypool's a freak of nature. Yeah, on that R. Thompson. Dude, Claypool is he is the Jimi Hendrix of the bass. He has just made bass a completely different instrument. He is my all-time favorite bassist. There's no one that compares. I mean, you gotta go way down. Like, my next favorite bass is probably Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers, because I like his energy. He's got energy like me. It just lasts for days. But Claypool, I've seen him live, like probably about 4, 5, 6 times as Primus. I love all this stuff. Oysterhead, Frog Brigade, Purple Onion. He did the mockumentary too. What's that? The apricot, electric apricot or something like that. There's a documentary out there, mockumentary, I should say, where he's in there having some fun on that. Everything he's done is phenomenal. One of the big Claypool stories that I loved was when Metallica tried him out when they were going for a new bassist. And this was before Primus started. And of course, Claypool shows up, starts doing everything that he knows how to do on bass. And they're like, you're just too fucking good for us. You're like our bassist plays pedal tones and just plays it fast. Like you're just like all over the fucking place. So yeah, that was a cool story. So he just left and started Primus, and Primus is like one of the reasons why I really got into music. When Tommy the Cat came out, he played that on the Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey movie. They were the Battle of the Bands that they went up against, and they were playing Tommy the Cat there. And then I heard Jerry was a race car driver on MTV. I was sold. I bought Frizzle Fry. I brought Sailing Seas of Cheese. I'm all in. I've got all of Les Claypool's stuff. Like it doesn't get more love that I get for Les Clay. Like I could spend. Look at this. I can do a podcast on beer. I can do a podcast on music, and of course, I can always do a podcast on the Steelers. That's the way it goes. Thank you, Jeff Dawson. Oh my gosh, one of my old hockey teammates, Jeff Dawson, chiming in there on Facebook. What's up? Keep it strong. Love the outfit. Thank you. As you know, Dawson, I'm channeling my inner Don Cherry today. You know that hockey reference. Love you, man. Big Pens fan over there, Jeff Dawson on Facebook. Way to chime in, man. That's great. Saul Prime. Oh my gosh, Tim. Oh, Flying Frogs. Wow, Frog Brigade, man. Yeah. Great side. That Oysterhead, man, that super group was awesome. What was that? It was like Stuart Copeland, the drummer from the Police, and Trey from Fish, and freaking Claypool. That stuff is insane. That's some, if you guys ever get a chance. Laundry also, like having his high school guitarist come back and play with him on Laundry. I love that album. It's the reason why on the Beavis and Butthead, the Beavis and Butthead cartoon, that it's Beavis. Beavis does the whole cornholio thing, and it's because of the Laundry video where they have the blue stuff and the hood's pulled up over their head and they're all dressed in blue. He started that after he watched the laundry video of Riddles Are Abound Tonight. That's right. That was the song. Man, look at me flashing out this stuff. And they did the cover of Toys Marching Down to on that album. Great stuff. Man, yeah, I love me some music. I love me some Les. Love me some punk. I'm a punk guy too. So like, you know, I can talk punk all day. No Effects, Rancid, you know, they're my guys. So really good stuff. And also Naked Ray Gun. I know Jason personally. Jeff's the lead singer of Naked Ray Gun. He joined and formed The Bomb. The Bomb was a great band out of Chicago after he moved out of DC and formed The Bomb. But yeah, I can just like, cause I was in the scene for a while. I knew a lot of these guys, talked with a bunch of them. And then when I got into radio and I was interviewing a bunch of them too, I interviewed Papa Roach, Jason, the guitarist from Papa Roach, a bunch of guys when I was working at the at alt rock station 99.1 HFS in Baltimore, Washington, #1 alternative rock station. Yeah, that was back in the day. That was in 2002. But yeah, I can talk for hours on that crap. How are we doing right now, Job? At least for the Steelers, how far away are we?
Yeah, my mom's
Right now, let's take a look. Charlie, say hi to everybody.
Hey, Charlie. We enjoyed you on the show last time. You can always say hi.
You want to wave everybody?
Hey, it's just me today, Charlie. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, just me and Stryker today.
Yep.
Looks like we are about 3 picks away.
Awesome.
The Patriots just got a wide receiver. So probably after the Steeler pick, I will, since he is now awake from his nap,
Awesome.
we will probably head to dinner.
That's
so
fine. Oh, I appreciate your time, man. It's been
no problem.
It's been awesome. Like I know day 3 is the toughest one to make it to. So
yeah,
it's always
I've had a blast these 2 days. I mean, Steeler Nation has definitely set the standard for our shows, man. We've had a lot of great guests, a lot of great conversations too.
right.
So,
and
it's been a lot of fun.
We run the gambit, man. This is how we get to know each other. Like you guys are like family to me now. Like it's like we spent days together. You've been on all 3 days. You're the only one that's been on all 3 days other than myself. So kudos to you, man. I mean, Job, you're killing it.
No, anytime I can talk football, talk Steelers, I will jump on the opportunity.
Yeah. And you marathoned it. I think the first 2 days you were on for the entire show, weren't you?
Yep. Let's see. Thursday, I didn't hop in till about pick 1 and then did that little brief rundown about the division. And then, but yeah, then Friday I hopped on and we were good to go the whole time.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun.
Awesome. Gabe saying your boy looks just like you, Job.
It's so funny. Everyone says that, and his mom, it frustrates her a little bit. She's like, I spent all that time carrying him. And he looks just like you. And I'm like,
right.
I don't know. I was like some of the stuff I see, yeah, obviously it's me, but they're like, I look in this area and looks so much like his mom. So I just see his mom.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's great. That's great. Getty Lee, I imagine. Are you saying Getty is the reason why you started bass, Tim? That's a great bassist too. Love him. You know, I love oh gosh, Sting too. Sting is the amazing one because the way he does his vocal melodies and plays the off pace syncopation and like triplets and stuff underneath of what he's singing. That's just amazing to watch. Somebody that's so separated from playing and singing. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah. And yeah, thank you. Yeah. I knew it was Getty Lee's a phenomenal bassist. Also I love the bass. I like bass nuance as well. Like Bela Fleck, of course, fucking amazing. But like the bassist for Cake, I'm like so into him right now. That guy just does some interesting things for like music that's like country rock and pop, but it's still a little slower. And he just finds ways to fill those holes. Bassist for Rancid as well. He does it faster than anybody else. He's all over the place. Fastest walking bass in the business. Outside of probably Les as well. But yeah, I see, you know, I get excited. I love talking music.
It's actually funny when you were mentioning that you were in show, like doing traveling, singing and whatnot. I spent only 1 year in college doing chorus, and I was part of the Georgia College Max Noah Singers. And the most we did is we went to Disney. So hearing all your stuff and all the places you went, I was like, man, I wish I would have stuck it out and did that a little longer. So that sounds like so much fun. Granted, I was a very, how would I describe it? I'm definitely not that talented, but I was kind of a role player, if you will.
Yeah. No, that's
so
cool.
I knew my place and just did it, but it was fun. Yeah. Plus the music folks, they're a totally different breed, as you guys can see. And throwing back the beer and getting every last drop.
I did. We got a pick coming
music
up.
Folks, they're a different breed though.
They are, man. And like I was saying, I was in the scene for a long time, and I am like I'm punk. And for me, I'm like, punks are nonconformists, but it's funny because like every single punk is all tatted up. Mohawk. I did the Mohawk too. Don't get me wrong. Back when I had hair, I did the Mohawk, but I never did a tat. I never got a single tat on my body, and everybody's like, Stryker, why aren't you tatting up? Why aren't you tatting up? I'm like, guys, like, I don't want to fucking conform to you guys. And then they just lose it. They're like, oh, how can you call me a conformist? I'm like, you nonconformist, fuck you. And they, like everybody gets a good laugh out of that because we're all like fucking yanking each other's chains at that point. We're drunk. And I didn't get high either. Like getting high wasn't my thing. I drank. That was what I did. So I can still perform. And, but yeah, a lot of my friends, like some of the most talented people I ever met playing, getting high and just not being able to play anymore. That just like, that's what hurts my heart the most is, watching promising young, musicians just fall out of music because of drugs. That just breaks my heart, and losing them early too. That just kills me. Absolutely kills me.
Yeah.
So we're up now. We're on deck. Right? Let me bring up the ESPN draft, and I'll be breaking it here for us. Because oh gosh, I'm in the wrong round. Holy crap! We're in round 7. Holy crap! Yeah, I don't think I've announced a single pick in round 7. Screw it. Who cares? Steelers weren't drafting. No, we got a couple. I'll run it down here quick. Jimmy Morrissey from Pittsburgh center to the Raiders at the top of 7. Lionel Coleman, then UMass offensive tackle to the Dolphins. Phil Hoskins, defensive tackle, Kentucky to the Carolina Panthers. Jake Funk, we're talking music. There you go, Funk. Oh, getting down in Maryland. Running back, going to the LA Rams. Patrick Johnson, Eagles, Tulane player, outside linebacker. Wyatt Hubert, defensive end from Kansas State, going to the Bungles. Jack Anderson, Texas Tech offensive guard, going to the Bills. Kerry Vincent, off the board shit. That was a cornerback I would have been happy with. LSU, going to the Denver Broncos. Oh, we've been mentioning it. Denver always picking players we like. That's it. They do. Matt Farink, Nebraskan offensive guard, just going a state over to Texas for them Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Jonathan Cooper, Ohio State defensive end. Man, that's a smart pick at all. Late here for the Denver Broncos yet again. William Bradley King, Baylor outside linebacker, going to the WTFs. That's the way I call them because they're the WFTs, but WTF, WFTs. Mark Webb, Charger, safety out of Georgia. Trey Nixon, wide receiver from UCF, going to the Patriots. They know how to pick them receivers. No, they don't. James Wiggins, safety out of Cincinnati, going to Cardinals. And the Cincinnati back-to-back picks. They're running back. Jared. Sorry. I thought it was an L there. My eyesight's leaving me. Jared Dokes going to the Fins. Steelers are on the clock. Who do you think?
Pick is in.
I
think it'd be awesome to have this Shakur Brown guy because then every single need that's these Twitter GMs will be met. It will just be done in the order that they did not want it to be done.
Right. But the way that that's the only thing. Like Pat Fremuth was like, he was the only guy I said that would get us off of the tackle or the guard or the center thing. If he's there in the second, he was my pick. I said at the top of the draft show yesterday, we went there and like, I'm elated. Like first 2 picks, I know this draft is a success. That's it. Like, and then we come back with an interior offensive lineman, play both guard spots, and has some center capability. Maybe we develop him into being a center. Yeah, 3 picks in, and then we pick a tackle, 4 offensive players off the board. Bam, 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 bam. We need to improve that running game. I think we did it with the first 4 picks.
No, I agree, definitely. Charlie was disappointed Justin Fields didn't get picked. That was his choice. Of course, I just gave him 3. I gave him 3 players to choose from. He said Justin Fields.
Yes, I saw that video. That was awesome. That was an awesome. Why do you pick Justin Fields? I like the name. Valid.
Yep.
As valid as
cool.
all of our draft assessments, since we're not professionals. Not like anybody is really a professional. The draft is a fucking crapshoot, people. It just is. We have fun with it. It's a fucking crapshoot. But some players might be good. We might find a 6th rounder that becomes the next Hall of Famer in Antonio Brown. We might find a 1st rounder that shits the bed. You never know what's going to happen in the draft. But at least ever since Jarvis Jones, our 1st rounders and 2nd rounders have been our 2nd rounders have always seemed to be spot on for Colbert. But the 1st rounders, other than like Colt Golson, but his injuries kept him from playing. But yeah, everybody else was pretty much spot on for being a contributor in the 2nd round. But our 1st rounds had high probability of being a good contributor on our team. Oh, there it is.
Absolutely. The
pick is in, Steeler Nation. The next player, safety from Oklahoma, Trey Norwood. Welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Trey. I can't be disappointed. We got a safety.
Yep.
Obviously, that's a special teams need. It's a little depth need. I said that it was possible we could go safety. We had I had that at low, but like most of my stuff is at none. So not surprised to see a safety go here. Your thoughts, Job?
Safety, I think it was definitely something that could have been addressed because you only have Edmonds, Fitzpatrick, Brooks, who they like in that slot position as well, a little
also
flexible.
Yeah, he's like a money backer role.
Yeah. So, but I mean, other than that, you didn't really have a pure safety. Dangerfield's still unsigned, I think. I could be incorrect about that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he came back because great special teams guy, veteran presence. But as far as pure safety goes, and then Colton just said he loves the speed on the outside. He said, Colton, Steeler Nation's Colton said, that's Mike Hilton's replacement. So
nice.
That's quite big shoes to fill. So, but I mean, that's the thing is Mike Hilton was an undrafted free agent. So people who might scoff at that statement, I mean, let's just be real.
What player he was for us. I mean, we strung him along with these exclusive rights free agents. He's playing for pennies. The guy was a playmaker. He made so many freaking plays. Like it seemed like he made a big play every game. That's why I loved Mighty Mouse. He's one. Honestly, he's going to be one of my all-time favorite Steelers. Just having a special place in my heart. And if you're right there, if this safety ends up being, they just switched it. They switched it to cornerback. ESPN has changed the position to corner. Here's the quick 6 foot 192, good size from the Oklahoman Sooner. Pre-draft analysis here on ESPN stating Norwood picked off 5 passes in the final 6 games of the 2020 season. Takes good angles to the ball.
Very nice.
Faster than his timed speed. He is an undersized safety with short arms and needs to do a better job of getting off blocks and run support. Fuck that. Just make plays, Trey. Welcome to the team. Trey.
Yes.
Time to crack a beer.
Cheers.
This is my beer. I'm now on the Blue Key Peach, which is like the Blue Moon for Lidl. Guys, you can get to a Lidl, just stock up on beer. Their shit's good. I love it. So cheers to you, Trey Norwood. Congratulations for becoming the newest Pittsburgh Steeler. We hope to see you there in the cornerback slot, laying the wood like we'd expect from any good, hard-nosed football player. Cheers to you for being a new Pittsburgh Steelers, and cheers to you for joining Steeler Nation. Cheers.
Cheers, absolutely. But hey, if he was listed as safety and switched to cornerback, to me that says versatility. And what does Tomlin love? Loves a versatile guy.
Loves, yeah. That's how you make the
Yep.
team is with position flexibility. And look at Marcus Allen sticking on the
Absolutely.
team, going from safety to inside linebacker. Like that was just a crazy thing that happened that I was never expecting. But
Yep.
I'm going to be dropping.
He did okay in that role too.
He did. So
Yep.
Throwing in nickel cornerback
All
right
right, well,
behind. What's that?
I was gonna say, Stryker, I do need to run because it
Okay.
is time to feed the child.
Quick thing before
So-
you run, how many picks do we have until the next pick?
Absolutely. We have, let me take a quick look. I think it was about 8 picks
Great.
from what I saw.
Great.
So
Not
it's,
long.
yeah, it not very fall. Not
Awesome.
long at all. So let's take a look.
On me.
And yeah, exactly 9 picks. I'm sorry. I was 1 over. Not
Okay.
or 1 less. 9 picks.
Well, we may
So-
double up at corner. We may take a punter. This is a slot. We might grab a punter. I don't know if any
Yeah.
punters have come off the board yet. I haven't been. I don't remember reading a punter off of the board yet. There are 2 Ray Guy punters out there in Duffy and somebody the third. They won the Ray Guy punting awards for 2019, 2020. I think Duffy's the huge one. One of them just like looks like an offensive lineman as a punter. And so I don't know if we're going to grab
Yeah,
that guy.
Presley Harvin third for Georgia Tech. Yeah, that's who you're thinking of. Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's the one that looks like the lineman. Yeah, he's just a spectacle out there on the field to see somebody like that.
Yep.
Yeah. And let me shoot a quick
So
test.
hey, if he can do better in Barry, then there we go.
Yep. I'm going to be alone, just checking to see if anybody can join. Copy that one. I can send that one over, and then you're good to go.
No worries. Well, it's been fun, man. Sorry I wasn't able to join a little more today.
No, that's
Had
cool.
to take the boy to the farm, and so
Have a great time, man. Yeah, I appreciate any time. I'm glad you jumped
Absolutely.
on for a bit. Your topics are always fun, and I'll have you on the podcast too, Job. Just great hanging out with you. So
anytime.
talk to you soon, man.
Talk to you soon, and here we go, Steelers. Hashtag Steeler Nation, and everybody have a safe weekend. And man, I can't wait till September. Honestly,
Cheers, man. Cheers to you. I love that. That's awesome.
Charlotte-
I'm excited.
Charlie, say cheers, everybody. Say cheers.
Cheers.
Say wave.
Cheers.
Say let's go, Najee.
Let's go, Najee.
All right,
Awesome,
have a
Charlie.
good night,
Have a
sir.
great night, guys. See you, Morsons.
See ya.
And that's it, Steeler Nation. I apologize. All you get is me and my loud sweater and my loud tie. But now you get to see a close-up of this tie. This is old school. I think this is number 6. Is that Bubby Brister? This might be Bubby Brister era. I got 53 on here. I bought this thing so long. I got 83 on here, down here, catching passes, Lewis Lips. Look at this tie. This is an 80s tie. This is great. Late 80s, 26 Rod Woodson up here on the top. My beard's covering these other numbers. I can't tell what the shit's on here. 50, there's little. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it backwards on my thing. But yeah, this is my loud Steeler tie. And I think and this looks like Merrill Hodge. I always wanted this to be Merrill Hodge. So it is. So I think this might be like the second time I've worn it. And I was going to go with I'll show you guys here quickly the tie I was going to go with today. Because I was thinking of wearing something different, but my wife said, why don't you wear the sweater that I gave you? And you got to see I'm wearing Steeler shorts today. But I was going to go with this. This is my classic Steeler tie. And my wife says all Steeler ties are loud. I'm like, look at this. This is a classic tie. This is a nice form tie. This is my more formal Steeler wear. This is more of my party Steeler wear. So I went party today, Mike, because hell, we're here for the long haul. If you guys were on yesterday, I wore my Steeler bow tie yesterday. First day I wore here's my favorite tie. This is my go-to usually when I'm wearing my Steeler ties. My terrible towel tie that my friend made for me out of a terrible towel and made a matching pocket square as well. This is my favorite Steeler tie. So yeah, I'm always down for awesome Steeler stuff and just having a good time with that. Lots of goodbye. Oh, we got Colton back to the show. Whoa, here we go. Coming back from work. That's great. Wow, I was by myself for a very short time. I'm sorry to deny you of just drunk slurring Steeler here by himself. Sorry, my name's Stryker, not Steeler. Colton, welcome back to the show, man.
What is up?
Without you, man.
What is up? What is up?
Probably my blood alcohol content.
God bless you. Another long day at the office for you.
Yes, I am now approaching I've been 7 hours on the air.
I mean, we did 2 days in a row, long days.
10 hours.
And you got another one today for you. You know, there's no one. You know what? Hats off to you for showing Steeler Nation what is up and how serious you're taking this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show Steeler Nation that all of these pansy-ass sports announcers that need a break every 20 minutes, screw them. They don't understand what it's like to do a marathon like I do. I've done musical marathons before this. I played for like 20 hours. The longest I've ever played guitar for was 10 hours in a set. So yeah, if you want to do that kind of stuff and show what you can do, I'm a gamer. Like, game's on, I'm playing, foils on, skates on. I'm not done till it's done. Just so you know, you joining the show late, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beers in. So this is my 6th. I'm on the 6-pack for the Steelers, having 6 Super Bowl wins. I'm glad that my train of thought is still fairly accurate. How did the work go today over at the radio station? What were you up to?
Just producing stuff, just staying producing right now and all that stuff.
On air production, or were you doing like spots and stuff like that?
No, I'm gonna be producing on air. Don't officially start, just kind of the training stuff. I'm starting next week is the plan. So next Sunday is the first day. So
nice.
So just getting in the practice hours. It's all stuff I'm all used to. So it's kind of just do what you got to do.
Yeah. Gabe, I love it too, bro. I'm fully sleeved, mostly tatted everywhere, but I wish I had no tattoos. It's a trend nowadays. I hear you, man. And like, I respect the sleeve. I do, because so many of my friends in bands and shit, they're Bouncing Souls, played with them a bit. Mr. Green Jeans, Philly band. They played a lot around that area too. Like, a lot of my friends had tats. You know, I didn't give them shit for having tats. I just said I wasn't going to have tats because I'm nonconformist, and then they just gave me shit about it. And it's just awesome. But the cool thing about tats is, like, you can still be a nonconformist with tats because it's up to you what type of tats you get. And like, that's the cool thing about tattoos. So, you know, I also want no piercings. That's tough to do in punk. I want no piercings, no tats. And yeah, I think my bassist too, he was also no piercing, no tats. We just did we used to do the straight edge X's on the hands when we were playing. That was about it. But we had a good time there in the early 2000s. We're talking about everything today, Colton. We got into a music kick, and then we got the draft coming up. So now we got to be getting close. Are you following?
Yes. Yeah, we're like 3 picks away. Actually, 2 now. So we're probably already on the clock. I like the Norwood pickup. After watching some tape already, yes. He reminded me of Mike Hilton. I saw the stuff of him coming off the edge. I'm like, dude, that's Mike Hilton. So,
yes. That psychs me up.
So I like it. I see what they do here. They had a solid draft. I like the way they addressed things, and the more and more it sounded like Green was their center the whole time.
And that's odd. Yeah. Isn't that strange that they picked, like, that's somebody that nobody thought they were going to pick. If they're going Wisconsin, I was thinking they were going to small school Wisconsin, not the main school Wisconsin, to fill that center role. And that was an interesting pick.
Yeah, I liked Green out of Illinois. I think that's their guy.
Illinois shit. Yeah.
You're good. You're good. You're 6 beers deep. I ain't questioning anything out of you. You've been doing this 3 days straight. I mean, 2 for me yesterday, and hop on here for the last 15, 20 minutes. But
that's the best I can do is 6 in.
Hey, man. But yeah, I thought they had a good draft. I like the Green pick. The more and more I watch it and look at the tape, I think he's going to be the center for the future. I think the Steelers loved him. And I think the Steelers set in, and they knew that was their guy, so they didn't need to go out and get him in the second round.
Oh,
and
dude.
they got their guy.
Second round is one of my favorite picks of the draft. I'm not gonna lie. And I like Pat Freiermuth. I mean, geez, they couldn't have gotten a better tackle or a better tight end anywhere else in the draft where they drafted. They got the second best tight end in the draft in the second round. He fell to him, and he immediately fills that need of having a blocking, versatile tight end that can do it all. And I'm hoping that he becomes the next tight end for the next 10 years for this team.
Yeah, he looks like a more athletic Heath.
Yeah.
So
I thought he looks a lot like Heath. We watched his highlights before YouTube told us to stop. Fuck you, YouTube. But yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, we got a cease and desist letter from YouTube for showing YouTube highlights on our show. So
really,
yeah, and we're streaming on fucking YouTube. So fuck you, YouTube. I hope they like stop saying fuck you, YouTube. No, I'm not. Fuck you, YouTube.
That's your right. That's your right. Wow, that's wild.
It's like, how do you do that? It's like, it's your fucking copyright. I'm showing your fucking copyright from your fucking show, from your fucking site on your site. Like, how am I violating a fucking copyright? It's on your fucking site.
That's wild. Didn't think that would happen. But hey, so what happens when you're getting this many views? If you're doing on some like low channel thing, like we were getting 2 people watching, you would be fine. No one would even. Yeah,
I mean, I'm fine if only 2 people are watching. Fortunately, we've got more than 2, so it's
That's right.
And it's been Steeler a blast. Nation. Like, Steeler Nation's hanging in here. Like, we're loving it. Gabe saying Swiss Army utility knife. Tomlin introduced him as.
Yep. That's yes, he did. Yes, he did. Tomlin was pumped. He goes, Swiss Army knife out of Oklahoma. All right, I like it.
I'm getting pumped now. That's an awesome one. At this point, given the draft an A- from Gabe, next pick up is the gasp around Steeler Nation. I'll upgrade it to an A. I'm fine doubling up on corner. I think they might go tackle. You never have enough depth on offensive line. With my takes on my depth chart board, you can either pick up another edge corner, who might be a special teamer, possibly returner, or get another tackle. Those are the only slots that I have for need left on the board that we didn't address.
I'm glad they didn't waste a pick on a quarterback. I know that was the thing that you didn't want. I'm just glad they didn't do it. There was no need for it. I'm just glad, like, hey, let's try out this guy. No, let's not do that. Let's draft and fill the team, please. I don't need to draft to waste a pick on a quarterback. We don't need it.
Yeah, Cooley's saying, Robert C., we have to take Grant Stewart with that last pick. That wouldn't be a bad pick. I would not be upset with that. Anyone know if Oregon State
Pittsburgh's currently the next pick, so their picks I believe in. So
I didn't finish my beer yet.
Oh, you got toast to them. You got toast to the newest Steeler, so you're fine. Picks can already come in here, so you're good. No, your goal is to finish it for the last pick.
Every Steeler gets their own beer.
Oh gosh. Well, you better finish that. They're about to announce Denver than the Steelers pick, so you better down that thing, man.
I'm not a chugger. I'm a marathon drinker. That's the thing.
You got to do it for the long haul.
I've never once beer bonged a beer. Never.
Well, I'm going right out to dinner after this. Oh my God. I got to tell you, first night, didn't eat dinner. That was a very long night. I didn't have a really chance to eat dinner. During the BMAC interview, I quick ran up, grabbed my plate of ziti. I ran down, ate it while the interview was going on. Oh, awesome. Gosh, man, that was a long night.
Yeah, that's what I did during actually I have a cooler here next to me.
I saw it.
Okay, good. You did watch it on the show. Yeah. It's got all my food in it. I've only broke twice just so I could go to the bathroom. And then if the conversation's good, I just sat there and listened to it, and I was just eating. I had some fried rice that was left over, and now it is gone. So that was my leftover pork fried rice.
Here's our next pick is in
Shit.
For the Broncos. Spencer from Mississippi State. So, yeah, I thought Pittsburgh had a really solid draft. I think they did really, really good. They addressed all their needs. I thought the tackle they got here today was a great pickup. Sounded like he was second-round value if this is any other year kind of thing with how deep it was.
Yeah.
So, I thought they did a great job. I'm happy. Again, nothing – we don't really get the splashy moves in the draft. That's just not the Steelers' way. This year we got a little spoiled with Najee Harris.
Yeah. Great. Like, first 4 picks being offensive players. Like, how crazy is that, man?
Yeah, that's not usually how the Steelers do things. So
I've never seen 4 players on one side of the ball for the first 4 picks ever. Like, that is usually, like you said. Rooney said we got to fix the run. First 4 picks, running back, tight end, center, tackle. Bam. Like,
They
Work-
did a
work
good
him in.
job. I really can't complain. Pittsburgh's pick is in, so you got a few seconds to down that sucker. Got a few seconds here. As soon as that thing pops up, we got cheers to the new man. There you go. There you go. Gonna go get myself a rum bucket after this.
I know, right?
Going to get myself a rum bucket when I'm done for dinner. So that's right.
Are you going out for dinner? You hang out?
Yeah. Yep.
Where are you going?
Water Street. It's in Tom's River. It's, as you could tell, as
Oh, you're in
if the
Jersey.
na-
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
name didn't give it away. It's on the water. So that's so going to have the really, really good rum buckets there. So that's what I'm having this evening. Oh, you know where you got to go if you're ever in like Atlantic City, if you ever hit Atlantic City when you're in New Jersey,
What's that?
Vagabonds. Oh my Lord. Vagabonds is fantastic. I don't know if you ever watched Triple D.
No.
with Raffaeletti. Oh my
No.
God. He went there. That is my favorite place to go in Atlantic City. I know Carmine's is a big one. Everyone, let's go to No, don't be silly. No. Vagabonds is the place to go. That is my tip of the day for you.
Yeah.
That's a
Awesome.
good day
Thank
for
you.
me.
Vagabonds. I'll mark that down next time
Oh.
I'm in AC. I used to drive the Ace all the time when I was working events in Atlantic City, the Atlantic City Expressway. Nothing better than calling it Expressway the Ace on your way to spend some money playing cards. Loved it. Loved it.
I'm a big blackjack guy now. That's kind of what I am. But
Yeah, I've been always a Texas Hold'em guy. I like poker. I'll play that.
I do like poker. I can't play in a casino, man. I'm just gonna get robbed. Those guys just sitting there all day. I'm just gonna. Pick is in. They went punter. They went punter with the last pick.
I called it. Which one do we get?
Presley Harvin, the third out of Georgia Tech.
Yes. Cracking a beer.
Wow, look at you.
Oh, I called that. I said we might go
Wow.
punter here, because that was the only real not need, but he's better than Whitman, or not Whitman. Who's the guy that was the punter?
Barry.
What's that?
We
No,
talking
not
about-
Barry. Not Barry. It's the backup punter that we have.
We have a backup punter. That's a thing.
Yeah, we did. He was on our roster all last year. I thought it would start with a W. I don't have him on my list. There goes the big burp. I'm going to look up the Steelers roster right now, if I can type.
I can't believe they went punter. That's hilarious.
I called it. Yeah, we were just talking, and I'm like, I think the Steelers might go punter here because that's the only real position to need. I'll list this by position. We'll go down to punter. But I thought for sure, yeah, we have two of them. It's Waitman was the W I was trying to remember. Corliss Waitman. He was on the roster last year. And Jordan Berry, obviously we re-signed him, but this is one of the only spots. And the reason I didn't really think that we needed it depth wise, but this was the reason to draft a punter because it helps you out financially. You drop salary if this guy can beat out Berry and of course Waitman as well.
Barry was good last year, to his credit. The year prior when they cut him, I was like, dude, oh my! Like there were so many times I'm like,
and they
come
shouldn't have.
on.
Look how bad the punter play was when we kept. Who was that guy's name? Shit.
Colquitt. They brought in
Colquitt,
Colquitt.
yeah. But he's a legacy in Pittsburgh. His dad punted for Pittsburgh. Fuck it, bring in Colquitt, but he sucked
Didn't
rocks,
work
man.
out.
Dude,
Yeah,
oh gosh.
didn't work out well. So
Yeah. But I'm happy that this Steeler Nation, like, you guys don't care about special teams. Like, I've been marking punters on my mock drafts here at the last pick in the 7th round because it means that you don't have to compete with other teams to bring that punter in. I mean, this is like a 7th round comp pick, correct?
correct.
Yeah. So you're not competing with other teams for that punter. You get the guy you want. He won a Ray Guy punting. He was the Ray Guy punter this year.
Yep.
So like I'm psyched. So I called the only 2 picks I've called this entire draft. Fairmouth, called him in the 2nd, and I called the punter.
Hey, I mean, those are 2 calls that are huge, though. 2 calls I didn't see coming personally.
Yeah. But then again, like, I didn't think they were going to go running back in the first. I thought for sure we might have gone cornerback or edge or something crazy, maybe a center.
We didn't believe it. Those are all the rumors, but we actually didn't believe it because that's not what the Steelers do.
Yeah,
so.
they usually don't take the guy that everybody is mocking to them. And the majority of the mocks was Najee Harris. Don't get me wrong. I can't be happier that we have Najee Harris. But now we have a 6 foot, 255-pound punter.
He's going to go hit stick people. He's going to go force fumbles in someone's Madden game. Someone's going to be really excited about it.
He's also threw a touchdown this year. He has an arm. This guy has. So it says Percy Harvin III, the touchdown throwing 260-pound punter who may be the star of the draft. Awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I want to see Fatty back there punting. Just fucking like that, dude. Nothing makes me more excited. Ray Guy Award winner, top punter in the league, and I'm gonna show. Fuck it. I'm gonna show this. Fuck you, YouTube. I want to show him throwing a touchdown. And
Striker's deep. He doesn't care anymore.
I'm 7 deep now. Yeah, I dropped 7 on.
By the way, you said Percy Harvin III. It's Presley. Oh no! Oh gosh! Oh, they're showing highlights of him right now. Booming punts.
Yeah, he's a boomer. He's a killer. At that size, throwing all that weight into that leg. I mean, this guy's gonna throw some punts. So I am going to quickly show, and I'm going to share the screen here so we can see our newest punter, Presley Harvin III's perfect fake punt touchdown. Fuck you, YouTube. Oh, nope. I'm going to throw it. Dude! Ah!
Oh, what a dot. What a bomb. What a bomb.
On a dime. Oh, on a dime. Let's see it again. Oh, from the behind angle. My favorite angle on the field. Ah!
What a bomb.
Oh, look at that.
Jeez, we had to point out his weight. Bleacher Report. What the heck is wrong with you people?
What's that? I'm going to start this over. I'm going to watch him. I'm going to see if he's looking right to see if he decides to kick it. Well, yeah, he lined up. He saw the. Wow. That might have been an audible being like, if he's open, go ahead and throw it to him.
That's bombs away. Bombs away.
Dude, love it. Oh.
Well, congratulations, YouTube.
Yeah, fuck you, YouTube. So yeah, it's like I gotta show that. That's because that was the one thing that he gave that the other punters didn't give was he is throwing capable. He can do some fake plays, and don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Aussie style punters. They are my favorite punters. Yep. They are the coffin kick punters in the league. And Barry does not get the respect that he deserves of not getting touchbacks, hitting that reverse roll when he's kicking that ball like an Aussie. Like Sav Rocca, kid from San Diego back in the day for the Chargers. Like I'm just enamored by the Aussie style punting. But I can't be more happy than the Steelers at least throwing somebody here in the mix that might give Barry the final run for his money and might be the next Pittsburgh Steelers rostered punter. And if he is, he's on the roster for the next 4 years.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, like you said, there's been times where I haven't been all in on Jordan Barry. It's been like one of those, oh my gosh, get a boomer here. We're down in our end zone and he goes like 40 yards. Like, no, I need a boomer. Get it down the field. And this kid has a leg. So,
yeah, he's not a boomer. He's a coffin kicker. He's a coffin kicker. So we'll see. We're down to the last pick of the draft, Mr. Irrelevant, coming up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, pick number 259. Checking out to see who Mr. Irrelevant is going to be in the draft this year.
Can't believe the draft's already over.
I know, man, right? But at least you got here right in time. Like, this is the frantic stuff where we start picking up the undrafted rookie free agents, which I am sticking around for this year because why not? I mean, I'm here to punish myself, and
Striker's gonna win at this
I
rate,
am now drinking my beer that I alluded to earlier in the show. This is from Adroit Theory. It's a Russian Imperial Stout. This is like a 10 or 11 percenter. So ask your drunk Coke
You are
questions
all in.
here.
Striker's all in.
The name of the beer is Future You Hates You.
Well, your future is gonna hate you, as in later tonight. It sounds like.
Yeah, if you drink a little too much, Future You is going to hate you.
That's right.
Aptly named beer, and with me being 7 in already, going on 8. To you, Steeler Nation, get your drinks ready. This beer is for you. We are toasting Presley Harvin III. Do you have an IC?
I do not.
All right,
I got my invisible drink. I just hopped downstairs. Like I said, I just ran down here. I saw
that's
you.
Fine. I'm so happy you made the show, man. This is great for me.
Just
So
ran down real quick.
I love it, man. But to Presley Harvin III, newest member of Steeler Nation, the newest punter on our team. Best of luck to you here in the offseason. I hope you make the team. And this is to you for our newest Steeler and newest member of Steeler Nation, to Presley Harvin III. Cheers.
That's right. Welcome to the Berg.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, like, how often is it, like, for me at least, that I get excited over the last pick in the draft, last 2 picks?
No, people want to see mystery relevance. Kind of funny. It's one of those things.
Yeah, dude, this is insane. Like, I've been here 6 hours plus. Thanks, Gabe. Yeah, you haven't had to talk for 6 hours plus though, but I love you for being here. I appreciate that. Tim there as well. Yep. Yeah, Cooley as well. Robert's been on here for 6 hours. Kenny being on here for 6. Thank you, Kenny. This is our 6. Everybody here that's still here, I am toasting you now. Steeler Nation, everybody that's been in here on the long haul. Cheers to you for being here on the show for 6 hours plus. If you want to stay here for the undrafted rookie free agents, that's why we're here. Last pick off the board. Oh, no, not yet. I thought it was already picked. There's a wide receiver that just went to the WTFs, Dax Milne from.
That's right.
Yeah. But not Mr. Irrelevant. We want to see who Mr. Irrelevant is. He gets some awards and shit. They make fun of him. It's for some reason, Mr. Irrelevant has never stuck really on a roster and became anything. So.
Yeah, the last one I can remember of importance that really didn't do anything. I just remember because it was Chad Kelly from Ole Miss.
Okay.
Quarterback. Yeah, he didn't make the team. That's just the last player that I just remember. That was a mystery relevant.
Mr. Nick of Time. Yo, I've seen Bouncing Songs up here in Canada a couple times. That's great, man. Yeah, that what's their big song? These are the quotes from our favorite 80s movies. These are the quotes from our favorite 80s movies. Love that song. They're just fun. Fun group. Kenneth says, seen ya. Cracked my first tall can. Gabe, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. It's 3:30 out west. Lucky for you. Yeah, we're at 6:50 now. I'm evidently 20 minutes behind the
Houston Cougar is the last pick of the draft. Go figure where this puppy started with the Houston Cougars. Go figure.
Yeah, Cooley Robert here, who just won the T-shirt tonight from Steeler Nation. Thank you very much to SteelerNation.com for providing the T-shirt here for the giveaway for tonight. You deserve it. Mr. Relevant, outside linebacker of Houston, being Grant Stewart, and we've been talking about him a lot on our shows. Guy is like a wild-haired Troy Polamalu running around the field. If this is the same guy, you got to let me know, Cooley.
Yeah, it's a long-haired fella. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're expecting him to be an ace special teamer in the league. This might be the first Mr. Irrelevant that actually becomes relevant in the league. Carlos Goncalves, Stryker fought the law, and YouTube won. Well, they did until I showed that clip of our newest punter. Fuck you, YouTube. Bobby Walton, greatest Steeler punter. I always loved Mitch Berger. Wasn't he our punter there for a bit?
Yeah, Burger sounds familiar.
Yeah, but the one punt from him when he kicked the ground in a playoff game before he kicked the fucking ball. And I'm like, holy fuck. And we still won a Super Bowl despite having that dude on a roster.
Well, don't forget my favorite, Mr. Hair himself, Brad Wing. That was my guy.
Yeah. And another Aussie style punter like Barry. And we
He was
traded him
awful.
for some draft
Yep.
capital.
Yeah, we fleeced the Giants. Thanks,
Yep.
New York.
Yeah, cheers.
That
That
was
great.
awful. He was bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
at least we got a pick out of him. That's great.
that's right.
I
That's
think he was
right.
Undrafted, so that's a net pick. That's like a bonus pick.
Wow, I can't believe the draft is over. This is crazy. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. A- from Gabe in the draft here. Hunter Presley. There we go. Oh shit. Coach is gonna jizz. Coach is a person on a name nom de plume on SteelerNation.com. Did he Litos, did he pick him in his draft? Because I know I picked him in one of mine. I think because I was like, oh, we're at 7. Punter can at least shave some stuff off, but he's always been riding the fact that we got to get rid of Barry just to shave off some numbers here or shave off some money off the cap. But I think Barry actually signed like a lower number than he was actually on for ahead of time. So we'll have to see if he can make it.
Yeah, as you said, it's competition. Competition doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Rad Rob, for giving me some props. Cheers to me for predicting the punter, even though the Steelers already had 2. Yeah, that was it. Like I was like, this might be a punter because this is crazy. There were 2 Ray Guy punters and there were like 4 great punters. And I think this is the only punter that came off the board. So cheers to the Steelers for finally doing that. Tim Y, if we can only bottle Stryker's unlimited energy. I love that. Cheers, Tim. Thank you very much, man. Another one of our jersey winners from earlier in the I think he won. Yeah, he won the Devin Bush one yesterday and finally got contact with him. Yeah, all of our people that have been winners been coming back, having a great time. This was fun, guys. Cheers. See you, Kenneth, if you're heading out. That's great. Rad Rob, you're saying they did not get a replacement for Cam Sutton. We think that safety pick.
I think that Norwood kid is possibly that guy.
Yeah, we do. I agree. I think that Norwood is probably going to be that nickel corner, which is where I threw him. Trey Norwood coming in, and we'll have to see. Maybe we also go out. There's a lot of good corners left.
Yes. Yep.
In the league. I mean, let me quickly look up my list for undrafted players here because I do have a bookmark for it. I just gotta remember where I put it. I know it's on Spotrac. NFL free agency one. That's just stuff. Salary cap. It's on salary cap. I'll go to Spotrac on salary cap and look it up there. There we go. Go to Spotrac. Spotrac's got the best updated list for salary cap. I prefer them to overthecap.com. They seem to be doing the stuff a little bit quicker, but they also keep track of the free agents. They keep track of the penalties. They keep track of the fines. A great site, Spotrac.com. If you guys want to bookmark something, bookmark Spotrac.com.
So yeah, there's some still really solid free agent corners available. Steven Nelson, Casey Hayward, Rashad Breeland, Brian Poole, Quentin Dunbar, Conley from the Texans.
I know Poole is a nickel.
Yes, so they got some play here. They got some guys that can give a shot for the role. Younger players, clearly they addressed it in the draft. They're fine, I think, and they got some money to toy around with here if they want to go in and get a corner in free agency.
Yep. Wow, William Jackson's still a free agent, or did he sign with? No, he went to Washington. Okay.
Yep.
All right, a lot of these guys got re-signed to places. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Richard Sherman's still out there.
Yep.
Yeah, DJ Hayden, Norman. Yeah, you named them all mostly. I'm just kind of repeating.
All good.
Yeah, the Steelers may go that way here in the next day or two. or they might sign Steven Nelson back. I mean, how great would that be? Because we could have Nelson back. We could put Sutton back in that in the slot role, and then we have Trey Norwood learning behind him. That's awesome. Because the great thing with Sutton is like you go dime or money, you can throw him to the safety, and then you can have Trey patrol in the middle. Who knows? Like there's a lot of options here for Steeler Nation.
I really would like Nelson back. I don't know if that was a him wanting out thing, like trying to see if he can get some money while he could. I don't know what that play was about. I don't know if it was he didn't want to be in Pittsburgh kind of deal. I don't know. I would gladly take him back. I love Steven Nelson. And then put Sutton in the slot. Let Norwood kind of play that Mike Hilton role, and I like the way that was going. So
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what they do. Draft's over. I can't complain with the draft. I can't.
No, and now is the scramble. Now the Steelers are on the phone to like 10, like 6 or 7 people. They don't have to go full 10 because they already got a couple people in the draft process, signing a couple people to futures contracts already that did not get drafted the previous year, that did pro days, that tested off the charts. So fun way to see, like now they got to sign about 7 other people. And that's why we're sticking on here on the show until we figure out who the next 7 are going to be. Mighty Guru, you saying he was on McAfee last week. If you're saying that Presley Harvin was on McAfee last week, that'd be great, because McAfee being a punter too, I would love to see that kind of stuff on there and to hear from him. If a 7th rounder Sutton replaces Nelson, then no replacement for Sutton in 2020. 5 cornerback. Yeah, I'm with you too. Rad Rob, I understand where you're coming from, man. I do. I feel you. I do feel you. Anything under 11% alcohol is considered food in Russia. But yeah, Mighty Guru, no, there's something called a kvass. And if you understand, kvass is essentially Russian soda. And Russians drink kvass like it's water because their water sucks. And if they don't want to get sick, they drink kvass because at least it's slightly brewed. It's a 1.5% brew. It's essentially the lightest of light beers, and it's made out of bread. So they use old bread, they throw it in there, they ferment it, and they make what's called a kvass. And that makes sure that they have potable drinking water, 1.5%. Kids are allowed to drink it in Russia. It's you got to drink a lot of it, get drunk. So I don't know how much water kids are pounding out there in Russia, but kvass is the drink of champions in Russia. They drink 1.5%. Though they do like their vodka as well. That's a very high percentage. That's more like 40-50%, depending on what they're drinking.
I can't drink vodka anymore. I used to. Get headaches from it now, man. No thanks.
Yeah, the plastic stuff I can't touch, but there's certain vodka. The one that I love is a potato vodka from Poland called Lususkawa. Lukusu Skawa. And it comes in a beautiful glass bottle, but it's like it's considered a low tier vodka. It's cheap as hell, 17 to $20 a handle, depending on where you're buying it. But I always use that vodka if I'm going to infuse something into it. I infuse like habaneros into there. I'll infuse like whatever I want into there. But it's a triple distilled potato vodka. It's cheap as shit. It is clean as hell. Lususkawa, look for it on the shelves, the bottom shelves of your local liquor stores. I've been drinking for a long time. I love it. I always have a bottle in my fridge. I always have a bottle.
Really?
No, sorry. Correction. I always have a bottle of Lususkawa in my freezer. That's where I keep my bottle of Lususkawa. And I'll mix it in with my seltzers, mix them with my juices, just have a good time because it's cheap as nuts, and you just have like that's your party drink. That's a party drink.
I've turned into a rum guy. I'm done with vodka.
Oh, wow.
I'm done with it.
My brother's a huge rum guy. There's a rum that I love. Honey Barrel rum from Dogfish Head Brewery.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So Dogfish Head has a brewery, and they make awesome beer. You guys know their stuff. They do like 120, 90, all those numbers for their IPAs, 75, 90. But they also have a distillery on site. It's connected to the building, but they call it a different company, and they make a honey barrel honey barrel rum. It is phenomenal. And I treat it as a sipping rum. I'll just put it in a glass, sometimes straight, sometimes with just a piece of ice, just to cool it off a little bit, depending on how I'm having it. But phenomenal sipping whiskey, and reasonably priced as well, at least getting something a little different.
I might have to look into that.
Yeah. What's your rum of choice then, Colton?
Admiral Nelson is my rum.
I've never heard of that. What is that?
It's a cheaper Coke. It's a cheaper Malibu is what it is.
Really?
Cheaper Malibu. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. That's my choice.
We're asking. Okay, Colton, what grade do you give the Steelers draft today?
B plus. I think they hit on all their needs. You can grade it all you want. You can give them an A plus 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 plus. It all comes to how the players turn out. So if Najee Harris turns into the guy that we expect, they did their job in this draft. They needed a guy that can move the sticks. How many times was it 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and they're throwing the quick bubble screen? No, give it to Najee. He's going to fight his way to get a first down. They addressed the line issues. They addressed the tight end issues. They did a great job. So I'm going B plus B. I mean, you can't complain with this draft.
I'm looking at my depth chart needs. We at least removed every high need off of the roster for this draft. Every high need was addressed.
Bill Nunn's plaque or his oh my gosh, his bronze thing that's got shown. They're doing like a Hall of Fame induction thing right now for some of the guys in the class this year.
Oh, nice.
Bill Nunn just got
Bill Nunn, the great Steeler scout from the 70s. Big part of those small black schools from in the deep South, bringing in excellent talent like Swan, that changed the roster of the Pittsburgh Steelers and turned them from a never was into a powerhouse. Like Bill Nunn, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He deserves to be recognized for all the hard work that he did in the black schools, finding great talent for the Steelers during the 70s drafts. And cheers, man. Cheers to Bill Nunn.
That's right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I just forgot what the heck the statues are called. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on this. I guess you want to call it a statue? I don't think it's really called a statue. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank.
You're thinking
That's the bust. That's it. Thank you.
I think of boobs when I think of a bust. So that's great. So guys, like every high was taken care of. Like I had some mediums left here on the sheet. Medium at strong safety, though that was probably, I'm going to drop that to a low since we picked up the new player.
Well, you could put, I was saying you could put Norwood back there if it had to.
Yep. And then I got a medium at least at cornerback for outside edge.
Yep.
Need medium at left and right tackle, but we did draft for starting. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna drop those to low because I'm happy with Chooks and I'm happy with Banner. They deserve to be dropped to low. And now that we have Trey Norwood for a possible nickel corner and starting nickel corner, I'm dropping the edge position to low because it makes sense. Because now Sutton's our edge cornerback. We might pick up another edge in free agency. I don't know. We might pick up some more tackle depth.
Still guys available. That's what's crazy. There's still guys available.
But I've at least dropped the fact that the Steelers have any needs left in free agency. We're done. Oh, what was our freaking? Oh, I got to get his name again.
Olivier Vernon's available. Everson Griffin, Trent Murphy, Ryan Kerrigan, Melvin Ingram from the Chargers. They still have guys there. So,
what's that for undrafted rookie free agents?
No, those are actual legit free agents in the NFL still.
Yes, good call. Good call. We did not pick up a special teamer. Steelers are going with Ray McLeod as the returner. I have slated Deontay Johnson as the backup punt returner. I got Snell in there as the backup kick returner. It may change as we go, but yeah, Yeah, now that I've updated my sheet, I have no mediums or highs. It's all lows left on the sheet. So for me, this is an A draft. Like, to me, the Steelers have addressed every need that they have in this draft. They really don't have to do a lot of movement here in free agency. If they want to, they can bring in another corner, but really they really don't have to. Like, it'd be great if they brought in somebody like Poole. Like, I think Poole is the guy they should target in free agency this year. If they have to target one person, because that at least gives you a starting corner that Trey Norwood can learn behind, and Sutton can concentrate on being the edge that he knows he can be.
I have to agree with you. Striker, I got to run. I got dinner. I must attend, but it was great hopping back on, talking Steelers' last 2 picks here with you. It was great time.
Good. Thank you very much for joining the show here, Colton, and thank you for being my partner in crime for so long. Loved having you here. I'm going to stick it out here for a little bit longer just to see who the Steelers end up bringing up here as an undrafted rookie free agent. So we'll see how we go. But Steeler Nation, check out Personal Foul Podcast with our friend Colton Gesser over here. He knows how to interview. He's got some great interviews. He is the man. He's always welcome on my podcast and is a great friend to Steeler Nation. So cheers to you and all you do for being a 3-day guy here for you, me, and Job. We're the only 3-day people here for the Steeler Nation draft show.
Hey, man, it was an honor. It was awesome talking Steelers football for 3 days straight. Can't
awesome, man. Great. Have a great night there, man. I'll talk to you soon there, Colton.
Absolutely.
Awesome, bro. All right, bye. And that's it. You're left with Striker, Steeler Nation. I'll check out what's going on here on the chat because I haven't checked it for a bit. All right, where we at? Carlos Goncalves is left. See you, Litos. Have a great night. Norwood is Hilton's replacement, not Sutton's. Who replaces Sutton if Norwood replaces Mike Hilton? All right, I got what? Norwood replaces Mike. Oh, well, Sutton would still drop down for the nickel if something happened, if he got injured. Maybe Sutton's there. I still think that the Steelers might target a cornerback right now in free agency. And like I said, Poole may be the target. If Poole's the target, gives you a starting nickel corner with Norwood able to learn behind him. So that's the good point for me. Not a big deal. And that looks like the only free agency need that we have. So not a huge thing. Even if we don't get it, we'll figure it out. Not a big deal. As a parting gift, I think Striker should go back and recite the entire chat. Not going to happen, Tim. Striker, if you had to choose between beer and Steelers, which would it be? The great thing about that choice, Tim, is I get to have both. I can watch my Steelers and drink beer at the same time, as I'm doing tonight. Cheers to you, Steeler Nation. Have another sip of my Future You Hates You. Nunn brought in Stalwart Swan, was big time. Nunn's. I'm glad that Nunn is getting the recognition that he deserves this year, Robert. It's just like something that everybody has needed to understand how impactful he was on the success of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm 100% with you. Signing quarterback Shakir Brown. Awesome. Was that our first undrafted rookie free agent pickup? That would be great. Mr. Nico Time, if you're on that, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Rob, are you coach from Steeler Nation? You sure love to beat a point to death like him. Oh, which Rob? Robert C? Is that coach from Steeler Nation? Hey, congratulations, coach from Steeler Nation. You won a t-shirt tonight. Great job, coach. Tim, have a great one tonight. Thank you so much for being part of the show. It doesn't matter. You can follow the undrafted rookie free agent stuff. I'm just a nut. I got to be here just to see who we finalize our roster with. That's what I do. Yep. See you, Tim. Fuck you. Fuck you, Cooley. It's just the 10 of us now. I can say fuck you, Cooley. Rad Rob, remember when Rad Rob, you got to tell me if you got a handle on Steeler Nation. I got to know who you are. I love your posts tonight, man. Remember when Hilton is out, stretches overlapping undersized Sutton out with injury. Steelers game 2 starters will be Lane and Pierre. is how you lose games later because not drafting a second cornerback today. Free agency can help that. There's still a ton of talent on free agency, Rob. I'm not scared yet. Let's see what they do to fill up the roster here in the next couple days, because this is when you get the most value, is signing free agents after the draft, because you don't have to. Like if they don't get signed on day one after the draft and there's still like a great cornerback there, they're going to come back to the Steelers for nothing. And that Nelson may come back to the Steelers with his tail between his legs, apologizing for being the shithead that he was. I thought I could get a big deal. I couldn't. I'm sorry, Steelers. I'm Steven Nelson. That might happen. It might. Okay. I'll compete for my job. Steven Nelson, everybody. Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see. We'll see if that happens, because that would be freaking hilarious. As we continue here. Yeah, it's usually about an hour, and I'm going to stay on for about that. Everybody at Steeler Nation is telling me to get off. I'm not getting off yet. I'm not getting off at least until an hour, like 8 o'clock. I'm probably going to put a dead stop at 8 o'clock, because that gives us a full hour after the draft to figure out who the heck is going to be at the next Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm going to jump on here too and check out what happens here off of Twitter. I know Alex Kozora, he does an excellent job over at Steelers Depot. He's one of my favorites. He's one of the few people I follow on Twitter. And he always knows and shows us who the Steelers are filling up in the last bits of undrafted rookie free agency. And I got just coming down here to hop on, Stifler. I'm still here. I'm talking with the chats here on SteelerNation.com. And yeah, let me check out what Alex Kozora is up to here. Yeah, that's the old stuff there. Okay, I'm just going to clear my Twitter feed. Anything else that comes back is going to be an undrafted rookie free agent. It's going to be a lot easier. Cheers to your positivity, and hopefully Omar Khan is negotiating with Nelson's agent right now, but Steelers asked him to take him to less money. I'm with you, Rad Rob. With you 100%, man. Good point. And I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, I would not be surprised if Nelson came back. He said the right things after leaving to Steeler Nation. You know, it was kind of a shithead move that he pulled on the Steelers, playing the old, "Oh, you need to release me. I feel like you're holding my contract, and you need to free me," and like that kind of shit. Like Steelers, like, okay, fucking go, man. Like, we don't need to deal with this bullshit. And you know, if he comes back, like, I'm not going to be upset. I won't. I honestly won't. We saved some money by cutting him. If we can sign him back for less than the money that we saved from cutting him, it's a net win. It's absolutely a net win. Oh, awesome, Tim. I'm glad you got to know Steeler Nation up close and personal for the last 3 days. And I'm glad that you also became a winner winning that Dotson jersey on the first one. I've already pushed that over to Steeler Nation, so they'll be sending you that jersey hopefully as soon as possible, because I know it's in stock. So in a week, you should be wearing a brand new Kevin Dotson jersey, and I'm jealous, because there's nothing I would love more than wearing a 69 jersey. I love 69 jerseys. I just think they're hilarious. And finally, like, now that we have a 69, that's a mad dog on the Steeler roster, I will also be getting a Kevin Dotson jersey, and I'll be checking with my team here to see if they'll throw me one for doing all my work here. Probably going on hour 20 it's total for all of the coverage I've been doing here the last 3 days. Freaking awesome. And I'm down here for it, man. I live for this stuff. I get excited over the Steelers. I absolutely do. This is what I do. Oh, Teresa Varley showing a tweet of Bill Nunn's bust. I don't know if that sounds right, but not his chest, but his actual bust, the face and the head that has been enshrined for the Hall of Same. Shows where my head's at. 8 beers in. Cheers, Steeler Nation. Future you hates you. Oh, that's right, Tim. Yeah, you got the Bush jersey. That's right. Gabe Gotti won the Dotson jersey. You're right. Yeah, we've got that taken care of. I appreciate you correcting me on that. If anybody has any questions across the board, no holds barred. You've got drunk Stryker. You can ask whatever question you want. You know, I know music. You know, I know beer. You know, I know alcohol in general. I'm a well-traveled man of the globe. Anything you want to ask, if it's Steeler related, if it's non-Steeler related, I will have fun with it, and you'll be able to get in on this quickly. Kenneth, I'm sorry we didn't get you a jersey yet, man, and we love your support. You've been great here on Steeler Nation on the chats for this entire show. So cheers to you, and you've been a long hauler as well. So man, mad props to our Steeler Nation faithful here. They're still with me during the undrafted rookie free agent phase here, which we are now entered. We should start getting some information in here very quickly. Unfortunately, I'm going to let loose to everyone now who the player was that was supposed to join us on the chat today. It was Kendrick Green. So I got his agent's email today. I emailed her earlier saying, we're going to be live for 8 hours. If he can make time, we'd love to have him on the show. We'd love to talk to him. Unfortunately, Kendrick Green could not make the show today, but we have the agent, so we're going to get him on a podcast and talk to him. And I will be asking him the hard questions about how he sees himself fitting on the Steelers, how comfortable he is at being a center on the pro level, if he wants to commit to that full time, because it seems like the Steelers really want to do that. They seem like they really want to commit to having Kendrick Green being their center. I don't know if they think he's going to be a stopgap. I don't know if they think he's going to be a career center, because they, like, I think, Wagner was a 3rd rounder. Dermetti Dawson was either 1 or 2. Pouncey was a 1. So when Steelers usually commit to a center for a decade, it's usually a high pick. It's usually a 1 or 2 or 3. So I don't know. Is 4 enough for that, or 3? I guess. Sorry. It's 1, 2, or 3. Yeah. Kendrick's a 3. So I can't be upset about that for the Steelers pulling him in. Yeah, it would have been fun to have Green on the show. I'm with you, Tim. That would have been a fun thing for all you guys to enjoy if we had another live Steeler jumping on the call. I probably could have had Kendall Simmons back on, but I didn't want to press him. He did such a great job yesterday, jumping on and being part of the show and just having fun with us. And I love me some Kendall Simmons, and what a great 2-time Super Bowl champion he is, to be able to lend his time to us. And I'm always very grateful. So I didn't want to press that one, honestly. So what we're at here. Oh, I'm still on the Steeler Nation draft show if you wanted to join. Waiting until 8 o'clock for the undrafted rookie free agents. So that's going to be the hard stop tonight. Steeler Nation is going to be 8 o'clock. I'm glad you're still here with me. Cooley, what do you think about Gabe going as the Mr. Irrelevant? If you're still here, Cooley, I want to hear from you, man, because you're Mr. Houston. You're always pimping the Houston guys. We've been talking about him for a long time. I was actually kind of hoping that the Steelers would have taken him. If they took him instead of a punter, I wouldn't have been upset, to tell you the truth. Yeah, but that's it. Yeah. I was just making sure here. Twitter, we got another one in. What's coming in on Twitter? Yep. Teresa Varley agrees with the coach. There's a lot to reasons to be excited. A good 3 days of the NFL draft for the hashtag Pittsburgh Steelers. There's a couple of people I follow on Twitter. I follow Teresa Varley. I follow Brooke Pryor, and I follow I follow more than that. But these are the ones I have. Like everything they tweet comes to my phone. The other one's Alex Kozora on Steelers Depot. They're just very insightful people, and always are tops on saying what happens with the Steelers, what's going on with the Steelers. I used to have Ed Bouchette on there as well. I love him too, and Mark Caboli. But their stuff was essentially the same stuff that everybody else was posting. So I stuck with these people. Missy Matthews has a one-on-one interview right now with Najee Davenport on Steelers.com. If anybody wants to watch that just came across my feed. Shit, we got some time. Let's fucking show it. I'm going to go to Teresa Varley's Twitter. We're going to post it because YouTube sucks. So fuck you, YouTube. We're going to go with Twitter. Teresa Varley Twitter. And she's got her little post here as well. All right, get off of that close. What the hell? You're not letting me scroll. Was that Varley? Damn it. I don't know. Was that Missy Matthews? Now I don't see it. Shit. Might have been Missy Matthews. Let me switch over to her because I follow her as well. Damn it, I lost it. Shit. All right, well, I spelled it wrong. It's M-I-S-S-I. There it is. Nope, it wasn't that one either. Damn it. See if I can go to the top of my feed and find it. Man, oh gosh, wow. There's been a lot of tweets that came in today. Oh, yeah. I just hit something. Wow. Mark Madden posted something positive. The Steelers should be pretty happy with their draft after shitting on Najee Harris. Steelers should be pretty happy with their draft. Thanks, their heel turn. Fuck you, Madden. I don't care about you. And see if I can find this great tweet. Damn it, I don't see it at the top. Shit. Yeah, I don't see it here. Unfortunately, I've lost it forever. Missy Matthews is there. Lost it. Lost forever. We'll figure it out soon. I mean, we got more tweets coming in. Percy Harvin, let's go to work. Let's go to the Steelers tweets. That'll be a fun one. I want to hear from our punter. If we can get this one up. Oh, that's not, is that him? Nope, that's not him. Why am I getting it here? Oh, at Steelers. All right, we'll see if we can find that one. At Steelers. And there it is. Yep. All right.
Georgia Tech.
Let's stop this. I'll pause it. I'm going to share my screen so we can all enjoy this together because this is what we do. Fuck you, YouTube. We're going to share Twitter.
What's going on, Steelers Nation? Presley Harvin here, man, from Georgia Tech. Just excited for this opportunity, man. And you just know, man, I'm ready to work. So I appreciate all of you guys for the ongoing support. Hey, let's just get to work.
Oh, love you. That's great. You know, that's what we want to hear out of our last pick in the draft. Percy Harvin, excited to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and join the show. Awesome stuff here. That's great. Oh, sorry. Yes, Grant, not Gabe. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Glad he got drafted, but wish he would have liked the Steelers to sign him as an undrafted rookie free agent. I'm with you there too. We were talking about him on the podcast as well. Great questions too. Like I saw his film. I thought he was definitely worth it. Here's a flyer here toward the end of the draft as an undrafted rookie free agent, and that's exactly where he went, Mr. Irrelevant. That I think might be the first Mr. Relevant as Mr. Irrelevant. I think he has the ability to be a special teams ace and a boon to the Pasterisks roster. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, YouTube is strict, Kenneth. I'm not gonna lie. It's strict as hell. Yep. The three people you did pimp Cooley out of the University of Houston, those Cougars got drafted, and that is great. I just reread that. I'm a little bit drunk also. Yeah, we all are. We've been having our drinks. Cheers, Steeler Nation. Still waiting for the undrafted rookie free agents. We got a half an hour left in the show. I got to pee, but I'm going to wait for this half hour. Damn it. Yeah. Shit. Thank you, Robert, for correcting me. Anytime I think of fucking Brady, I just think of the Pasterisks. You're right. He's in Tampa Bay now, and that asshole won a fucking championship on a different team. Fuck him. Is he the first quarterback? Yeah, he might be the first quarterback to win. No, not on two different teams. That's right, because Peyton Manning did it with the Colts and the Denver Broncos. Brady might have been the first to do it in two different conferences, though. So that's the only thing I can think of that might be unique for Mr. Brady, other than the fact that he won like 6 on himself. That fucking piece of shit. 7? Fuck that shit. Fuck Brady. One last fuck Adele. Thank you very much there, Robert, for throwing that one on there. I'm with you. Full sentiments on there. Okay, we might have a first signing here for undrafted rookie free agency. Alex Kozora putting out, looks like Duke's Mark Gilbert coming to Pittsburgh. 6 interceptions as a sophomore in 2017. Like this signing. That's great. That's a great call. So first one trickling in. Let me look up Mark Gilbert here for everybody so I can get us some more info on it. I knew Alex wouldn't let us down, at least for undrafted rookie free agents. Going to NFL.com on his profile here at Duke. 6 foot tall, 186. Gilbert showed great promise early in his career with the Blue Devils. Enrolled a semester early after earning all-state honors in football his senior year at Terry Stanford High School. Also named Cape Fear Area Basketball Player of the Year by the Fayette Observer as a junior. So very athletic player, dual sport star. I don't think he played basketball at Duke. It would have been something else if he did. Duke coaches put the top 40 national quarterback prospects in their starting lineup as a true freshman season. 18 tackles, 2 for a loss, 2 pass breakups in 12 appearances. Gilbert became a first-team All-CC selection as a sophomore, tying for 3rd in FBS with 6 interceptions and ranking 8th with 15 pass breakups. The 21 passes defensed is a school record. He also posted 35 tackles, 3 for a loss, and 13 starts. However, he suffered a severe left hip dislocation in the second game of 2018. He finished with 4 tackles and 2 starts. Missed the rest of the year and the season, along with the 2019 campaign, as he underwent multiple surgeries to repair that. Returned to start first 2 games, 2020 season. 8 tackles, 1 interception, but had to go back under the knife to remove loose bone fragments in his right foot, probably from earlier surgeries. After his nephew, former NFL defensive back Sean Gilbert, who was number 3 overall pick in the 92 draft, played for the league for 11 years. I remember that name in Sean Gilbert. He also related to former NFL star cornerback Darrell Revis, who made 7 Pro Bowls in 10 seasons. An undrafted rookie free agent. I'm not even going to give that any throw, but at least Lance Zierlein gave him the write-up. Gilbert has played just 4 games and 226 snaps over the last 3 seasons due to major issues in his hip and foot that have required surgery. It takes a trip back to 2017 tape to find the player that was a draftable playmaker with confidence and ball skills in 21 passes defensed, including 6 interceptions. With a lack of desired build and expanding history of durability concerns, it's highly likely that Gilbert will have to prove himself through an undrafted free agent route, and that is exactly what happened. So great call there. Thank you, Alex, very much for showing us that we have a new Pittsburgh Steeler, another new corner. Ceiling might be Revis. Floor might be Golston. So, if he can get healthy, he might be a contributor, but, we'll have to find out there what happened. And Brian Balco, Brooke Pryor retweeted Brian Balco's tweet. This is cool. Steelers signing Sean Gilbert's nephew and Daryl Revis' cousin. Oh, that's why they linked him to Daryl Revis. It's his cousin. Mark Gilbert, who was a top cornerback prospect at Duke before multiple injuries hit. Aliquippa and the hotbed continues. So great. As far as for talent that you can get somebody this late to pass the draft, this is a guy that makes me slightly excited. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. And I'm looking up Mark Gilbert right now because that's Mark Gilbert himself. It was Sean Gilbert. Yeah, I got to look up Sean Gilbert. So for some reason, I was thinking that he was a Steeler. That name is just so familiar to me. Sean Gilbert. No, it doesn't look like he's in a Steeler jersey. Looks like he's in a Carolina Panthers jersey. Let's look him up over here. I'm going to Wikipedia him right now. Played for the Rams. Played for the Washington football team back when they were named that racist team's name. Played for the Panthers. Played for the Raiders, and that's from 92 to 03, so an 11-year career. Made the Pro Bowl in 93, All NFC in 93, All Rookie in 92. Solid player. Was a defensive tackle, 42 and a half sacks over his career, 11 forced fumbles. That's a solid career for a player that played for 11 seasons, albeit across 4 teams. Definitely somebody that made a mark in the NFL. So can't be upset about that. Catching up here with the chats now, guys, here on Steeler Nation. Yeah. All right, gotta get past the fuck Goodell tweet. Oh wow. Congratulations. Robert, you would have won twice, just so you know. Robert, not only were you the 100th tweet, you were the 1000th tweet. That's why you deserve a t-shirt today, man. Awesome job here. Restream coming in the pinch, showing that you were the 1000th and the 100th tweet chat today across all of our platforms, because this is linked to YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Congratulations, man. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, I'm with you too. Zerline is awesome at these draft write-ups, especially since it seems like he goes like 500 players deep. It's like there's never a player that he doesn't cover that we don't know about on NFL.com. Yeah, he's a national treasure here when it comes to the draft. And I'm glad that we had him to be able to help him up here. Yeah, and yep, for Gabe. Yeah, Gabe, good to hear you too. Played at Pitt. Who's that, Guru? You saying Zerline played at Pitt? For some reason, I think that name's is familiar, and I always thought he was like the. We had an offensive line coach named Zerline. Is that him or one of his relatives? I don't know. It's just something's popping in my head right now. I've been drinking. Who knows? Checking over here. Yeah, Steeler Nation just chiming in for Gilbert getting signed to us. Oh, got a new signing here. Calvin Bundage just signed with the Steelers. That's why I'm here. We got to see who these other players are. I'm going to look up Calvin Bundage to give us an idea on who this player is. Calvin BUND Bundage draft. We've got a write up too on Calvin Bundage, And Calvin Bundage right up on NFL.com. Of course, it's by Lance Zierlein. 6'2", senior linebacker from Oklahoma State, special teams player, probably somebody that might be able to fill in too for depth at linebacker. Here's what the player bio is from Lance Zierlein. Several doctors told Bundage in 2018 that it would be best if he did not return to football because of a back injury. He finally found a doctor who would perform a surgery that cost him the 2019 surgery, but would eventually get him back on the field. As a pass rush specialist in 2020, Bundage looks healthy enough to garner honorable mention all big honors with a team high 7 sacks among his 19 tackles, 18 and a half for a loss in 11 appearances, lone start. He had one start eventually. So that's pretty good money for pretty good stats for a backup player. He had to come into his own in 2017, starting 9 of 13 contests, 54 tackles, 5.5 for a loss, 3 sacks. Started 11 games the following season, posting 62 tackles, 8 for a loss, 1.5 sacks for the Cowboys for suffering his injury. The Edmond, Oklahoma native played in 11 games as a reserve his first year with OSU, 13 tackles, 1 for a loss. His brother came and played on the offensive line at Arizona. So that was Chad Reuter throwing that one up. That wasn't Zierlein's thing. Zierlein's overview: linebacker turned designated rusher in the Oklahoma State defensive scheme. Bundage is a small school linebacker and tiny as an edge rusher with a frame that looks more like a box safety. He has dealt with back issues that have slowed him and did a nice job of making himself productive as a pass rusher this past season with 8 sacks. Watching him as a linebacker requires a trip back to 2018 tape where issues with the diagnosis and key reading too often as a run defender. Size is a major concern moving forward as a pro. 6'2", 221. I guess the only thing size-wise you got to worry about is his weight. Got to pack on some pounds. Maybe he's going to be on the practice squad, pack on some pounds, see what he turns into. Who knows? He might be like Harrison. He might come up through the system and be good. Strengths: twitchy trigger to rush downhill from second level. Plays with pursuit speed from the backside. Changes tempo to match flow of runner. Good lateral quickness in 2018 tape. Able to dart in quickly off the edge. Found inside spin counter for his rush. Knows decent bend at top of his rush. So I'm going to check Twitter here too. Got another tweet coming in. See if that's another player here for, Alex Kozora coming through in the clutch. Wide receiver Isaiah McCoy to Pittsburgh. Here's your MAC guy. 18.2 yards per catch last season. That is a stud number there for a receiver. Somebody that might be able to jump on the roster later on. I'm going to look up Isaiah McCoy right now. Draft profile. And I'm going to NFL.com. Coming out of Kent State, 6'2", 200 pounds, good size, big hands, long, big arms, 31 5/8 arms, 9 1/8 hands, huge hands for a wide receiver. New York native who rated as a 3-star recruit coming out of Norcross High School in Georgia, showed promise by starting 8 of 11 contests, 42 receptions, 423 yards, 10.1 average, 3 touchdowns as a true freshman. Earned third-team all-conference recognition next season, scoring 8 times on 56 receptions, 872 yards, 15.6 average in 11 starts. Kent State played just 4 games in 2020. That limited the number of contests. However, McCoy caught 25 passes for 455 yards. Wow. Nearly halfway to 500. 18.2, which is the number Alex Kozora grabbed, and scored 5 times in 4 games for the Golden Flashes, garnering first-team All-MAC notice. McCoy returned 8 kickoffs, 139 yards during his career by Chad Reuter. Thank you very much, Chad, for that write-up. Going to check out the overview here as well from Lance Zierlein. Right? Is that Lance Zierlein? I assume it is. Yes, it is. Of course. Lance Zierlein knows everyone. There can be no doubting the smooth striding deep ball talent that McCoy brings to the table, but his lack of true top end speed and explosiveness will hurt his draft stock. He consistently found a way around coverage in conference and stepped up in competitive juices when matched up with Auburn's neighborhood bully, Noah Abigangongwe. I remember saying that name earlier here in 2019. However, he still managed to have the same number of drops as touchdowns during the time at school. That's not a good sign. You don't want somebody to have as many drops as touchdowns. That's a bad metric. While he can work on his hands, his issues with deep ball tracking continue to be a long-term concern. He must improve his route running and become a more viable target as possession receiver to have a chance to make a roster. So we'll look at his strength. Former anchor of his high school's 4x100 relay team. Dude's fast. Finds gas pedal and quickly tears into coverage cushion. Long strider with smooth gait. Strong length never changes through the stem. Subtle hand fighting to separate and stack the cornerback. Competed hard and caught long touchdown versus 2020 first round draft pick Noah Ginobwe in 2019. Wow, he was a first round draft pick. Never mind. Wow, that's notable. Agility to become more proficient with his routes. Threat of long ball opens easy catches underneath. Force multiple pass interference penalties in Buffalo. That's good. If you don't catch the ball, if you can force the pass interference penalties, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. That's a great job. I'm not going to read his negatives. I don't care. He's a undrafted rookie free agent. Of course, he's going to have negatives. So let's go on back over here to Steeler Nation to see what's going on with the draft show. Kenneth Beamer, yeah, I love that. Love you too, man. That's my favorite. That's my favorite emoji. You threw 3 of them down. The Steeler coach is Lance's dad. Okay, thank you very much there, Cooley. I knew Zierlein was a name I recognized. Yeah, and I knew he was an offensive line coach, and I liked him as an offensive line coach back then. Yeah, it was before Cougs, I think, became our offensive line coach, before we gave way to I think they were both after Grimm. And then we gave way to Munch. And Munch was our offensive line coach for a while before Sweet Feet. And now we got Clem taking over for him. So there's the progression of offensive line coaches. I don't know how I remember all those. I've been drinking. Mac in the house. Definitely there, Mighty Guru. Let's see. This is an interesting name. Okay, look, I get teams didn't want linebacker this year, but in my opinion, Parsons and Bolton were the best pure linebackers in the draft. And that's from a guy named PayPal. PayPal, I don't understand the name, but I appreciate the input. That's a decent take, and I understand that. I do understand that. Been a blast. Thanks for the stream. Let's go, Steeler Nation. Nick of Time. Great for having you in here. Good Irishman, Mr. Nick of Time, chiming in with the Steeler Nation over here on the YouTube. Checking in. So much blessings to you and your family. You'll take the high road. I'll take the low. Cheers to you there, Mr. Nick of Time. Nothing comes out as great as my Irish accent when I'm drunk. You've got a full-on drunk striker. Anybody has any questions on anything, no holds barred, across the board. I know music. I know general knowledge. I know travel. I know beer. I know alcohol. I fly planes. Did some horse racing for a time there. I obviously have a degree in psychology. Got a degree in broadcasting. Kind of a well-rounded man about town. And just love to talk, man. It's just always fun to talk with Steeler Nation. And like I said, you guys are the reason why I'm still going on. I got 13 more minutes here. I may consider that. If that's something you really want, Robert, I will give you my 80s Steeler tie. You chime back in for being 100 and 1,000. You let me know. If you really want this tie, it is yours. It is yours. I'll talk with you. I'll send it to you myself, man. I do love this. This tie works very well with this sweater, though. I mean, I feel very Don Cherry right now and just pimping it out. as much as I can and having a blast while we're still here, just trying to figure out. Got another tweet here. I'm going to check this one out. I got a couple tweets coming in here. Let's see who we got. Trey Norwood being excited. I think he was the corner that we took. What is that? Right, nickel corner. Yep. Steeler Nation, let's go. Excited and thankful for the opportunity to be a part of the organization. Can't wait to get to work. Hashtag Steeler Nation. Hashtag God's plan. Hashtag stay the course. I'll be following you there, Trey Norwood. Cheers to you. I hope to interview you here soon on the podcast because that's what I do. I interviewed 4 of the 6 last year. I know Justin and the rest of us are doing our best to get on the board for as many people as we got. We got a nice, it looks like Alex just tweeted out, they got a nice draft profile on Wisconsin defensive lineman Isaiah Loudermilk. He's got the extra H, so I pronounce it. We'll see what they say here. The good for Isaiah Loudermilk. I know this is probably the most polarizing pick in the draft because we traded up to grab him, and I thought we all thought it was a position of not need. So let's see what they say. Disruptive force when asked to shoot gaps, playing half man with power to get in the backfield, showcase good use of hands, inside play with a run, able to stack and shed and find the football near the line of scrimmage, willing to take on doubles and tie up blockers to keep linebackers free to roam behind him. At his best, playing a 3-tech or single gap role is obvious rundowns. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I guess if you're projecting him to be a nose tackle, that would be something. Smart overall player that understands his role and assignment, high effort, hot motor player that will appease to coaches snap to snap. So good. So, that's nice stuff. I don't want to dwell on the negatives for players coming in to these drafts. Okay, cool. Mike Stifler saying he can hop on. I'm going to try to share. I don't know if I have his email. I got to check to see if I got his email. Nope, I don't. Shit. I need your email, Stifler. I might have it on my other one. Let me check my basic email here. And if it's on there, then I'll be able to. Stifler. Nope, not coming in on there either. Yeah, got to grab his email. That way I can invite him. Shit, Steeler Nation, if anybody wants to jump on the cast now, any of you guys, shoot me your email. I'll throw that up. Gabe saying, I just saw a good close-up of your new punter. Dude is a beast. He's got a gut, but he's ripped everywhere else. Thanks, Gabe. Yeah, dude. I am psyched. Like, dude, I am just psyched. We got a giant punter who can just boom. Absolutely boom. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the love there on the tie. It's a great tie, but it's mine. Just trying to get a laugh. You definitely got a laugh out of me. I do love this tie. I like every time I pull out this tie, it always comes out to yeah, but I'm not ready to wear it yet. I end up wearing my terrible towel tie is usually my go-to. Again, as I'll show you guys again. Like, I just love this. It's made out of an official Myron's Cope terrible towel. My buddy Todd, who works for my company, he's our fabricator. He does everything, but he not only made me an official Myron Cope terrible tie, he used the rest of the scraps to make me a pocket square, and then he made a terrible towel skirt for my wife. And we just look like we're bangers when we're coming into the league. Great. I got Stifler's email, just came across. I'm going to be throwing that off. Michael Stifler. G. Stifler. Oh, wow. You got a middle name. Stiffler at gmail.com. Link. And I got to grab the link here quickly from my calendar because that's where I keep all my links. And we'll grab this all copy and throw it over. So we might have more than just me here on this podcast. That would be fun. if we get Stifler on here too. And we'll send this. Boom. Great. So that's sent. And if he comes on, I might stay on longer. Who cares? I mean, like, we're at the point now where I'm just like hanging out, having a good time. I want to see what's going on and see who our undrafted rookie free agents are. It looks like they got a couple good picks already with a wide receiver, outside linebacker. I'm getting excited. We got a couple players that could project as being great players if they are healthy. This is where you want to take these risks and these undrafted rookie free agents. Gabe says, I just saw a good close-up of our new punter. Dude's we said that dude's a beast. Yeah, thank you. Guru, I got to roll. Love you, crazy fuckers. Go Steelers. Go Steelers. Cheers to you. Stifler's on. I just heard a ding on my podcast. I'm going to admit Stifler. He's a friend of the podcast. I've interviewed him before. We've had a great time before. So now, Steeler Nation, you get the joy of Stryker and Stifler on a podcast, on a vidcast for you. Stifler, great to see you again, bro. How you been, man?
Good. How about you, Stryker?
Oh, dude, I am an hour 8 plus. What are you drinking there right now?
Oh, water.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm on my 8th beer. Today I decided to be drunk, Stryker. I'm slurring a little bit, but I appreciate you being here for the undrafted rookie free agent set that we have going on now. I don't know if you've seen the guys that we picked up. I was geeked, absolutely over the moon that we drafted a punter with our last pick. I want to get your opinions. I want to know how you, Stifler, have felt about the Pittsburgh Steeler draft this year. What are you the most excited about? You got anything you weren't excited about? And just give me your overall thoughts.
I mean, honestly, I think the Steelers started out really hot first 3 picks. I didn't know much about Green, but you start diving in a little bit, hearing his story and hearing how much of a raw talent he is. Kind of like the expectations that he can boost more at the center position.
Yeah.
Kind of where you get into the middle with those Texas A&M guys. I didn't know a whole lot about them. Yeah. But I think kind of those last 3 picks, you had Norwood, you had Roche, and then you had Presley, the punter. I really wanted a punter. I didn't want to leave it up to undrafted free agent odds.
Yeah.
Tomlin's not a big fan of Barry because we got rid of him last season for Colts.
Yeah.
Brought him back in. So, he wants another leg there. And, I mean, if you look at Presley, he's a unit of a person. I've been saying
the big unit.
So, Pat McAfee, went to bat for him. So, I mean, if he's got his backing, I'm totally on board. And then even with the undrafted free agents, I mean, Shakur Brown, he was one of the guys that I've seen a lot of highlights on. Seems like a feisty, kind of a little bit undersized slot corner type guy. Mm-hmm. So I was really excited we picked him up. A couple of the other guys I got to look into, but we'll kind of see what happens. But like I said, all in all, I think the Steelers addressed every position in need. And then
we did.
Undrafted free agents, they're kind of just loading up at linebacker and corner.
Yeah, according to my list, every position of need was met today in the 3 days of the draft. Even before we hit undrafted rookie free agent, I was lucky enough to call the pick for being a punter there as the last pick in the 7th round. I love that we had 2 Ray Guy punters, and I honestly think he's the only punter that was drafted. I don't remember another punter coming off the board. I think Cincinnati drafted a kicker in like the 5th or 6th round.
They drafted a place kicker, and I think a lot of the hype was kind of around like his YouTube videos or his highlight video that he put out where knocking off different things. But yeah, I think Presley was definitely the only punter. I know a couple other guys that went as an undrafted free agent signing, just scrolling through Twitter.
Yeah, because that's essentially where you're going to get your special teams players, your long snappers, your punters, your kickers. And some of the best punters and long snappers and kickers in the league are undrafted. They just are. Look at Baltimore. Prime example, Coke, money punter. He's an undrafted free agent and the best kicker ever in the league. Shit, why is his name escaping me there in Baltimore?
Oh, Tucker?
Yeah, Tucker. Oh, gosh, I love that guy. I think he's the best kicker to ever live. He makes 50-yarders look like they're extra points.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much automatic as it is.
He is. Yeah. Anything inside of 50 is money, and even over 50. Like, I think anything inside of 60 is money for that guy. Like every time he misses, it's just a surprise. You expect him to make every kick that guy makes. But I do love watching the guy. He was a 2 standard deviation punter of kicking the ball into the end zone before they moved the kickoff up 5 yards. Like,
really,
he was 2 standard deviations above everybody else in the league, strongest leg in the league. And that was an undrafted rookie free agent in Tucker. And the dude is just money. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're not going to lose. Well, funny enough, though, they did lose one game to the Patriots in the playoffs because he did miss a kick. That was like the only time, like, if you ever got to miss a kick, that's not the time you want to, but the dude is just fucking money most of the time. Like, just great.
Yeah, and I definitely think with especially Presley, I mean, that's kind of the pick that I've been most excited about today.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we haven't had that big leg to pin him down deep. I mean, it's definitely something, the defense has got to be happy about, that, if they're going to go down the field, they're going to have to go, 80, 90 yards. It's no longer maybe, hey, 40-yard punt, whatever it may be. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about the pick.
No Shanks.
Oh, man.
Thanks for the memories of punting in Pittsburgh and doing lots of crap and shitting. I don't know where I'm going with that one. So quick thing over here. I got a question over here. Rad Rob asks, beer question, thoughts on Portland or microbrew scene? 600 different brews produced in area, more than Berlin, London. Here's my thoughts on Portland, Oregon beer scene, because I've been there. I got one of my best friends, the best man in my wedding, lives in Portland, Oregon. Went out there multiple times, hit the beer scene, because I'm a beer guy. That's what I do. I like hitting breweries. I told him out there, I'm like, your beer is overly hopped out here in Portland, and they're like, yeah. They said, oh gosh, yeah, it's like an arms race for hops out here. And they're right. It's like as much Cascade hops as you can shove into a bottle is the Portland brew scene. And I can't stand Cascade hops, honestly. Like, I just don't like Cascade hops at all. Pyramid, I like some of the stuff they put out. I think that's around Portland as well. I know I like their Hefeweizen and their UFO. That's a good beer, at least thinking off the top of my head. But anything IPA wise, I just will not drink in Portland. If I got to go for IPAs, I'm going to go down to probably like Escondido, probably, Hop Highway area for San Diego, going up San Francisco area, north of there. Got some great breweries up there as well. Gosh, why am I blanking on some of these awesome breweries? Because Lagunitas is up there. Yeah, Lagunitas right there north of San Francisco. Went to Russian River up there north of San Francisco. Hop Highway. I mean, been there, been to Stone, been to Anchor, been to Mother Earth Brewing. I love Mother Earth. That was actually a great brewery. They had the best coffee stout that I ever had, because they ran it straight over the grounds of an actual coffee grounds, and it came into the beer. You had grounds in your beer when you get it. It was just amazing. Great beer. So like Stifler, we're talking a little bit about everything tonight, talking about beer, talking about alcohol, talking about music, talking about life, but most of all, talking about the draft.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love a draft. The great 3 days, 72 hours, whatever you want to put it at.
Yes.
Love nothing more about it. But now it's kind of just like, now let's just get the ball rolling. Let's hear about OTAs. Let's hear about mini camps. Even number announcements. I'm going to be all excited about that, especially with the new rules coming in. So now it's all about the Steelers,
Yeah, it definitely is. And I'm trying to see here another defensive back coming to Pittsburgh, North Carolina, NC A&T's Mac McCain III. Good skinny on him below. Slot corner who battled injuries, 6 interceptions in 2017. So it was that the guy that we talked about earlier that had the 6 interceptions 2013 and got? Might be. I'm not going to spend too much time on him, but
yeah,
addressing slot corner here in undrafted rookie and undrafted free agency. It looks like.
Yeah. What do you think about all the moves with all the cornerbacks? I think we signed 3-4 undrafted free agents on top of signing Norwood. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's where you have to go. But to me, Stifler, like I've been telling the cast that I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to grab one of these great, cornerbacks that are veteran cornerbacks that are still out there in free agency, maybe bringing in a Nelson, maybe bringing in a Poole. Like Poole would be my ultimate. That would be the best fit I could ever think of for Pittsburgh, being a slot corner, being an elite slot corner, and somebody that's still there and still available to bring in. Yeah.
And then there was also, I think, Casey Hayward, formerly the LA Chargers.
Good call.
I mean, he's kind of a name that I just remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
He was always a guy. I think he was a Pro Bowler at one point too, but he would be a guy to bring in. But I think with the success of Hilton, and then also you saw Pierre come along last year, I don't think they're going to end up actually bringing in a veteran there. If I do see a veteran in terms of bringing in those veteran free agents, it'd probably be something like outside linebacker, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah. And Steeler Nation's chiming in here. I find cat piss to be the best verbiage to describe IPA's typical flavor profile. That's rad, Rob. Rob, if you're in Portland, that's exactly it. You got to try some New England IPAs. You got to try some juicy IPAs. They just don't have anything outside of Cascade. It's the cheapest hop. I call it a pot hop. I think it smells like pot. It tastes like shit. It's the cheapest hop you can put in a beer. And that's the reason why it's in so many cheap beers. And it's a reason why like all these other like great craft breweries have grown up around not using Cascade, or at least mixing it in a way that makes it palatable, utilizing some Citra hops. Because if you give it a nice like juicy front, it can be palatable and it can balance well. But other than that, you live in San Diego, you got like San Diego is my area. Like that's it. You got to go to Mother Earth. That area, they got like there's like 3 right there. Like Legend Brewing is right there. They do like basic German beers and what's the other one called? It's like Long Wave or Sound Wave. It's in the same strip mall there as Mother Earth. I love those breweries. I love Stone. You got to go to the Stone Brewery in Escondido. That's like a gold standard for what a brewery should be, because they have a true beer garden. Their beer garden, you can get married there. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous piece of property out there in Escondido on the Hop Highway. Check out Stone Brewing. They do a good job too. Stone's also here in Virginia area. I've been there multiple times as well, since I'm an East Coast guy. And they just do a tremendous job with beer. So yeah, whatever you can do on that end. Gabe saying that there are a lot of hating on the punter in the draft. A lot of people giving D's on the draft. For me, if you address every need that you have in the draft, minimum, it's a B. So I think our floor of the draft is a B. I'm personally gonna rate this draft as an A, between A minus, like not an A plus. I'm not that much of a homer, but addressing the need that the Steelers had, saying we got to fix the run, first 4 picks off the board, running back, blocking tight end, center, swing guard as well in that pick with Green, and then offensive tackle, swing offensive tackle depth. The Steelers, that's a home run hit. That means Ben Roethlisberger, we want to give you as much help as possible on offense to make sure that you can be as successful as you can to get us back to the Super Bowl this year. That's the commitment to me for that need. That's why you're at least getting an A to A minus, nothing less than that, because they addressed that need. Defense, like the only glaring hole was that nickel corner position. Yeah, we grabbed one late. We might grab one here in free agency. If they do that, that's a net bonus, because that's what you got to do. You got to be aggressive if you're trying to win this Super Bowl here in Ben's last year.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think right now I'd probably grade it just a B. I mean, I loved everything they did. Green, he's kind of the kicker to it all, I feel like, because you never know, like, is he going to pan out? Is he going to be the immediate starter? I think he's going to end up being the starter. Now, if it's week 1, I don't know about that. He may come in week 3, week 4, just depending on how he grows.
Yeah.
But I agree. Nickel corner, I would have liked to see that addressed earlier. I was kind of begging the drum for Sean Wade, and I thought that's who they were going to get in round 5 when they traded up.
Right. That, yeah, we all thought that. We all honestly thought that, oh, here's Wade. And then the worst part is we come up for a position of not need, and then 3 picks later, who did the Ravens grab there, Stifler?
Yeah, they ended up grabbing Wade. And the thing is, I'm an Ohio State guy, so I watched him in and out. The years he played slot corner, I would put elite to that.
Wow.
And him being ejected in the playoff game against Clemson was probably the biggest turner in that game.
Wow.
Going back in 2020.
Yep.
That would have been 2020.
Yep.
2021 this year. But Loudermilk, as much as people don't like the pick, I can see it. You got Cam Hayward coming up. He's in his 30s to its late end of the 20s. Alualu's, 33, 34. And then there's a bunch of question marks. You don't know how Davis is going to pan out. You don't know. They don't seem as high on Bugs as the Steelers fans are. Because if you looked at it, Bugs had that good second half versus Baltimore, but he ended up being inactive for Mondale the following weeks. So even though he played well, there still seem to be some question marks with Bugs. So I get the pick, and I believe I forget if it was Butler or it was John Mitchell, their defensive line coach, who said he reminded them of Cam Hayward, just a little more unpolished. So I get the pick there, but like I said, I would have loved that slot corner in the 5th round with Sean Wade. I think he could have came in, played immediately, but it remains to be seen. Maybe Cam Sutton gets bumped to the inside and Pierre and Lane come in sub packages, but you never know.
Yeah. No, that's a great call. Rob, that's cool. You're servicing the water there. And I do understand that a lot of the hops are grown there. Good place to grow hops as well. You had an A-, but definitely not below B+. I'm with you there. Like I said, B is the floor. To me, the ceiling is A, because I'm not giving him an A+. Just because moving up in the draft, if they would have grabbed Wade, it would have been an A+ draft to me. It really would have been. Especially the way you're talking about him too, Stifler, you understanding the Ohio State needs. But yeah, it's Sculpin IPA too, Gabe. I love the Habanero Sculpin. If we're going off of Sculpins, Habanero Sculpin is one I buy when I see that in the stores, because if I want a little burn in the back of my throat when I'm drinking a beer, if I'm not taking the Heat series from Flying Dog in Frederick, Maryland, who does awesome pepper beers. They do the best pepper beers in the country. Then I will be taking a Sculpin IPA home with me just to get a little burn while I'm drinking my IPA. I do enjoy that. Pepper beers are one of my favorite styles of beers. Peppermint also, which is rare to get in a beer. Those chocolate mint beers. Every once in a while, you'll get somebody that does a great style of that. Kentucky does a Kentucky Bourbon Stout. They do a peppermint beer for Christmas time. Off the chain. Phenomenal beer. Devil's Bake Sale out of Lancaster Brewing. Another great peppermint beer that I can think of. But yeah, I can, like I said, I got odd styles, but when I find a taste profile that I like, I kind of ride it a bit. Rob also saying, P.S. lots of great Pirates AAA's team stories when Pittsburgh Pirates would rehab playing in Portland. Many Steeler fans in Portland. That's great to hear out there. Yeah, great Dave Parker, Willie Stargell, Clemente story. Oh, really? Wow. The legends coming to Portland to rehab. That is awesome. I love that story. Thanks for sharing that, Rob. Really appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of feedback here from Steeler Nation, and it's been consistent across the board, and just having a fun time with it, Stifler. Even when I'm by myself, I'm never by myself because I got Steeler Nation here with me. That's the great thing.
So I've been in and out, but I don't know if I would have caught this or not. But now that the draft's over, what would have been your favorite pick and your least favorite pick of the draft so far?
Okay.
If you need time, I can give you mine.
No, I'm just taking a beat. I think my favorite pick has to be Pat Freiermuth. Najee Harris was kind of expected. That was the player that everybody was kind of picking to be a Steeler. Miami couldn't move ahead of us to grab him again, even though they already had 2 fast first-round draft picks that they passed on to not draft him. So fuck you, Miami. That one, I still absolutely love that pick, and I think he's probably going to be our biggest game changer That pick is going to be our biggest game changer next year. But that Pat Freiermuth pick out of PSU, that was a big glaring need that we needed on that blocking style tight end at or near the line of scrimmage, at or near the goal line, that we just don't have with Ebron, that we just don't have with, or question marks, at least with the younger players, with Raider, with Gentry. Like, who knows who those guys are going to be at the line of scrimmage. But I know for a fact, Freiermuth, I'm not worried now with the line of scrimmage. And he's also a red zone threat. Like, fuck it. Bring in Freiermuth and Ebron, pack him in tight. Canada's going to split him out wide, line of scrimmage, like loves using the motion pre-snap, and bang. We're going to go Ebron. No, we're going to go Freiermuth. He's going to do a block and release slant, and Ben is going to find him in the end zone for the touchdown. Like, this is the kind of shit I get excited for. So I think for me, Freiermuth is the biggest excitement pick that I have, because after he and, the guy that went at the top of the draft, the other tight end, they were the old. What's that?
Pitts.
Yeah, Pitts.
Out of Florida.
Pitts was the elite tight end of the draft. Freiermuth was the next in the next series, but he's a first rounder to second rounder. We got him in the second round. Awesome. And then after that, you had a bunch of guys and like blocking tight ends. Who knows if they'll turn out to something, but love the pick. Like that to me is the biggest impact pick of the draft for me personally. The biggest head scratcher was when we ended up moving up in the draft and not selecting a nickel corner and selecting a defensive lineman where we're already like 6 deep. We only keep 6 on the roster, and we drafted a 7th defensive lineman. I didn't think we were going to draft a defensive lineman the whole draft. Just like I didn't think we were going to draft a wide receiver the whole draft, which you didn't. And a quarterback, nope, not going to draft that. We didn't. Not going to draft a fullback. I was as set at defensive lineman as being that other pick that we're just not going to take a defensive lineman this year. So since I was dead set on us never taking a defensive lineman, that was the biggest surprise pick for me. Wouldn't say I hate it. Like, I'm hoping he turns out to be something awesome, but is he going to be push out Wormley? Maybe, because like we've got a lot of young guys that we love. We love Isaiah Buggs. We love Carlos Davis. We love Henry Mondeau. So who's going to be the odd man out? Because now that we drafted a defensive lineman, one of these guys is going to be the odd man out. And I'll tell you for a fact, it's not going to be Tyson Alualu. It's not going to be Tuitt. It's not going to be Hayward. Those guys are lock-in starters. And, from there, everybody's now we have, instead of 3 guys working for one bone, we got 4 guys working for one bone. So dog's working for a bone. But Tomlin likes to say he loves seeing that type of Freiermuth. Thank you. I say Freiermuth. Thank you. Freiermuth. Thank you, Robert.
I don't know how to pronounce it either.
No, we got Steeler Nation's always helped me out here. So I appreciate that over here on the chats. And we're always having a good time too with this kind of stuff. Michelada or Coors Banquet guy. Gabe, I will definitely take a Coors Banquet over a Coors Light any day of the week. That's a good one. Arrogant Bastard as well. To me, that's a little hoppy for me. I liked it early on when it was one of the first kind of like big heavy beers, like it's an IPA that I ever had, but they make some better IPAs, I'll tell you the truth. But Michelada, you throw in some tomato and some oyster in with a beer, I can drink that shit all day. I like that kind of, to me, that's a breakfast beer. I like that kind of stuff. Here there, Gabe Gotti. I see there's some rookies posting their deals on social media. Just saw Rakeem Boyd post his deal with the Lions. Well, everybody's slotted. No matter what deal they're posted, the NFL already knows what you're going to be paying for the rookie that you have, because all of the rookie slots are slotted. So you're not going to be paying $5 million for a third round, or anybody out of the first round, anybody out of the top 10, really. Freiermuth. Oh, is I doing wrong? It's not Freiermuth. It's Freiermuth. Okay, cool. Freiermuth. 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 I'm just now it sounds weird to me. It's like, I don't know How many of you guys watch Ted Lasso? When you keep saying a word enough times, it just sounds weird, and they have a name for it. Ted Lasso is what 2020 needed. It was honestly, to me, it beat out oh gosh, Tiger King for being the show of 2020. It's not the show that 2020 wanted, but it's the show that 2020 needed. A great heart comedy with heart, and won a ton of awards. That's Ted Lasso, and that's off of the Apple TV platform. If you guys get to watch that show is a gem. I've seen it twice.
Yeah, that show should not be as good as it is.
Yeah, right.
When
right?
you watch when you watch the preview, it shouldn't be as good as it is, but it's hilarious.
It is, and it's
and
got
season 2 is coming out this summer, I think in July.
Right,
first week of July. So get on it.
And watching the first season, watching the season two pre-release, the trailer for season 2, I started tearing up watching it. That's how impactful the show is. Like, you feel for these characters like deeply. Like it's just such a well-written show with the heart at the center. Like, I never thought Andy Sudeikis could ever pull off a character in his life. Like, I always thought he's like the buddy character. He does a great job as the buddy character, the add-in, the extra comedy. Yeah, he's great at that. But he absolutely carries Ted Lasso in a way that I didn't think he was capable of, and he deserves every single accolade. And it's a sports show. It's about, and the funniest premise, if you don't know about it, he is the football coach for, what is it, Tulsa or like one, or Appalachian, one of these national championship teams that shouldn't have won an American football championship for college football, and he's partying with the team. And then he goes on to England to the Premier League to be their football coach. But he is a American football coach, not a soccer football coach. It's a fish out of water thing. And like all the jokes that that are fish out of water jokes that you think the show is going to be, it's so much more than that. It's a great watch. It's a great watch with somebody you love too. If you want to watch that with a significant other or spouse, definitely a great sit down watching and enjoying a show like that. You binge through it. Like I think I went through it in like 2 days the first time watching it. My wife and I think went through it in 3 days in the rewatch because she didn't see it. I'm like, you got to fucking watch Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
It's real.
I think I ended up catching it on its weekly release, believe it or not. So I was week by week. I started that like week 5 episodes in, and I was just hooked. I was like, can't wait for Friday. Can't wait for Ted Lasso to come out.
Right. And we need a nickname for Fryermuth. I'm with you, Gabe. You want to hear my nickname for Fryermuth? Are you ready, Steeler Nation? Muth. There you go. That's our new tight end. Muth. That's something we can all pronounce, because who knows how you do it. Fry like fly. Thank you. Yeah, I thought I was doing Fryermuth. Yeah, drunk bastard. Fuck you, Cooley. And Kelly Fontana, thank you very much there for chiming in. Nice point here. Loudermilk was a guy they had been looking at, almost a clone of Cam in future ability. Wow, that is high praise for a 4th rounder. If he is a clone of Cam, we know Cam's coming toward the end of his career here, being in the final contract with the Steelers, going to retire a Steeler. That's high praise. Kelly, thank you very much for the chime in. Great point from Steeler Nation. Cheers. Rad Rob again. Achilles heel allowed an outside cornerback by Steelers brass is reminiscent of the Steelers draft in the year Ryan Shazier went down. Same brass allowed the draft Achilles heel at inside linebacker. Shit happens. Hindsight is 2020. That's all I can say, Rob. That's all I can say. Good. I'm glad I made you laugh. I'm glad that you love Vince Williams as well. Want to continue to be a starter. I don't think he's going to be a starter. I think Spillane's the starter now, Rob. Honestly, I do. I think Spillane is slightly more athletic than Williams. I love Williams, but I love that Williams is going to be coming off the bench. It might be a situation you might have Williams in on 1st and 2nd down, and Spillane comes in on 3rd down. Shake and bake. Yeah, that's great. Bush and Vinny. Yeah. It's don't get me wrong. I love me some Vince with a B. The Steeler Nation loves to call Vince Williams. Went too long. Yeah, we need another fuck Adele. There you go, Cooley. You got your fuck Adele. Fuck you too. Fuck you for winning. So I don't know if I want to give you a shirt. Screw you. So we give away everything. Like, he's a good friend of ours on Steeler Nation. These are inside jokes. I hope you're not too offended. Oh, Ted Lasso. Gabe is asking me again what show we are talking. TEDLASSO. I'll put it in here to the chat. It's on Apple TV. There you go. It's in the chat. You can see it yourself. Yeah. Rad Rob asking why we didn't draft another outside corner in 4 or 5. Evidently, well, like we're saying earlier, Kelly said that's a project. They're thinking he's like Cam Hayward. It's the reason why you jumped up in the draft to grab a guy with a skill. If he has the skill set of Cam Hayward and he becomes a Cam Hayward type player, this is a fucking steal. Like that's the only thing I can say about, like, I'm going to leave it to Kevin. I'm going to give it to Tom Burt, the power couple over there in Pittsburgh, making the right call for damn it, Loudermilk coming in there over there for that pick. So we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks volumes of what they think
Oh, sorry, you're dropping out there a bit. Check your microphone. If you can bump or speak a little closer to it.
Yeah, I think at this point it just speaks volumes.
Drop that again. Damn it.
You know what?
Can you up the settings? Yeah, check your microphone settings just to see if you can up it a bit, because I want to hear your point. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Robert lost in the draft game on Steeler Nation because Ford Fairlane's pick of the punter in the last round put him over the top. That's great. I would have definitely had a punter there. I don't know if I would have. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I would have put Harvin over the other Ray guy punter. Oh gosh, why am I drawing a blank on him? I've been drinking.
Can you hear me now?
Slightly, but yeah. Yeah, speak close to your mic. What you got?
Is it the kid from Kentucky?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I can't think of what the kid's name was, but I remember just Kentucky punter. Was
Duffy.
Yeah, Max Duffy.
Yep, that's jumping in my mind. Wow, thank you, Drunk Striker, for pulling that name out of your brain. Well, yeah. Yeah, we'll check out. Like I said, Rad Rob. Yeah, we might not have addressed that, but there's a ton of cornerback depth still left in free agency. So let's wait a couple days here to see if the Steelers make a move. They're probably not going to make one Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. They'll let teams that want to spend high on a corner go, but they might try to draft somebody on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for lower, because that's the way they do. That is honestly the way they do. So we'll see how it goes. No, I'm not going to let it go there, Cooley. I'm not. Future you hates you too, Cooley, just so you know. Oh, that's great. I'm going to check out the tweets here, see if we got any new Steelers in here. We got another one. Oh, wow. Alex Kazor reporting from Matt Zenitz. Pittsburgh Steelers expected to sign Florida undrafted free agent safety Donovan Steiner, a 3-year Steiner at Florida who had 62 tackles last season. Nice. That has special teams possibility written all over the guy.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the kid from Kent State, the wide receiver, they haven't signed any offensive players. So it looks like they're just going to keep hammering away with the defensive undrafted free agents at this point.
Yeah. Okay, I hear you now, Cooley. Yeah, not me, Rob, for beating the drum on the damn cornerback. I hear it too. I understand why you're saying it might be coach. Who knows? Now I drink to you this Nut Crusher peanut butter Portland brewed in Oregon. Nice. Who makes that beer there in Oregon, Rad Rob? Definitely not Coach if he's in Oregon. We all know Coach is a Florida guy, and Rab Rob's been fun tonight. I wouldn't put a Coach moniker on him. That's actually a negative. Wild Ride Brew, nice. And it's a porter. I love peanut butter drinks too. Gosh, what is that? Sweet Baby Jesus is one at a Duke Claw, which is local to me in Maryland, Bowie, Maryland. We got Big Gruesome out of Lancaster Brewing, another good peanut butter, a porter, or peanut butter in a chocolate brew. Every once in a while, somebody will put one together that's a good match. But those are two that come off the top of my head. If it comes off like a Reese's, I'm all for it. Like if you can find a milk chocolate, I don't like the bitter chocolate as much, but if you can get that milk chocolate in there, a little bit of lactose, find the way to sweeten it up a little bit with a little extra sugar for that bacteria to eat to turn into that yeast to eat to turn into alcohol. That's when I love that kind of beer. Make it nice and smooth, and pour it over your tongue like it's a melted dessert. Hell yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah, RAR does one too. Oh, it's something called the Scoop, or the Scoop is in it. RAR does like a malt beverage. It's not necessarily a beer. RAR is a local. It's RAR. I don't know if I'm slurring. And they're local here in the Maryland area. They throw that into the pounders. That it's essentially a dessert beer. The Answer Brewworks Brewing down in Richmond, Virginia, does dessert stouts that are off the chain. Same thing as Adroit Theory. You can find some dessert stouts, some dessert fruited gozas down there as well. Great stuff as well. But I know my part of the country very, very, very well. Portland, I know you're in Portland. I actually enjoy the Portland, Maine scene. Love the Portland, Maine scene. Their New England IPAs are off the chain. Bissell Brothers is local, awesome, amazing IPAs, some of the best in the country. Smaller brewery. They also do Belgian style and some German style too. So if you're ever over there in Portland, Maine, as opposed to Portland, Oregon, check out Bissell Brothers. That's my number one over there. You got oh gosh, what's the big brewery there? And why am I drawing a freaking blank? I'm going to quickly look up. I'm thinking of Foundry. I'm thinking of Austin Street. They're all right there next to this big Maine brewery. Portland, Maine breweries. I'm going to kick myself. They do the white. Their white is Allagash. Yes, Allagash White. That was the one I was trying to think of. If you can take a trip there, Allagash White, there's 4 breweries right there within walking distance. We did a Lyft or a, whatever those ride shares are. And Allagash White was wetting our whistle. Allagash has great beers. Austin Street's right there. Foundry's right there. So you got some great brews. I forget the newest one. The newest one's under construction. I didn't get to see it, but that's just a great spot to go for a day of drinking and just have a good time. Are you a beer drinker too, Stifler?
So I'm not a craft beer drinker.
Okay.
Not big into the IPAs. I'll do a couple stouts here and there, like coffee, whatever it may be.
Oh, you're completely cutting out. Your mic's completely. I don't know what's wrong with your mic today. It's like completely cutting out on you. Do you have any ambient noise? Is that fan making noise?
That might be it.
Yeah, if you want to turn off the fan, maybe that might be the issue.
That might be tough for me to do. It's 80-some degrees up here.
Well, okay, I hear you. Well, we're not on the show long, so no biggie. I'm on a half hour longer than I expected to be. I'm now at hour 9 of the draft show. So Willie Parker is hyped for the draft. Obviously, Fast Willie Parker is super psyched that the Steelers were able to go and draft Najee Harris in the first round. So best to him. 9 undrafted free agents reported so far. Some can turn out to be tryout players. Max of 5 this year. 6 of them are defensive backs. Updating the tracker here. So going to Alex Kozora for his rating and his not mark of the undrafted rookie free agents. We got DeMarcus ACY, cornerback from Missouri. Shakur Brown, cornerback from Michigan State. Lamont Wade, safety from Penn State. Jamar Watson, edge from Kentucky, which we talked about. Calvin Bundage, linebacker from Oklahoma State, we talked about. Marcus Gilbert, cornerback from Duke, we talked about. Isaiah McCoy, wide receiver from Kent State, we talked about. Mac McCain, the third, cornerback from North Carolina A&T. And Donovan Steiner, defensive back from Florida. That rounds out the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the Steeler Nation draft show, throwing on these extra free agents here. It took an extra hour and a half, but I'm glad. Thank you very much, Alex Kozora, for helping us out to round out our show. Gonna read off you guys just to see if there's any more topics here on the chat. So we have Robert, not making it easy to have respect for you, Cope. Either sweet or fruity beers, man up. I don't know what man up is, because like in this country, Robert, man up is drinking 3.5% American adjunct lagers. So fuck you on that. I don't think that's manly at all when you can pound 12 shit beers that taste like nothing. When my shittiest fruit beer is the same percentage as any American adjunct lager. So fuck that, man. Brewed Rad Rob, this is brewed in Redmond, Oregon, but I am only a guy that walks in a bar in the city with the most beer choices, and I have them pour me half and half. Love that too. I love getting black and blues, black and tans too, going into bars. That's just fun stuff. Yeah, mixing chocolate stout with peanut butter porter. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be the way to do one. Do that. Thank you. I said the name right for once. Cheers. I'm glad you love the last 3 days. Thank you for, dude, Rob. I mean, you know, we love giving each other shit, and that's what makes this stuff fun, man. I'm glad you won the t-shirt, even though I said I didn't want you to win it. You know that. And I'll see you over there on the site. Like I said, if you didn't send me the PM anyway, send it to me. I'll get to it. It looks like I don't have to break down any footage because I forgot to record tonight. So it looks like I'm just going to sleep after this, and it's probably going to happen here in the 9 o'clock hour. Stryker will be passed out. Portland's like Wonka, Fast Willy Wonka, and have most chocolatiers here too. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a good chocolatier as well as San Francisco area. I was up there for that. So we could make designer local chocolate stout with organic peanut butter mix. That would be awesome, Rob. Oh my gosh, that'd be awesome. How many times did I say fuck Cooley? Probably slightly more than I said fuck Goodell. Just so you know, slightly more. Oh, he's even in the next comment. Maybe the more than your fucking Dell comments. Job here is done. Cheers to you. Hats off to you, Cooley. Hats off to you, Steeler Nation. Cheers to all of you for being here on the Steeler Nation Draft Show, Day 3, for the extensive internet problems. Thanks for having me, Stryker. It's fine, Stifler. Thank you for joining us. Good night. Thank you, Cope. Thank you, everybody, Steeler Nation. Be joining us for Steeler Nation podcast, usually on Tuesdays, Mondays, Tuesdays, Yinzhers Podcast on Wednesdays, Thursdays. We'll see you soon, Steeler Nation. Love you. Happily, I got my way out of this. Gosh, wow, 9 hours strong. I put in a full 19 hours on this draft coverage. So cheers to you, Steeler Nation. Talk to you soon. Love you guys. See you on the forum. See you on the internet. See you on the sites. And cheers. And cheers to the newest Steeler Nation members. And making sure we didn't get any other draft stuff coming up. That's it. Love you, Steeler Nation. Check you out. And as always, we end with a Go Steelers. Drinking my way out.